20th Lancaster Archery Classic coming at you from Spooky Nook Sports Complex in Manheim, Pennsylvania. It's the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast, and it's the final day of this 2024 edition as we are ready to kick things off on a full day of archery and professional classes on Sunday, both compound and recurve here at Spooky Nook Sports Complex. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the broadcast booth. Greg White with PJ Riley, the most famous face in archery. Now, PJ, today is going to be packed with archery, but the last couple days have been spectacular. And last night, which was, I don't know, for us, just what, 12 hours ago?
About that.
A little less than that. We finished off with a spectacular, I mean, absolutely amazing barebow class.
You have to go back and watch it if you weren't watching it live. That's why I sound like Barry White. My voice is gone. It was crazy.
Here's a look at what happened last night, and it was unbelievable. It was a very close match to the very end, but in order for it to get to where it needed to be, this shooter right here, which, PJ, you renamed him last night, but it was this move right here. Last arrow in regulation, and that shooter.
A 12 in barebow.
A 12 in barebow. And
Called.
Yeah, and the crowd erupted.
Nuts.
And we went to a final shoot-off. Now, the way the shoot-offs work in the shoot-up is pretty simple. First arrow is for score. So each archer gets to shoot an arrow. Second arrow is for score, and third arrow is closest to the center. But for us, it didn't matter. We were treated to one arrow. It was a 9 and an 8, and Raymond ended up winning it, and it was spectacular. The crowd was bonkers.
Crazy.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule for today, PJ, because it's a full docket.
We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to start with Masters Open Pro. Going to go to Bowhunter next. Women's recurve, that's technically considered a pro class. Olympic recurve, Brady Ellison's going to be there. Youth Male Open, Men's Open, Women's Open Pro, and of course, Greg, Open Pro we're going to end with. That's our grand finale. $20,000 on the line there.
And we have a mix of shoot-up classes where we have some 4 people for the shoot-up and some 8, so it's going to be a lot of archery. But right now, let's go ahead and get to the floor, and Rob Koffold is going to take it from here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you to Sunday's shoot-up finals. Thank you very much. I want to make the announcement that the pro shop is open. We're open early this morning, so they opened at 8 o'clock. And so for those of you watching or for those of you in the house, you can visit the pro shop later. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask that we all stand for the national anthem. The flag's right above my head. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll pass it off to Josh. Go ahead, Josh.
Good morning. How many of you were here for barebow last night? All right, we got about a quarter of the crowd, but this next group that's coming out, they need some help. It's early for them. It is a senior class, so I need you to make at least a quarter of the noise that we made last night. So let's get them out here. We're going to start this morning off with Men's Open Pro. Your 4th seeded qualifier needs no introduction, Mr. Timothy Gillingham from Provo, Utah. Tim is a 2-time classic champ. All right, your 3rd seed qualifier from Preston, Idaho, Benton Christensen. He's also a 2-time classic champ, and this is his 5th time in the shoot-ups.
All right, so there's Benton Christensen, 38 years shooting, a 2-time champion, and he didn't have high expectations coming in here. Neither did Tim Gillingham, honestly. He switched to Matthews in the offseason, and PJ for Tim, he's shooting a new bow, but he was able to gather it up in elimination matches.
He came in as our 16 seed. He just made qualifying. Here he is in the finals.
And Tim shot some of the highest scores in the elimination matches to get him into this position. 18 meters downrange, 40 centimeter target faced. The innermost ring is counted as 11 here at the Lancaster Archery Classic.
11.
So whenever you see Tim flinch like that, the next shot is going to be in the X.
Benton Christensen, who has been struggling a little bit with some health issues as of late, just really enjoys this indoor format, and for him, he just puts himself in positions to continue to win.
He does.
10.
Some of the wide shots you'll see the banners in the background, and Benton Christensen's up there on our 2019 banner as one of our champions. That's the last time he won.
11.
Tim is our defending champ in this category.
So a lot of people were curious to find out when Tim made the switch to Matthews with TRX. There's just a bit of a delay waiting for the clock. There it goes. And that's a lot of experience on Tim. He knows not to draw back until that clock goes green. 30-second shot clock. But for Tim, a lot of people are interested to see what he's going to do with his stabilizer setup.
10.
Yep. And he is back to his 4-bar. If you didn't know it, Tim sells stabilizers. I still think there's some relationship there.
You think so? Just a big marketing ploy. For those of us in the class,
10, 11,
we call it the walker setup because it looks like it's a walker.
While they score those arrows,
Let's get to Josh down on the floor.
coming out here at 8 o'clock in the morning, starting right away, how much practice did you have? How hard is it to come out here with just a little bit of warm-up and shoot this?
Well, I'm from the mountain time zone, so it's really early there. But I get up pretty early anyway. We had plenty of time to practice, so just got to remember to breathe.
Very good. Just step over here to Mr. Gillingham. How do you feel this morning, Tim?
Like I'm going to have to shoot well.
You've got some tough competition this morning. How about you here at 8 o'clock in the morning shooting? Kind of cold. I would assume this is not as much practice as you typically get before you do something like this.
Well, I haven't had a lot of practice with this bow, so just every day changing stuff on it, so hopefully I can work it out.
Well, good luck to you, Tim. You got some scores? We'll wait for our official scores from the back. We're good. So we have a 31 time match between Brett Christensen and Tim Gillingham.
There's some shots from Benton Christensen on how he got his 31 score right out of the box. So tied up 31-31. There's 4 ends of shooting. If you're new to archery, we play a variety of different games in archery, don't we, PJ? You can have indoor 3 arrows, indoor 5 arrows, outdoor 4 arrows, outdoor 6 arrows. There's a bunch of games, even a single arrow. But what we do is when the game denotes a group of arrows, and then you score. It's called an end. So we have 4 ends of competition, 3 arrows apiece here indoor. Tim likes that target.
I'm surprised at these guys talking about, you know, this being early, because this is the Masters class, and you and I are in the Masters class. Once you get over 50, you're up at 5 a.m.
Yeah, you're up anyway.
We've been up for hours.
Yeah. Yeah, you're up at 5 a.m. because that's the 3rd time you need to pee. So for Tim Gillingham, you'll see one of the things about Gillingham is he does not conform to anybody's view of how to shoot archery.
Nothing.
You know, you'll see he's got the glove on because he wants consistent grip. He has some elbow issues going on. He's got an elbow brace on, which that particular brace he said he found is really starting to help him out. And then, of course, when it comes to the stabilizer setup, and then you talk about that release aid.
Yep.
And the length of the D-loop.
And both of these archers, I didn't know Benton, but both of these archers are shooting a wrist strap index finger. We don't see a lot of that in the pro class, but these guys make it work.
Yeah, they certainly do.
11.
Wow.
Not take these too long to get warmed up.
So,
33s.
yeah, across the board, 64-64.
All right, Benton, give us a rundown of the bow you're shooting there.
It's a Prime Rev X6. I got bee stinger stabilizers, shrewd housing, gold tip arrows, Carter like mic release. Probably forgetting something, but.
Well, you're shooting it well. Benton, you spend a lot of time in the fall hunting. We all know that, follow you and know you. When does your indoor practice start?
Our archery season ends September 30th, and I usually start indoors on October 1st, but I had a moose hunt in Canada this past fall, and so I didn't get back till about the 10th, so I was a little late getting started, but.
We all feel bad for you for that. You get the moose hunt.
Yeah, it was a fun and exciting trip, I'm here to tell you.
All right, well, it seems like the practice is paying off. 233s. We have Ty's score at 64-64.
Well, PJ, that's news to me because I normally pick the bow up 3 days before this tournament and then shoot like a trash can. So maybe there's something in that.
There's your key. Go on a moose hunt. Start October 11th.
And, you know, for Tim Gillingham, I believe that Benton Christensen is one of his sponsored athletes because he's shooting those gold tip arrows.
Yes. And the bee stinger bars.
Yep. And that's what happens. Tim's got to go up against people that he sponsored, and he loves going up against people he used to sponsor who maybe have gone to a different brand. That's his favorite thing to do. All right, so
whatever Tim is shooting, if you ask him about it, it's the best there is.
Tim shooting the TRX 40, and you can see the size of that D-loop. Tim coming in with a little over 33-inch draw length.
Yeah.
10.
He didn't like that.
And one thing you'll notice about Tim as well, you'll see some archers later who are very stoic. That is not Tim Gillingham. If he makes a bad shot, you'll know it.
Yeah. Also, the other thing to keep in mind is that Tim is a huge risk-reward archer when it's available. And here at the Lancaster Archery Classic, you do have that little dot, that 1.5 centimeter dot that's sitting down there in the red. That's a 12 ring. If Tim gets himself into a point-scoring position where he needs to go for it, he will go for it.
He will. Yep.
Both these archers will. Now that 12 ring is only available one time per end. So right now, Tim's not going for it. So there's only one more opportunity after this. He doesn't need it.
No, and it's, as you mentioned, very big reward, but it sits on that 7-8 line, so very big risk.
11.
Wow.
There we go. I didn't see Benton Christensen's daughter Lindsay here this weekend, but I'm sure she's watching at home somewhere.
9.
So that one high. it looks like we're going to get out of the tie that we had at 64-64. And unofficially 96-93. Here's Josh.
Why don't you run down what you're shooting there and what's different?
I'm shooting a Matthews TRX 40, gold tip triple X arrows, Trinity Hamsky. Just started shooting bowfinger sights, shrewd scopes, got an 8-power feather vision in there. And my quad bars, Premier Plus. So, yeah, my season starts a lot later, about the end of November.
So Tim, you also did some hunting this year. Why don't you give us a little snapshot of what your fall looked like?
Well, this kid behind me drugged me around the mountains, saved my butt. So we hunted elk for 12 days, up and down, lost 15 pounds, and never killed one. But we got a lot of footage, had a great time, and I just got back from Africa. Went over there on a pretty awesome spot and stock hunt, so had a great time.
Just in case you're wondering, I almost never hand the mic to anybody, but to Tim, I don't have a step stool handy, so he gets to hold it.
And what Josh was saying was step stool for those of you who don't speak Western PA.
Yes.
It's a stole.
Step stall.
A step stole. Yeah. All right, so here goes Tim. By the way, of all the disciplines of archery Tim shoots, and he shoots them all.
All.
This is his least favorite indoor. He cannot stand indoor. And so what he's doing right now, dropping that in the 10 ring, but the fact that Tim was 16th in qualifying was a surprise to us, but not a big surprise.
Right.
What is a surprise and not a surprise was that he was able to really gather it in and win the 2 matches. There's Ben Christensen back on it.
Took one back. Yeah, Tim, right out his first match, he had to knock off the #1 seed.
Mm-hmm. 9.
He didn't like that one. Gave 2 more back potentially. See what Benton can do here. Can he capitalize? 11 would help. Tie us up.
11.
There we go. We are tied.
So
Now Tim's looking. Does he need
he's
the
doing
12?
math. He's doing
Here
math.
he goes.
Here we go. This is what we thought was going to happen on the final end. Now he's calling it. There is no penalty.
Oh, turned it off.
Wow. That was a bit of a tease. He's
Oh.
going for it again.
Back on.
And he's got 6 seconds. So he's got 5 seconds, 4 seconds to execute this shot. 1.
6.
Wow. Forgot the shot clock or something. I don't know.
think so.
He was going up, back, up, back.
9. 10. Excuse me, 10.
Wow, and just like that. I was thinking, I was like, I looked around our monitor and I was like, wait a second, this shot clock is active.
I don't know what happened there, but
And the buzzer went off.
he thought he didn't hear the buzzer. Well, Greg, that's going to be a 125-121 win for Benton Christensen there.
That's something we normally don't see from Tim, but
No,
it happens. It definitely happens. We've seen some crazy stuff over the last couple days in our finals.
now, Greg, you know what I'm sad about is next month at Foley, I'm going to hear about this.
Yeah.
Whatever it was, Tim's going to bend my ear about it.
And I'm gonna hear it next weekend in Vegas.
All right, we had Tim Gillihan with a 121, and your winner of that match, Benton Christensen, at a 125. Tim, for his 4th place finish, gets a payout of $1,000. All right, we're going to bring our second seat out here. From Schneeville, Georgia, we have George Griv Ryals. George is an IFAA World Indoor Champ and NFA Pro National Indoor Champ. George, you get to pick your side. You can either bend, you're going to take the right side. All right.
There you go, Greg. A look at George Ryals, better known as Griv, G-R, and he is the 4th. So that's where he gets that Griv. Snellville, Georgia. Year shooting 40. 15 times he's made it to the Vegas shoot-off. I asked him, he's been here multiple times. He couldn't remember how many.
Nah, that's rough. Yeah, I mean, you talk about his impact on the sport across the board. The amount of people that he's coached in archery, taught archery to, turned archery on to, is immeasurable. And of course,
definitely.
You know, he's got his little Hornet team. I think he had said yesterday he had 14 archers coming from Georgia up here to shoot.
Archery Learning Center, you see on his jersey there, that's the program George runs there. A lot of great archers he's turned out.
And of course, there's nothing better than being the coach and still competing and still getting to this stage.
So when a kid gives you a little lip, you could say, "Excuse me, son."
How many times have you made the shoot up at Lancaster, kid?
Yeah. George is one of those good people in archery. And it's funny, we were watching some of his archers yesterday. It's like watching a carbon copy. They all shoot very similar because of the way he teaches.
A little hiccup there for Benton. 30-second shot clock. He's still got 25. He's got plenty of time. Now, I will say with the 30-second shot clock, you do have plenty of time. Oops.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Yeah, something's happening with that buzzer. That was a malfunction. He did not time out. There was a malfunction there. So, I think that may have been what set
He did.
him
He
off.
didn't. George didn't. The clock for Benton was still actually counting down, and there was no buzzer for George.
Gotcha.
So George was actually at full draw before his buzzer went off. So that was a timer that ended Benton's time. It just didn't reset after his arrow impacted. So now we go. We're fine. 30-second clock. He's still got 19 seconds.
Good recovery.
Yeah. There's the clock for Benton. Final arrow of this first end. Benton sitting on 11-9 for 20.
11.
There you go.
So,
good deal.
barring that 10 star, so you can see on your scoring on your screen, that'll indicate to us that that is a question mark by our scoring. Here's Josh Grine.
We've seen you a lot behind this podium with people you coach. How many times have you been on this platform?
This will be the second time.
Second time? Does it get any easier the second time? Your students want to know, so you got to answer this appropriate.
It's about the same. Yeah, it's like the first shoot off a million years ago, and now it's about the same.
Nerves still there?
Oh yeah, definitely.
George, you do Archery Learning Center, and I was talking to you yesterday. Tell us how many kids you bring with your JOAD program or your coaching program up here.
I have about 15 with me here.
All right, Griv, well, thanks for bringing those students along and what you do for the sport, and good luck this morning.
So that's 2 times for Griv on this stage. What he was saying was he made many finals in our previous format where we did not have the stages. Through the years, he's been coming.
This is the 20th, as you see on our graphics, 20th year of the Lancaster Archery Classic. We did skip a year. Then there was the snow year. The snow year, what was that, 16, I believe?
Yes.
Had the tournament had started at
Yes.
that point, so definitely that one counts. But yeah, so 20th version
36 inches overnight. Most snow we've had in 100 years, and it hit on Friday of the Classic.
And there were still archers that were like, I can get to the venue. And the county was like, you will be arrested if you drive. And there are people calling Rob saying, well, you should have the tournament. It's like there are
The
people that
state
drive
was
a
shut
Prius.
down.
There are people that drive a Prius where the Prius was under snow. Like, come on, man. So Ryals on it with an 11 out of the box. 43. Nice shot from Benton Christensen.
So we were talking about this yesterday, Greg. You know, you see Benton shaking a little bit. That's not necessarily a bad thing. As long as you execute the shot properly, I can tell you, you can shake and it'll go in the middle.
Yeah. And I think a lot of the focus, too, is you focus on that target, you let the pin float.
Right.
And then you let your subconscious execute that shot. You know, Benton Christensen's using a trigger, but he's also doing what you normally would try to execute a shot with, which is still a little bit of back tension, you know, try to pull through that shot even with his finger. So
Tim shoots with his finger on command.
Yes.
Benton's more pulling through his shot.
10.
Griff looking at that one, I think he thought that one was going to hit 11.
yeah. After the shot, he just kind of held his bow arm out there in disbelief, like, how'd that get down there?
10.
Boy, Benton Christensen, after that shot, PJ, I just had to look over from our perspective, and he had like a big sigh of disappointment. He knew he had an opportunity to go up a single point.
Yep.
Oh, I don't know. This has kind of been a train wreck from the start. I was kind of flustered. No, I don't know. My heart's pounding and my pen just goes boing, 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 boing.
Well, deep breaths. We'll get it rolling. 8 o'clock Sunday morning. You guys are shooting great. Griff, give us a quick rundown of your equipment here.
I have a Hoyt Stratos with HBT cams, Shibuya sight, UltraView UV3 XL, Hamsky, Trinity, UV button, and shoots good.
Very good. Thanks, George. We have official scores. We have a tie match. Benton 62 and George 62.
I like that little release holster that he has.
I got to check that out.
Yeah. As opposed to having a pouch, he's got the little holster.
Right.
And, you know, George, I think if you put a hinge release in George's hand, you couldn't really tell the difference.
Nope.
You know,
I thought he had one. I didn't know he was shooting
I did
a
as
button.
well. I didn't really know he was shooting a button. And it's just kind of where you can see his anchor point is behind his ear. And it's such a smooth process. He's pulling through the shot, dragging his thumb across that trigger, and that's what activates it.
And you heard him mention
11.
All right, Benton's not backing down. You heard him mention UltraView. He's got the release and the scope. The company UltraView actually started in a corner of George's shop. Colby Hanley is a former Hornet. Are you ever not a Hornet?
Yeah,
maybe you're
no,
always
right.
a Hornet.
Yeah, maybe you're always.
And now that's a huge company in archery that's George helped get off the ground.
They did a tremendous job with marketing and partnering with Chris B. And yeah, they've really come on the scene strong. I did see George make a slight adjustment to his sight. It looked to me from how he grabbed that he went up on his sight. If you're a compound shooter and you're new and you're looking for information, one of the things we can tell you.
9.
Yeah, that's Benton's target. So
Yeah, that's the wrong target.
That's okay. One of the things that we can tell you is that if your arrow is high, then you want to chase the arrow. And look at that, Benton Christensen.
He said it's a train wreck.
Yeah.
That's a good train wreck.
Maybe he just needed to say that out loud to calm the nerves down. So after 3 ends of scoring, unofficially 95-93. And this is the shoot-up format. So basically what's happening is we have our #1 qualifier waiting in the wings. So these two shooters have guaranteed themselves a podium finish here at the 2024 Lancaster Archery Classic. But whoever wins is going to shoot against our #1 qualifier. And a lot of you may be surprised as to who's going to be coming out as our #1 qualifier. We're going to save that surprise for you.
Yes.
Because it is quite the story.
Legend.
Legend. But one more end to go. And a lot of people are like, what do you mean you're shooting in this class?
If I shoot a bad shot, I just immediately know about it. If I shoot a good one, I just take a minute, that was a good one, this is what I want to do that again, and I try to immediately move on. And the good ones, I'll stop and linger and think about it for a minute, so hopefully they stay around longer.
Let it sink in, right? That's what you'll want to feel, and that's all I want to think about. Well, great shooting. We've got scores down there. We have Benton Christensen with a 95, George Ryals with a 93.
12 is in play.
So what George was talking about there was his mental process. So if he, like that 9, he shoots, he doesn't like that shot. He's going to dwell on it for a moment, and then he's going to let it go. And so what he's trying to do there, PJ, is really convince his brain that the good shots are the ones that I want. And so you train your brain to recognize you get a little bit of a reward because he thinks about it for a second or two after on the good shots.
Yeah, I have not mastered that.
Yeah, me either.
The bad ones stay with me for hours.
Oh, do they really?
Yes. That's all I think about is the bad one.
I have one arrow that haunts me in my archery. One. I'm not going to talk about it. But it cost me a gold medal, let's put it that way. All right, so 10 star for George on that one. Possibility that's an 11.
10.
That one's definitely a 10.
He's not helping himself here. He's got to hit that 12.
Yeah,
See what Benton does
this
here.
is the final end.
11.
Oh, got to hit the 12.
That's where English works, yeah.
There's nothing else. Nope. He's not doing it. That looked like a good shot from him.
So he might have another point on there.
Oh, right, right.
Might.
Of the 10.
So Benton, no, an 11's going to secure it for him.
10.
Okay.
Well, even if that's an 11.
That's 1 point difference.
He's not going to
So
catch it.
it's unofficial, but it looks like Benton Christensen's going to advance to face the #1 seed in this shoot-up.
So this is one of the cool things, Greg, that we talk about with the Classic. Here in most formats, if you're the 4th qualifier, you're going to shoot against #3, and the best you can do is the bronze medal. Here, you can come in 4th, and you can win it all.
Yep.
Survive and advance. That's all you got to do.
Or in some cases, 3 cases during the course of today, if you come in the #8 seed, you could go all the way to number. The amount of arrows you have to shoot, though, is incredible. So Benton Christensen ends up winning that match, even with that 11 for George Ryals. So 126 to 125. George Ryals will finish in 3rd. And George will walk away with somewhere around $2,000 for his effort. Here's Josh.
From Pocatello, Idaho, Rio Wild. Rio is a 4-time Lancaster Archery Classic champ and a 14-time World Archery World Champion. Rio's going to push Benton to the right. He's going to take the left. We're going to get some instructions from our judge, and we will start shooting.
All right, so here we go. Rio Wild, yes. I mean, what can you say about this? 14 gold medals, world championships. He's been shooting since he was a little kid. He's a legacy shooter. His dad won tons of stuff. But for Rio Wild, a lot of people didn't know he turned 50. He was off the scene last year.
Off.
Why? Why was he
coaching in Korea?
That's right.
Went across the pond there, as they say, to coach the Korean team. Now he's back. You heard Josh mention 4-time Classic champ. He's the only 4-time Classic champ. He was the first archer ever to shoot a perfect 660 here, and he has shot all 20 Lancaster Archery Classics.
And Rio is back home with Hoyt, where he won most of his medals, championships. And he recently signed with Hoyt, and he's had this bow in his hand less than 2 weeks.
Yeah. And Rio's one, we were talking about the shake. Rio always shakes, but that's often the end result is an 11.
11.
Oh, inside out.
And watch Rio's style. He holds somewhere in the neighborhood of 22 pounds of holding weight, and he likes to rip the bow apart. He is pulling so hard through that shot to get that tension release to go off. And you know what? As much experience as Rio has, I know he's nervous because he even said to me, dude, it's been a year since I shot.
Yes.
Let alone get to this position. Not to mention the fact all these people were saying to him since he got here like Thursday, oh, you're in the senior pro division? That's just a natural win for you, right? He's like, yo, what are you talking about? There's some unbelievable shooters in this class.
Benton Christensen, George Ryals, Tim Gillingham.
Just a little left for him. And not to mention, you have Randy Morocco who got knocked out. I mean, you have Keith Trail that was here. I mean,
Doug Kyle.
Yeah,
tons of them. Kendall Woody.
Kendall Woody
Lots
is
of
another
great
one.
ones.
Yeah.
While those judges square here, let's go over here and talk to somewhat familiar face to this stage. Rio, this is your first time shooting in the Masters class, correct?
It is the first time up here with these guys.
Just means you're young.
Yeah.
So Rio, you've taken a little bit of a hiatus. So you were about a year. You went and coached the Korean archery national team. Now you're back. How long have you been shooting, practicing? I see you're holding a new bow.
A few weeks. In fact, I picked this up maybe 2 weeks ago, and so it's a real big nerves, excitement, and getting back used to it is definitely a challenge.
Well, it's great to see you up here, and it seems like you're handling that bow well. We'll wait for some official scores.
So a recap, and let's take a look at how the Honey Badger got to where he got with his 32. And it just looks like Rio Wild shooting.
Absolutely. It wasn't too many years ago, like he missed last year. I want to say it's within the last 4 that he was out here shooting on the final stage in Open Pro. So even though when he was at the top of that age bracket, he could still throw down.
And he, like you said, he can still throw down, and it's not a matter of that. It's a matter of, I think, for me, if you look at Matthew signing Tim Gillingham, right, that powerhouse, and I think Steve Anderson and the folks from Hoyt kind of looked at Rio and said, do you want to come back? I would love to put you in this category because he will be in Vegas next week. Rio will be, as will Tim, and they're going to be shooting in that
11.
Whatever they call it. I think and I can't remember. NFA, they call it senior or masters or
I don't remember because like USA Archery Senior is actually
no.
adult,
It's
and
now
Masters is
now 50 plus.
50
Yeah,
plus.
they call it 50 plus now over there. And it's masters here, and
It's the old guy group.
it is the old guy group. Ooh, that's not going off.
There it is.
That's the one thing that Rio will tell you about when you shoot a hinge release is that sometimes when the nerves are there, if that release is a little too slow, it just won't go.
Hangs.
It's a little longer.
Yeah. And
Nice.
Benton Christensen not backing down.
Toe to toe.
Open the door a little bit. Can Benton go through it?
Yep.
So Benton has that one asterisk, that low left, and I can't tell if that's going to switch to an 11 or not.
If it switches, we have a tie.
We're on match number 3. Is it getting easier?
Not really. You know who I'm shooting against, don't you?
Somewhat of a familiar face over there. Is this the first time you shot against Rio?
Well, there's a story there. You got 3 of the 4 of us old guys that live within a 3-hour drive of each other. So yes, I've shot against Rio, and then yes, I've shot against Tim. So I don't know if you could find any better group of people anywhere.
I don't think you can. I'm very familiar with all you guys. You do a great job shooting as well as being representatives of the sport. How you feeling, Rio?
Oh, good, good. Like I said, it's still a little bit to get used to, but we're getting there.
All right. We've got official scores in. We've got a tie match, 64-64 going into the third end.
Big breath from Benton Christensen. And yeah, that part of the U.S., both Benton and Rio are from Idaho, and of course Tim from the Salt Lake City area. And there's a lot of, it's not like there's a bunch of shops, a bunch of places shoot next to each other, so they do have to drive a bit. But they have shot together over the years, plenty.
Kyle Douglas is out there. Chris Schaff's not terribly far away. But that 10 of Benton's was changed, upgraded to an 11. That's why we're tied here.
10.
All right, an opportunity for Rio to take a 1-point advantage. This is for the title of champion with 2 ends to go.
11.
This is our final match in the Masters Pro category.
You know, Benton's been out there a while. You know, some folks think, oh, you want to be the #1 qualifier. A lot of these pros will tell you, they'd rather come in like 2 or 3 and get warmed up than to come out cold and have to win. Oh, just high. Still holding that 1-point edge. Last arrow for Benton. Excuse me, this is in the.
Yep.
11.
We have one more end to go.
11 has a 1-point lead at 10 ties.
11.
There
Got
he
it.
goes.
Okay. So what we'd seen from Rio so far was 11, 11, 10, 11, 11, 10, and he switches the order up. Here's Josh.
Then you change. Is that strategy? I know a lot of people at home get up there and shoot. How much strategy involves in this? What was the thought process in that decision?
Just to change it up. I'd struggle on my third arrow a little bit, so I thought, well, if I change it up, maybe that helps me out or puts a little pressure on him differently because it just keeps you in a groove or changes it a little bit. So.
All right, you did say you've only had this bow in your hand for about 2 weeks. Give us a rundown on what you're shooting.
40-inch Hoyt Stratos with SVX cams. I've got my Excel sight, Spot Hog rest, Joey's strings, Shrewd bars, Shrewd scope, a lot of good equipment.
You're shooting it very well. Going into the 4th and final end, we've got Rio Wild at 96 and Benton Christensen at 95. Just remember that 12 ring is in play. You can hit that button in front of you.
I like how Josh is trying to sell that 12 button. And believe me, both these archers have really thought about what the strategy is. You know, Rio was in this booth yesterday with me for quite a while in the morning, and so we were going over different scenarios, and I'm sure that he thought about it overnight. You're definitely not going to hit the 12 if you're leading. But this is where Benton can start putting some pressure on Rio with an 11 here.
11.
There we go.
All
So you
that's
can
to
see
do
that
is-
arrow, Greg. All you have to do is touch it. Folks were asking last night, do you have to break the line? No, you just have to touch it.
Yep.
10.
Tie game?
So the one thing about Rio's game is that if the hold is too long, he can dip it a little bit.
They have a 10 there on Benton, but
11.
No question on that one.
pretty sure that's an 11 on
Yeah.
that first one. There's a camera system down there that's measuring these arrows.
11.
The close ones are.
You just keep going back and forth.
Yeah.
All right, so Benton with an 11 here puts all the pressure on Rio. Got it.
Goes.
All right, so 10 to tie, 11 to win unofficially.
Yeah, I think that 11 of Benton's going to be upgraded. Or the 10.
Yeah, so seems like Rio needs that 11.
9.
Oh, for sure. That's.
We're going to wait for our judges for our final scores.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. I mean, even if you look at the score here, if Benton gets upgraded or
Yeah,
not, it's gonna be
it's
Benton
going to go
Christensen.
up.
For Rio, who came through the field, but it was yesterday. You know, for Rio, he shot 130s in both of them. Shoot a 126 is a bit of a surprise, but
Yeah.
it's what you talked about. It's that whole situation where, you know, Benton's got 3 matches under his belt.
He's got the lighting figured out. He's got the atmosphere.
Yep. Second place finish at the Lancaster Classic with a 126. Congratulations, Rio. Rio will be taking home $2,000 for his second place finish from the Classic, $1,000 from Hoyt. And our winner, Benton Christensen, with the 128. Congratulations, Benton. Benton's payout's $4,000 for first place. Benton, you were up here for all 3 matches. You came out victorious. How's it feel this morning to be on this platform for your 3rd Classic win?
I want to thank Rob. You guys put on such a fantastic tournament. I mean, this is world class. It's just been the greatest. Thanks to Rio. I mean, he's been my idol for years, and his dad. And I got lucky yesterday, and I got lucky today. I didn't shoot my best. I don't know why I won.
Well, congratulations, Benton. One of the things that makes this class special is these guys have been in the game for so long. The relationships they build, they get to shoot against their idols. It is great. We're going to do a 2-minute commercial break, and we will be right back with you with the next class, Bowhunter.
Greg, does it mean anything to win the Classic Championship?
A little bit, a little bit. Benton knows he doesn't get to shoot as many tournaments as he used to when he was younger, and he has these indoor tournaments, and he likes them. And you know what? He can say he's lucky, he gets lucky, but he's putting himself in these positions. We talked about it at the beginning of the broadcast, and he puts himself in a position to be there, and he capitalizes on those opportunities, and that's why he is multi-time Lancaster Archery Classic champion. All right, we'll take a break, step away. When we come back, we're going to have our Bowhunter category. We'll see you in a minute.
Thank you for calling Lancaster Archery Supply. This is Jasmine. How can I help you?
For the last 3 years, I've been a team lead here in the customer service department at Lancaster Archery. This is our handbook that guides everything we do on the phones. I wrote it myself.
Call or message our Lancaster Archery customer service reps with all your questions or to place your orders. We promise they'll be polite.
Paige Pierce, your Women's Open Pro champion. Open Pro champ, Bodie Turner. And our champion, Casey Koffel, LAS Classic champ, Brady Ellison.
Jolty Benham takes the win.
Nick Cappers, Classic Open Pro champ.
Today's weather report looks like a high of 70 degrees and not a cloud in the sky. In other news, U.S. manufacturing jobs have been shipped overseas at an alarming rate. Manufacturers opting for higher profit margins and taking jobs away from American workers. After over 50 years, PSC Archery has stated, in fact, they're doubling down, making their carbon bows right here in the USA.
At the Lancaster Archery Foundation, it's our mission to get as many people as possible involved in the sport of archery. Whether that's helping the local 4-H club, archery range, or scout troop acquire equipment for their introductory archery programs, or providing money to help elite American athletes represent our nation at global tournaments, you can help us in our mission by donating today at LancasterArcheryFoundation.org.
We didn't want to sacrifice on the stability of the riser. We did not want to sacrifice on these limbs, and so we went down the path of a different way to look at it.
We just wanted to start from the ground up, and where we ended up was with the title.
This baby's bad.
For more info on the complete 2024 Elite lineup, visit EliteArchery.com.
A look at what happens in the Spooky Nook Sports Complex during the Lancaster Archery Classic. This is the 2024 edition and the 20th version as well. And this is the sites that you see with all the vendors that come to the Lancaster Archery Classic. And that's the same area where we shoot qualification. You can see upper right-hand part of your screen where this was taken during the qualification rounds that happened on Thursday and Friday. But now we have live shots here in the Spooky Nook Sports Complex as we are all set for our next match of the day, which is going to be Bowhunter. And hi, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast booth. And this is Hunter Larice, and he is freshly minted out of college and now works at Lancaster Archery Supply, and also is a shooter who has shot his entire career here in the Bowhunter class. And Hunter, it has been a spectacular couple days of shooting, hasn't it?
Yeah, the scores for Bowhunter just keep getting better and better every year. It's crazy to watch just because this was my 4th year shooting it, and just like the competition just gets stiffer and stiffer. It's like I put up a 634, and for me that was a personal record here. But for Bowhunter, it's like I said, every year it gets stiffer and stiffer. I think the highest qualifying this year was 639, something like that.
Wow.
Which that's crazy.
That's out of a possible 660.
Yeah.
So only 21 points were dropped. And let me tell you something. We're going to talk about the Bowhunter setup and why it is so difficult to shoot those scores, but the gap is closing between the unlimited class and the Bowhunter class.
Yeah, it's crazy because the thing is there's a lot of limitations with this class. The 12-inch bars, the no lens, and then it's just like you're learning to work with the bow a lot more. It's not just, people say, well, the bow can do a lot. Well, that's true, but the thing is with Bowhunters, you have to work through those limitations. Like if you have something wrong with your bow, then you have to deal with it through Bowhunter. It's like a real hunting situation where you can't mess with your stuff. You have to learn to shoot through whatever's wrong.
Let's take a look at the schedule for today because we're in our second match. So we had Masters Open Pro. Now we're into Bowhunter. Then we're going to have the women's recurve and Olympic recurve right after this. Youth Male Open. Then we get into the men's open. That's the amateur category, the biggest class we have here at the Lancaster Archery Classic, and then it's going to be the Women's Pro, and then we're going to go into the Open Pro. Now our qualifying rules are simple. In this match, the top 4 seeds basically get in here, and it's a bottom-up format. So the person who is number 4 seed is going to shoot against number 3. It's we're going to get ready to see. Whoever wins that goes to shoot against number 2, and whoever wins that goes and shoots for the title. So that's how our matches are going to go. So let's get to the floor right now with PJ Riley and introduce our archers to the field of play.
All right, folks, let's kick off our Bowhunter division. We have our number 4 qualifier from Hart, Michigan, Travis Johnson. Winner of 2 Total Archery Challenge trucks. And our number 3 seed from Franklin, Pennsylvania, Ethan Conway. 2023 IBO National Triple Crown champ.
And there's a look at Ethan Conway, 7 years shooting. And looks like he's been shooting since he was about 4. No, he's definitely he's a little older than that. Yeah, yeah. And there's Travis Johnson. He says he's been shooting 30 years out of Michigan. Won 2 TAC trucks. That's
that's hard to do.
That is hard to do.
That is hard to do.
That's a long poke down range.
I think it's a 111, I believe.
111-yard shot.
Yeah.
Crispy, one of those 1 year. All right, so here we go. 3 arrows per end. 4 ends of competition. Target is just about 20 yards downrange, shooting at a 40-centimeter target face. The innermost ring is worth 11 points. Then you have a 10 ring and that 9 there, and then that little 1.5-centimeter dot is a 12. You have to call the 12 and go for it. You have 1 opportunity per end to call a 12. Right out of the box.
Good shooting, putting down pressure.
Travis turned around to the crowd. He's going to be playing the crowd.
11.
See, it's great to watch him because you can see him shake as he goes in, but as soon as that release reaches contact to his face, it all just kind of fades away for him.
That felt like a long hold. Now, there is a 30-second shot clock for each of these archers, and they do have it in front of them. Downrange, there's a screen down there that gives them that clock, so they can check it. Interesting the way that these two shoot. You have the short stabilizer out front as part of the category, but one of them has a back bar stabilizer and the other doesn't. But let's go to PJ.
Hey, let's go over here and talk to Travis Johnson. Travis, you said it's hot up there.
Yeah, did you turn the heat up this morning, PJ?
We did, just for you, man.
Man.
Hey, welcome from Michigan. I believe this is your first time on the finals stage. Have you been to the Classic before?
Yes, PJ, first time on the stage. Been to the Classic probably 5 or 6 times. And
how's it feel up there?
It's just like I hoped.
Hey, tell us about your equipment, Travis. What are you shooting today?
Today I have the Bowtech Reckoning Gen 2, short little bar, and put together a sight and a Hamsky rest, some Easton 2712s.
Who's the manufacturer of the electrician's tape you have over your scope there?
That's eBay.
All right, Travis Johnson, welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic Finals stage. After our first end, we have a 31-31 tie.
Here's how Travis Johnson got his score of 31. And, you know, listen, Hunter, with the availability of large stabilizers and a lens available in a scope, why do you think that people choose to shoot this class?
Well, this is such a great entry-level class for people who might be new to competitive archery. But the thing is like I said, you have to learn to work with your equipment. And I've seen so many bow hunters come out and become pros out of this class. Like in the collegiate scene, I've seen people just go crazy and put up some just wilder scores. Like even myself, when I started, I switched to bow hunter, and it was just now it's night and day. But it just makes you a better shooter, and it's a great entry-level class for people who are just getting started.
When we see these shooters, even though it's the bow hunter class, they're shooting stuff like a hinge. And do you find that people often hunt with a hinge release?
It's starting to be more common. I mean, I'm even thinking about switching to one, but because it's way easier to relax into it. It's almost like no motions needed versus a button. I mean, you have that option of command shooting it, but with the hinge, you get back there and then you just relax into it. And for these situations, it can be great. And some people they don't prefer it.
So Ethan Conway sitting on 211s, could 33 it. Ooh, just a little bit outside.
Yeah, he beat me in the eliminations yesterday, and he's 16 years old, made it to a stage, which is great. I'm rooting for him. It's actually funny because he's on a mission, because he told me he got in a little accident with his truck last week, so he's on a mission right now.
Let's get to PJ.
Final stage. Have you been up here before?
No.
First time up here. First time at the Classic?
Third time at the Classic.
All right, third time at the Classic. We saw your resume there for IBO, National Triple Crown Champ, IBO World Champ, so 3D you obviously play. Do you do a lot of indoor?
Oh, yeah.
You do? Which do you prefer? Say indoor.
3D.
Wrong answer. No. Ethan, congrats on making it to the final stage.
Here's a recap on how Ethan got to his score of 32. And just really, what a great execution. What a great shot that he has.
Yeah, it's buck fever times 10 out there.
Yeah, and of course in IBO, that's classes that you have to judge the distance. So that's 2 jobs. Not only do you have to be a good archer and execute your shot, you also have to be good at judging distance. So we have 2 ends in the books. It's 62-63 in favor of the 16-year-old Ethan Conway for the moment. We have 2 ends of competition to go. This is a shoot-up format. So the winner of this round guarantees himself a podium, and then they get to go shoot against the number 2 seed and try to advance.
That's the interesting thing about Bowhunter too, is because of the limitations and how hard it is, it can fluctuate like on the scores. Like it's very, you can mess up and still come back with it. Versus with open, it's like it's straight. You need to hit 11s. In this class, you got room for error.
11.
And with this class as well, no lens, no magnification, just a fiber pin. Do you feel it's easier if you need the 12 to aim at the 12 on this than if you were a shooter with a lens like we saw Tim Gillingham earlier, an 8-power lens? If you put a dot on that, you've got to figure out to move your sight or aim off. Or do you think it's easier with just the fiber pin with no lens to aim at the 12?
Well, the thing is it really just depends on how you shoot, because if you have a lens, yes, you'll be able to see that dot better, but it'll show way more shape. Like I just recently started shooting an open setup, and I just decided to not even go with a lens because of how little shake I get out of it.
Interesting.
10, just out.
11 here ties it up.
11, 11, 11.
Like I said, man, it's Bowhunter. It could go any way.
Yep. But even still, if you look at these scores, I mean, it's hard to tell the difference sometimes between open and this class. Here's PJ.
Tell us what you're shooting today.
Matthews V3, Excel sight and scope, bee stinger bars, gold tip arrows, and a true ball fulcrum.
All right, so we did get the question, Ethan, lots of times yesterday. Folks were asking, does anyone actually shoot a hunting bow in the Bowhunter division? You are today.
Yep.
You like it?
Love it.
All right.
He's good with it, that's the problem.
He is good with that bow, yes, the Matthews.
All right, so Hunter, that actually brings up a good question I have for you. When it comes to your tournament hunter setup versus what you actually hunt with, not just the bow itself, I'm curious if there's a difference between the two, but also the poundage that you pull back and you shoot with.
Oh, there's a difference, yeah, because with this class, like I said, there's a lot of limitations, and Lancaster's actually lucky enough to not have a poundage limit for Bowhunter.
Yeah.
But, you know, with USA rules, the max is 60 pounds. But, like, for me, it's like, heck, my hunting bow's more rigged up than my comp bow.
Is it? Yeah, yeah.
Because, like, yeah.
Because you don't have the restrictions outdoors when you're hunting.
Yeah.
You can do whatever makes you comfortable.
11.
But
why do we generally see on a hunter, on a hunting bow, a shorter axle to axle than we see on those target bows?
For hunter bows, it's all about speed, because, you know, in a hunting situation, you want that arrow to get to that target as quick as possible. But it's kind of cool because now a lot of bow companies are starting to make these smaller bows, but they're still just as accurate and stable as the hunting bows. Like, you start to see more and more companies making these comp bows that are also fit for hunting.
All right, so Conway there needed an 11 to keep this match close. This is the final end of competition.
10.
Oh, so Johnson there. He's going to keep it right there. So 116 apiece. So an 11 here is going to put the pressure on Johnson.
11.
Got it.
You can tell just when he draws back that nerves are starting to calm down a little bit. 'Cause when he first got out there was a lot of shake going on. Now it's starting to calm a lot down.
All right, can we see a shoot off at 11 to tie it up unofficially and go to a shoot off?
10.
No, and a 10. So we'll wait for the official scoring, but as that last end of competition, it looks like it might be Ethan Conway who advances.
Truck bound.
What do you say about the truck?
He's 16, just started driving, and he told me he beat me, and I was like, good luck, buddy. And he said, yeah, getting in the truck last Sunday didn't go so well for me. I was like, well, gave him my Aero Lube, and hopefully he advances, or else I might have to give him my car too.
And it's official. Travis Johnson. I mean, a 126 is nothing to sneeze at, especially in this class with the lack of all the bells and whistles you can have in your bow. Center stage, up on the platform. Great job for Travis Johnson, 4th place. So Ethan Conway stays. Let's get to PJ.
Moving on, we have our number 2 seed from Howard City, Michigan, Brian Martindale.
Greg White, Hunter Larice in the middle of Bowhunter. A look at Brian Martindale. Another thing that I love about this class Bowhunter too is your age is kind of irrelevant, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You can be 16 or you can be however old Brian Martindale is in the mix and get up on the main stage.
Yep.
After qualification and combining your scores that you shot in eliminations, Martindale is our 2nd seed. He moved Ethan Conway off of his spot, and that's a move that I like, especially after what we saw in barebow yesterday. It seemed like for barebow anyway that there was just a slight difference in the lighting from target number 2, which is on the right, and target number 1 on the left.
10.
Conway not entirely happy with that shot. Dropped that one a little bit low, but I do like the release hand of Martindale. I like how he's got kind of a firm hand. It comes in, just starts to relax that hand, pulling through the shot. Conway with an opportunity to pounce. Got him by a point.
Yeah, that'll do it. Bowhunter class.
Yep.
That's a thing that nobody realizes in Bowhunter classes. Really, if you can keep it in the 10 ring, that'll get you way further than what you think.
10.
I remember just a few years ago where a 300 in the Bowhunter class was like, wow, that was impressive. Now it's like at the very top of the class, 300s are expected.
11.
Great shooting. Here's PJ Riley.
All right, Brian Martindale, welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage. Have you been here before?
Never been here.
Never been to the tournament at all?
No, sir.
All right, what made you subject yourself to this torture?
Well, I just want to give it a try. It's one of the biggest tournaments in indoor, so why not?
Shooting the bow hunter class, you coming out here, so you're used to shooting big bucks in the tree stand, I'm imagining. How does it feel up on that stage coming out here?
It's about like shooting a 175.
Hey, run through your gear for us, Brian.
So I got a Matthews TRX 38, Excel sight, Excel scope, shrewd back bar, Hamsky rest, gold tip arrows, boning components. That's about it.
All right, great looking setup there, Brian. Welcome, thank you for coming to the Lancaster Archery Classic. First time out, you're doing pretty good. We have
First 3 arrows for Brian Martindale.
Conway with a 31-29 lead.
Doesn't look too nervous out there.
And even on that 9, I mean, it looked like he had a nice release, and it was, he still has a 10 when he added a lot of English to that shot. All right, here we go. Second end of 4 for our shoot up. The winner of this match gets to go shoot off against our number 1 seed. We haven't seen that from Conway. TRX 38, not a bow you would generally see
Oh,
in the
no.
out in the field hunting.
No, unless you want to knock every tree in the woods.
Just because of the axle length.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny.
11 liner.
See, another thing too is like you can see how stable they are, which is great because as a bow hunter, it's really hard to stack weights on your bow. Like I know personally, I use a lot of riser weights, but like with the 12-inch bar limitation, you can only add so much weight depending on how long your bar is.
Oh yeah. And of course, oftentimes the heavier you can make the bow and hold it, the more stable it's going to be.
Especially when those nerves kick in.
Yeah.
Hold like a rock.
You join us later on in the day, a #1 qualifier for our biggest match of the day at the end, Mike Schloesser. He's got a small Volkswagen on his bow. Let's get to PJ.
Archery Club.
Wainbow Bowman Archery Club. What county is that in?
Venango.
Venango County. All right. Good bow hunter crowd up there?
No.
No.
There's like 2 of us.
2 of you. All right. Well, do you usually win against the other guy? I imagine that's some heated competitions there.
Well, usually I have to shoot against the open guys, so.
That's good practice, though, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Ethan Conway is holding a 1-point lead after 2 ends, 61-60 over Brian Martindale.
I like that Ethan's not giving in, right? He's holding firm on his bow hunter setup, even though he's got to shoot against open. Of course, you have that kind of competition too, and how depending on how you react to that, it definitely can make you a better shooter.
I mean, like I said, man, bow hunter class, you got to learn to work with what you got. And I mean, for some of these guys, I mean, these hunting bows are just as good as these comp bows anymore.
I think that look on Brian's face was the definition of a surprise shot. That one right there would have closed that match in. Our score has 82 for Conway, 79 right now with this final arrow of the third end.
11.
Nice shot. 11 takes him to 93.
Are we going to see a 12 button soon?
I would think we would.
9.
2 9s. So 88. So right now a 5-point advantage unofficially for Ethan Conway. Here's PJ.
Brian, from Michigan, is there a club or shop that you shoot out of back home?
Yes, Max Russet Sports Shop, and we shoot out of the LMAA, which is Lake Michigan Archers Association. We have a good showing of bow hunters, freestyle, the whole works. So
All divisions up there.
yes, yes.
You chose bow hunter. How come you would choose that over open?
It's a fun challenge. It's, you got the 5-pin in the outdoor, single pin for indoor, limitations on the equipment, but it's a lot of fun. Good group of people.
Gotcha. All right. Well, again, we thank you for coming down from Michigan to join us at the Classic.
With scores in, 92 for Ethan Conway, 88 for Brian Martindale as we head into our final 3 arrows of this shoot up. The winner of this advances to shoot up against the #1 seed. The other shooter, I hate saying the loser of the match. You know what I mean? Like it just the shooter who doesn't win will be third.
You make it to this stage, you're a winner already.
100%.
And like I said, the nerves up there, it's crazy because I get nervous watching it.
So we just have a slight pause as it looks like our scoring system is just being reset. Computerized scoring system, which has been phenomenal all weekend. The INCO crew, which does the World Archery stuff, does Vegas, does a variety of shoots all over the world, coming here to the Lancaster Archery Classic and providing us with our scoring. It's inco.net, You can find that scoring link at the website, lancasterarcheryclassic.com. But it's been great because one of the things that INCO did that I thought was good, because we had such a variety of shooting times, right? We started Thursday at noon, and then you had a 4 o'clock shooting line, and then we had how many on Friday? 4 lines?
Yeah. It was,
right?
it
Like
was a
4
good
different lines of shooting. Is that you, instead of being ranked by actual score, because obviously if you shoot first and you're in the books at noon on Thursday, you're curious. How they ranked everybody was actually your arrow average. So you were getting a true representation even halfway through. If you shot at noon on Thursday, at 4 o'clock line, you were getting a good representation of where you were sitting in the rankings because of your arrow average. And I thought that was a really good way to represent that score, that situation.
Yeah. And for social media aspects, like I'm having to deal with that all weekend, so it's like it's a lot quicker to access than what things in the past have been. So that's something that's been crucial.
Yeah, been great. All right, so back to action. 30-second shot clock active for Conway.
10.
Just a little off to the left. And again, anything touching the ring counts as the higher point value. And for Brian Martindale, he just can't seem to get into a rhythm in this final end.
10. $11. $10.
Ooh, he was hoping for that 11, but I didn't even think he got away with one on that one.
10's your friend, man.
Yeah, no 12 called. Not even for fun.
9.
And you can see it on his face. So for unofficially for Ethan Conway, he will advance, but for Brian Martindale, a third place finish.
We're going to wait for official score, but Ethan Conway is going to take the victory there. Brian Martindale, we appreciate you coming out. Third place at the Lancaster Archery Classic. You're going to take home $1,000 from us, $250 from the folks at Bowhunter Die. Congratulations, Brian. All right, before we bring out our next competitor, I wanted to call up Justin Czar from bowhunting.com. These folks offer this extra contingency here in the Bowhunter division.
Hey,
so,
PJ.
Justin, how you doing, man?
I'm good. Is my mic working?
I believe it is. We got mic 1 up.
All right.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't think it's. Oh, hey,
there you go.
How's it going, PJ?
It's going good. How about yourself?
Doing great. Doing great. This is awesome. This is one of my least favorite yet most favorite events to come do every year. I hate the shooting part, but I like this part. I like watching all the good people shoot.
So Justin, since you guys have come on as a sponsor for the Bowhunter division, we've seen that class grow and grow. You guys keep coming back. We certainly appreciate it. Why do you keep coming back? I know you love me, but there's got to be other reasons too.
Yeah, of course, besides loving PJ and just loving Rob and Lancaster Archery, for us it's a ton of fun, right? And I think part of what we're doing is trying to drive more awareness for target archery and all of the benefits that it can have for bow hunters. I've said for many, many years, bow hunting is 2 parts. It's the hunting part and the shooting part. You could be a really good hunter, but if you don't execute that shot at the moment of truth, it's all for nothing, right? And the best way to get better is to practice. And there's no better way to practice under pressure than what these guys are doing right here.
One of these years, we're going to have you and Todd do an exhibition shoot-off just to see you standing up there.
That would be terrifying. I give these guys a ton of credit. Ethan, you're doing awesome up there, man. Congratulations for making it this far. I'm excited to see who's going to win this one.
All right, Justin. Thanks again. Folks from bowhunting.com, we appreciate everything they do for the Bowhunter division. All right, now let's bring out our #1 seed here from Zanesville, Ohio, Nate Harper.
Why wait to say, at least I did it my way.
I way too faced? But in my heart, I understand. I made my move, and it was all about you. Now I feel so far removed. You are the one thing in my way. 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 You are the one thing in my way.
Nice song to play out there. You're the one thing in my way, and he shakes his hand. I like it. Nate Harper coming in, 13 years experience, multi-time IBO world champ. And the one thing I liked, Hunter Larice, who's sitting next to me, was he started looking around. I think he was taking in the experience. I think that's a good thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a high-pressure stage, and for being this early in the morning, 9:21 a.m. here on the East Coast of the United States, there is a lot of people that stuck around for this. And this is the most, I think this is the largest crowd that I've seen this early in the day. 20 yards down range, 40-centimeter target face, the innermost ring worth 11 points. And this is the first arrow of our first end of 4.
9.
And down low 9. And a nice warmed up Ethan Conway stays on his spot where he took victory last time.
11.
So I've shot against both these guys before. I'm actually very familiar with Nate Harper. He was somebody I shot against a ton in college, so I know he can put down quite a bit.
11.
We've battled it out a ton.
Looks like he's got a lot of confidence in his shot. Gets back to full draw quickly. A lot of swagger.
Yeah, he's got a big name out in the Bowhunter class.
10.
Our scoring provided by Dead Center Archery Products. Appreciate their support.
10.
All right, so Conway here with an 11. Put a couple points in his back pocket heading into the second end.
10.
All right, a little high, so looks like 31-30. Let's get to PJ, talk to our #1 seed.
Hey Harper, welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage. Is this your first time up here?
My first time up here.
First time up here, have you shot the tournament before?
Yes, I shot last year for my first year.
All right, first year, so your second year, you made it in here as the top seed. How's that feel?
It's exciting. It's really cool. You know, every year I watch everyone come up on the stage, and now I'm up here, so I'm just going to soak it all in.
Now you're up here. All right, run through your gear for us, Nate. We want the folks at home to know what we're shooting.
All right, I'm shooting a Hoyt Invicta. I got CB sights, Rogue bowstrings, Widowmaker stabilizers, and shooting Easton arrows.
All right, congratulations for making it to the final stage here, Nate. Wish you the best of luck. Currently, after one end, we have Ethan with a 1 point.
Take a look at the recap on how our #1 seed did in the first end, and just that nerve arrow, you would have to think, right, Hunter?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. Getting that, honestly, sometimes dropping those bad shots can sometimes be more relieving than what you think.
So just a single point advantage for Ethan Conway over Harper. Second end of 4. This is to be crowned 2024 Lancaster Archery Classic Bowhunter Champion.
You're looking pretty calm up there.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them.
And you can see that these archers are shooting these targets in different orders.
11.
And that is just total preference as to what the archer wants to shoot. Now, when you do come to qualification here at the Lancaster Archery Classic, in qualification you do number your targets, so in which order you're going to shoot them, and that's for a tiebreaker.
11.
So the first arrow you miss is going to be the tiebreaker if there's a needed one. Ooh, thought we were going to have a tie game, but it has a star. I think that's pretty good at 10.
Dave, we'd like to give a shout out to local shops and clubs back home in Zanesville, Ohio. Where do you shoot?
I shoot at Teen K Guns and Archery back home.
All right, that's your local club?
Yep.
Good Bowhunter target archery scene there?
Oh, yeah.
Lots of competition.
Yeah, especially in our area.
All right, they got you ready. They prepared you well for the Classic Final stage, because right now we have a tight one-point match. Ethan leading 63-62.
All right, so 2 ends remaining for the title. Hunter, who's feeling the pressure right now? The 3rd seed, which is Conway coming in here, shot his way up and is warm, or Harper, the number 1 seed?
I'd say the guy without a truck.
He's already got a decent down payment.
Yeah. No, but honestly, I feel like the number 1 seed would honestly feel it more. You're coming out here fresh, first time on stage, and like I said, he's got a circulating name in Bowhunter class, so like this could be his big moment to really shine in it. And it always makes me wonder too, like after you win something like this, what do? Do you stay, or do you move on, go to open, or do you go to pro?
Yeah.
So like I said, these guys can shoot. Like it gets better and better every year. And there's a lot more that you can do in archery. Bowhunter is a great start, but I don't know. Come out with a pro hunter class.
Yeah, right? That's probably.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that might be the next step. Add more classes. Boy, an 11 would really make a statement here.
11.
Wow.
What a beast.
33.
10.
Wow, just like that. After our 3rd end, we have 1 end to go, and unofficially, Ethan Conway has got a 3-point lead.
You out all the time back home, though, right?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Cool under pressure. So unofficially, going into our last...
What do you say to a 16-year-old who's in this position?
I don't know, man. When I was 16, I was just picking up my bow. And now he's 16 on the big stage for the first, he said first year of this classic?
No, this is his 3rd year.
Third
I think.
year.
Yeah,
But
3rd year at
even
the
so.
classic. Yeah. But his first time on the big stage.
Yeah. No, yeah, I couldn't imagine the pressure. But I don't know, sometimes the younger guys tend to feel less pressure.
Yeah.
Just because they know they got a lot longer to go.
Ethan Conway goes back to full draw as soon as that buzzer goes off. He's looking to get after it.
11.
Whoa.
Pounding, he's feeling it.
Right now, there's no room for Harper to gain any points back unless he hits that 12 button.
11. 11.
Putting down the pedal to the metal.
11.
Okay. Now they're going toe-to-toe. 11 here is going to clinch it even with a 12 called.
11.
Unbelievable.
That's a truck.
12 is called.
This is all Harper can do.
129.
That's close. It's a little low. It's on that line. I can't quite see it.
Wow. For Ethan Conway.
Yeah.
He just shot 8 11s in a row. Shot 9 for the match.
That's crazy.
For Harper, that one just out.
Outstanding performance.
But how do you like the 16-year-old Ethan Conway, under all the pressure, had to shoot all the arrows and is able to get it done. Here's PJ.
Second place finish. And our winner, Ethan Conway, is going to take home $3,000 from us, $750 from Bowhunter Die. Ethan Conway. Give us the rate. There you go. Ethan. Great rhythm and timing there at the end. 33-33. How's it feel, classic champ?
Feels pretty good.
Feels pretty good. IBO National Triple Crown champ, classic champ. Your archery career is just skyrocketing.
Yeah.
How old are you?
16.
16. All right. Excellent. Where are you in school?
Franklin area school district.
All right. So when you go, are you going to go to school tomorrow? Or are you going to take the day off?
We have tomorrow off anyway. So.
There you go. All right, Ethan Conway, congratulations. 2024 Bowhunter champ.
Well, Hunter Larice, you were cheering for him because he knocked you out. He got it done. The 16-year-old, the future of the Bowhunter class. You might be looking at it right here. It's been a great match. Congratulations to Ethan Conway. We'll see if he's able to get himself a new truck with that money. What's your summation of what you saw out here today?
I love it, man. Like I said, it just gets better and better every year. I always find the Bowhunter class to be very interesting because, like I said, it just goes back and forth.
All right, thanks for your insight. We got more coming at you. Stay with us.
Thank you for calling Lancaster Archery Supply. This is Jasmine. How can I help you?
For the last 3 years, I've been a team lead here in the customer service department at Lancaster Archery. This is our handbook that guides everything we do on the phones. I wrote it myself.
Call or message our Lancaster Archery customer service reps with all your questions or to place your orders. We promise they'll be polite.
The X10 is the most successful arrow in competitive archery history, accounting for far more medals than any other individual piece of sporting equipment in Olympic history. Easton introduces the latest innovation of the X10 lineup, the 4mm Parallel Pro. Parallel Pro offers legendary X10 precision for all forms of archery. Elevate your precision. Your journey to the podium begins with Easton X10.
Paige Pierce, your Women's Open Pro champion. Open Pro champ, Bodie Turner. And our champion, Casey Koffel, LAS Classic champ, Brady Ellison.
Jolty Venom takes the win.
Nick Cappers, Classic Open Pro champ.
Oh, yeah, he got it.
Man.
Oh, yeah.
466. Wow. That's pretty good.
That's why people call him the GOAT right there.
I really feel like this is where I need to be.
The MagView digiscoping system was created to be the most streamlined and convenient system on the market. Digiscoping products of the past required bulky phone-specific cases and optic-specific adapters, but MagView was built differently. Our S1 and B1 adapters were designed to be completely universal for all optics and devices, and to maintain the lowest possible profile on your phone to capture steady, sharp photo and video through your optics every time.
Hey, Tony. Wanted to see if you had a couple minutes to go over the new features of the UV slider sight.
I know more than you.
Got a question about archery products?
I can help you get a target bow. Are you looking to get into an Olympic style setup or bare bow setup?
Our customer service and pro shop teams have all the answers.
We'll get these shipped out very shortly for you.
The X10 is the most successful arrow in competitive archery history, accounting for far more medals than any other individual piece of sporting equipment in Olympic history. Easton introduces the latest innovation of the X10 lineup, the 4mm Parallel Pro. Parallel Pro offers legendary X10 precision for all forms of archery. Elevate your precision. Your journey to the podium begins with Easton X10.
I have to shoot the best or there's just no point in doing it. I'm blown away at just how easy each arrow tunes right out of the box. Ultra Arrows, the pinnacle of precision and performance.
Welcome to the Spooky Nook Sports Complex here in Manheim, Pennsylvania, the 20th Lancaster Archery Classic. As we're ready for our shoot-up finals, what you're looking at there is video from a couple days ago during our qualification rounds. And there are so many bales here and a couple thousand shooters. Now you're looking at live pictures here at our shoot-up arena. And we are prepared for our next round of competition. And hi, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Catalina G. Noriega, who is, of course, part of the Pan American team in 2023, the U.S. Archery team, and you are a recurve shooter.
Yep.
So we have had a couple of awesome days of competition here,
Yep.
and there are so many compound bows here, but now we're getting into recurve. How's it been for you so far?
You know, it's been okay. Not my best, but happy to be here and as always, next year.
Yeah, there's always next year,
Yeah.
but it's been a lot of fun. And we're going to be talking about recurve at 20 yards, and it is definitely different. But why don't we take a look at our schedule, because we have a full docket of what's going to be shot here today. We've already had our Masters Open category, and then we're going to go into our Bowhunter, or we already did Bowhunter class. Now it's time for women's recurve. Then we get into Olympic recurve. We're going to have our Youth Male Open. That's back to compound. And then our Men's Open, that's that amateur category. Then we have the Women's Open Pro, and then the heavily stacked Open Pro category to wrap up the day. Now let's talk about how we get here. Top 4 qualification. So we have a qualification round, then we have elimination rounds. And for this particular match, we have our 4. It's a shoot-up format. So our 4th place seed is going to be shooting against our 3rd place seed. Whoever wins that, we're going to advance to shoot up against 2nd, and then that final champion round. So we got some great shooting coming up for you. But this is the time when we head over to our guy, PJ Riley, who's going to introduce our archers to the field of play. Take it away, PJ.
All right. All right, we're going to get things started here with our next division. I got to learn to pay attention. Women's recurve, our number 4 seed. We have from Savona, Italy, Chiara Rabagliati. And our number 3 seed From Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Casey Kaufhold.
But you gotta keep your head up, oh, and you can let your head down, hey. You gotta keep your head up, oh, and you can let your head down, hey. I know it's hard, to remember.
So look at Casey Kaufhold, been shooting She's been shooting 17 years
years.
already.
Wow.
Paris World Cup, Olympian and really a bright future. Of course, your teammate,
Yep.
Catalina. And so for Casey Kaufhold, you want to talk about a pressure cooker. It's her parents' tournament that she's shooting in.
Yeah.
And Rebecca out of Italy, also 17 years and an Olympian in 2020. And we're set for this indoor archery. Now, we're looking at a distance of, 20 yards, just about 20 yards here at this tournament. We shoot a 40-centimeter target face. And what's interesting, Catalina, is that people have the option to shoot a single spot or a 3-spot. So what we're going to see from these archers?
So I think both of these archers are shooting a 3-spot. I think most recurves that are most recurves at this level will shoot a 3-spot. But the size is the same, so it really doesn't make a difference. But for to not break arrows mainly, yeah.
Yeah, to not break arrows. That's really the important part.
The level is really high, with these archers.
And I wonder, as we move forward, we see both of these archers are shooting the kind of skinny outdoor arrows that we normally see. Is that because we're heading into an Olympic year, you think?
Yeah, I think so, mainly. I think you don't see a lot of women shooting fat shafts, recurve women shooting fat shafts. But it also might be because of the Olympics. Everyone kind of has a setup that works both outdoors and indoor. So yeah.
All right, so for Casey Kaufhold, who's won this before, to 10. So the innermost ring here at the Lancaster Archery Classic is counted as an 11-point, and all you have to do is touch the line and you get the higher value point scored. So the innermost ring is 11, then you go 10, the rest of the yellow is 9, and then we go out from there all the way to the 6 ring.
Yeah.
Nice shot. All right, and also what you have, though, is that little 1.5-centimeter dot, but we'll tell you more about that. Here's PJ.
Chiara from Italy, welcome.
Thank you.
Is this your first time? I believe this is your first time on the Classic Finals stage.
Yeah, this is the first time, and I want to say congrats for the organization because it is a cool tournament.
Full tournament. We appreciate your support here. Have you been to the tournament before? Is this your first time ever anywhere?
Yeah.
All right. Well, how does it feel to be up there on the stage?
Particular feel here.
All right. Thanks, Chiara. We appreciate you coming over from Italy to compete with us this weekend. After our first end, we have a time match.
All right, so our first recap is looking at Casey Kaufhold and how she ended up getting to her 29 score. Now, Catalina, when you look at Casey's shooting style, there's a couple main ways to shoot an Olympic recurve bow, isn't there?
Yeah. I think you can see every good archer, there's a few parts in their shots that are all the same, the same core points. So you can see with Casey's shot, she has a really good shot, really clean shot, and really, really aggressive, and yeah.
Nice 11 from her, just catching that line.
11. Awesome.
Wow, what a shot. Okay, so there's a 30-second shot clock. It's no big deal.
Oh, yeah.
There's still 12 seconds left, but when it comes to executing the shot, she's got some time, but now needs to kind of get through that clicker. 2 seconds to go.
Very nice.
Yep. 10-9 liner. 32 is impressive. So she blew through the clicker on that one. Yeah, she really blew through the clicker. Now we're going to get to PJ here, but we're going to talk more about clickers and things in a moment. Here's PJ.
I'm sorry, it was Kathy?
Yeah, something like that.
Casey Caulfield, you no stranger to this stage here, but how does it feel after all these years?
Feels good. I've been shooting on the stage every year at the Classic since I was 12. So starting to get used to it a little bit. Definitely still first and stepping up there, you feel the nerves, but as I go on, I feel like it gets a little bit easier.
All right, how's the shooting going? This is an Olympic year. How's your training been?
Training's been good. Been working a lot on dealing with the pressure, and so far it's going well. And every tournament I use as a preparation for the Olympic Games, so it's good to learn how to shoot under pressure.
All right, great first end there from Casey with a 32. Second end, excuse me. And we have after 2 ends.
All right, so here's a look at the Italian, Rebagliati, and she definitely has a similar shooting style to Casey, but you could tell that front bow arm. What is that? You see the Koreans use it a lot. It's a certain style of shooting, right?
Yeah, so you can, like, with Casey's bow arm, you can see how she kind of, well,
it moves, but sometimes with Casey it moves
slightly to the left.
Right, yeah.
And Kiara's looks a lot more like stable, like in place when she shoots, like in her follow through. And it's just different styles of shooting. There's no right way or wrong way. It's whatever works, and yeah.
All right, so we talk about a clicker. Let's talk about that a little bit. So when we say clicker, what is it? What are we looking for?
It's in the front of the bow. So Casey, you can see she's using an extended clicker, so it hangs on her sight, and Kiara is on her bow, and you can see it right there. And what it does it signals when you've pulled enough, because we don't have, like, a compound has the stop, a wall, and a recurve. You can keep pulling it as far as you want. So it helps with the consistency. So you're always pulling the same amount, and yeah, for the speed, and always like.
So you're literally programmed. When you hear the click go off, you're releasing the shot.
Yeah, pretty much.
It must be extremely difficult if you weren't centered on your shot and the click goes off to actually like not execute and let down. See, for Kiara right there, she wasn't through the clicker and she just let down. And again, there's still 5 seconds to go on the clock. 3, 2, and let's it go. Wow, what a recovery that was.
Yeah. Definitely a really high level match. Like, these ladies are shooting great.
We have 1 end to go. 89-61 unofficially.
Are you in training for the Olympics back home for the Italian team?
Yeah, I take the quota place at the European Games. So we have to work very hard. So we have also to qualify both teams. So we have a lot of training to do.
All right. Well, best of luck with the Olympic training there. We hope to see you in Paris this summer.
So Rebagliati, 89, Caulfield, 91 after official scoring. This is our final end of competition in our shoot-up. So the winner of this match gets to advance to shoot against the number 2 seed for this recurve women's category. Technically not a professional class, but I mean, this is as professional as you get when you're talking about Olympians.
Yep.
Wow, great shot.
Yeah. So there's kind of that swing I was talking about to the left.
We're all tied up.
9.
So Casey can retake the lead here with a 10 or an 11.
9.
All right, still tied up.
1 arrow to go for each archer. we tie at the end of this, we'll go to a shoot-off, and we'll explain that if it gets there.
10.
She can win it with an 11. It's a shoot-off.
So we're going to wait for official scoring because that top arrow on Casey's looks pretty close. It was called as a 9, but that might be an 8.
I think so. I think so.
And if that's called an 8, yeah, we'll wait for official score. But if that's called an 8, see, I see a little bit of red, but it is hard with that shadow right there. Yeah, we got a good look at that. I think that's an 8.
I think so as well.
So that's going to move Casey's score down to a 118. And that means that Rebagliati might advance here. We're not the judges, so sometimes there's things that you don't see from our perspective without question, but that, I can tell from right there.
Yeah.
Yep, and that arrow's been downgraded to an 8. So for Casey Caulfield, her journey here at the Lancaster Archery Classic comes to a stop, and Chiara Rebagliati from Italy moves on.
Congratulations, Casey.
Good match, 119 to 118.
It's very close.
Now let's
Yep.
bring out our number 2 seed
From the Netherlands, Gabby Schloesser. She's our 2022 Classic champ and Olympic silver medalist.
Here's a look at Gabby. Been shooting a little while, Olympic silver medalist and also 2022 champ. And for Gabby Schloesser, she's had an interesting journey not only in archery but in life. Originally from Mexico, and now she lives in the Netherlands, as her hometown is the Netherlands. I don't think her hometown is called but that's where she is.
Yep.
And of course, in the coach's box is her husband, Mike Schloesser. And I think that it might have been, I mean, Gabby's no stranger to this stage, but I'm sure that there was a conversation that happened to move Rebagliati off of her spot and move her over to the target number 2. So our first arrow, first end of competition.
11.
And Gabby comes out of the gate just firing. Ooh, good answer from Chiara.
Oh, she's cheeky.
10.
Very solid still.
Yeah. She does that.
Yeah.
Gabby will do that on the stage. I've seen her do it before.
10-11 line.
Ooh, close one. So 9 called for Schloesser.
10.
And a 10. That's interesting. We don't see that very often here at the Lancaster Archery Classic because right down at her feet is a monitor with the target. Here's Gabby.
I really like it.
You really like this tournament. You've done well here in the past. I know you're our 2022 champ. You're on one of these banners up here. How many times have you won the Classic?
Twice before, yeah.
Twice before. All right. Does it get any easier coming up here on this final stage?
No, like, to be honest, I was walking down here and I was kind of like, oh, I feel really good. And then I stood here and I was like, I don't feel that good anymore.
All right, great. Well, Gabby, congrats on making it back to the final stage here. Currently, we have Kiara with a 2-point lead.
And here's a look at how Gabby Schloesser was able to get her 30 points. So a 2-point lead for Herbagliati from Italy as we head into our second end of 4 in this shoot-up. The winner here guaranteed that they're going to move up to battle for the championship, and the loser of this match guaranteed 3rd place. All right, so hopefully some nerves out, Schloesser. And as we look at Gabby's shot, I want to analyze a little bit about Gabby's shot and how she executes her shot.
So her shot, she kind of has a similar like front arm as Casey, where she kind of swings it a little bit to the left when she shoots, and you see that's a very common shot for recurve archers. So yeah, it's.
Is it because they're kind of pushing through the shot and not just pulling the shot?
Yeah.
Is that what causes that?
Yeah, and like the direction of the shot, like it's just like a way of following through to. It's just preference and what each archer likes.
I think it probably works with your natural body position too, right? Like your skeletal structure, I would think.
For sure.
All right, so a 9 there. So in order to keep this thing close, an 11 here would close the gap by a point for Schloesser.
10.
And a 10 will work as well to keep it to 2 points.
Yeah.
So unofficially after 2 ends, still it's 58 to 60.
We have to mention Gabby's coach back here, Mike.
Oh, looks like PJ's going to talk to Mikey.
Today, Mike, you're our #1 seed, I believe, in the Open Pro division.
Yeah, that's correct.
So this is how you're prepping. You're out here helping your wife get ready.
Yeah, I'm feeling for it later today.
Now, which one of these banners are you on up here? I believe you're on at least one, if not 2.
2020 there.
2020, all right. Your other wins were before we did the banners. How many times have you won the Classic?
Twice so far.
Twice as well. All right, Mike Schloesser, we will look for him at in our last match of the day today, the big one. Currently, after 2 ends, Kiara with a 60-58 lead.
Catalina G. Noriega, you're friends with Gabby Schloesser, and she just has fun everywhere she goes.
Yeah, she does. I love her. She's great. I'm actually staying with them for this tournament, so we're traveling together, her and Mikey. Oh, it looks like she let down again.
She did. There's still 12 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time. Last time we saw her do this, she shot an 11.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ooh.
Wow, she just got it off.
Miss. Oh my God.
Yep. That's a huge swing. So a miss scores 0 points.
11.
So in usually for recurve archery we operate on set system, and this tournament's different because it's running score. So usually a miss can be manageable, but with running score, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah. So the way the set system normally works is how? Explain it.
Yeah. So you shoot an end, and whoever gets the higher score at that end will get the 2 points. And if you tie, it's 1-1, and whoever gets the 6 points first wins the match. So if you have a miss one end, it doesn't matter because like you can come back and win the next.
Yeah, because if you lost the end by 1 point or a miss, it's irrelevant.
Makes no difference.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, it's tough when it's running score.
Yeah, especially for the Italian because she did have a bit of a lead.
11.
Yeah.
But now it's an 11-point swing just like that.
Yeah.
Great shooting by Gabby.
Yes.
Now the thing is, how do you put that out of your mind? So here's the miss, and you could tell like
she knew.
She knew.
That
Italian gesture.
I think we've all done it.
Oh, we all have done it.
And it doesn't feel good.
and listen, Kiara is no stranger to a shot clock. I mean, when you shoot at the world archery level, you shoot at the Olympic level, a clock is part of it.
Yeah.
And Actually, 30 seconds is a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, we usually at events it'll be 20 seconds an arrow. So 30 is quite a bit. Yeah.
So it was just one of those things where, you know, you're executing, you're exploding through your shot, I suppose, and it just wasn't going off for her. And when she probably saw that clock, her coach was behind her, probably counting down, and when it got to that one, she's just like, I gotta let it go.
Let it go. Yeah.
Yeah. We did see an incident yesterday where one of our archers actually did not execute a shot, let down with 4 seconds to go, and didn't realize, and you know, shot that zero or a miss, didn't even get a shot off. So, you know, it's kind of one or the other, right? It's either that feeling that I never got my shot off, or just let it go. But we're past it now.
Yeah.
And all she can do is just shoot.
Yeah, because truthfully, like, anything can happen, and no one should give up in a
100%.
match.
Yep.
So.
That's right, especially when it's cumulative.
Yes.
It's just for Gabby, what happens now is there's all the pressure's off. Now she can really think about executing some good shots, because her next match, as long as she executes this last shot, gets it on the paper.
And it's game.
11.
Yep.
Great shot.
Great
you can
shot
really
for
see it
Gabby.
too on the release, couldn't you?
10.
Good shot. Good end.
Really good ends.
She shot well, except for that one arrow, of course. But yeah.
Chiara Ribagliati is going to finish third. She's going to take home $1,000 from us, $300 from WeOWIS. Congratulations, Chiara. Great finish here at the Classic. And so now let's bring out our #1 seed from Seoul, Korea, Duna Lim.
Okay. Well, you want to talk about a battle of titans in Olympic recurve women's category. What do you know about Lim Duna?
I don't know much. I think she's part of a professional team in Korea. So and I think this is the first time they've come to this tournament. Yeah, and her, Gabby, and Casey all tied with a 622 in qualification, which is a really good score, a really great score. So yeah, don't know much, but yeah.
All right, so here we are. This is the final match. This is to decide who's going to be 20th anniversary of Lancaster Archery Classic champion in the women's recurve division.
9. 11.
The 22-year-old Duna. So this is the advantage, you know, when you have Gabby Schloesser, who's been out there now a match, is all warmed up.
11, 10 line.
I think that might be in. It looks into
Yeah, that looks into it.
I don't know though. We'll have to wait for. Oh, they marked it up. So. So you can see with Duna Lean, her shot very clean. That's a very standard Korean shot. They have beautiful shots, and I mean, for a reason, the Koreans are the best in the world at recurve archery. So, yeah, you can definitely see it with her shot.
Let's hear what PJ has to say.
And how is she feeling? Sure. She's feeling good. Nervous at all?
Not so much.
Not so much. All right. That's what we like to hear. Welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic final stage.
I mean, when you talk about the Korean system and the level of archery in Korea, the amount of pressure cookers that they're under constantly, right, with the matches and the level and the competition it even takes to get on the national team is pretty incredible.
Yeah, for sure.
And Lee, no stranger to indoor archery. Last year in Vegas. Won a bunch of matches last year. Let's see if she can find the middle. Getting closer.
She's a little low
Yeah.
on her arrows. You can see her moving her sight. So.
Okay, after such a strong start for Schloesser, let a couple points eke away. But again, it's so hard to keep in mind this is the Olympic recurve, and 11s aren't the standard shot here. Keeping it in the yellow is really what's critical. And there is Limduna, who now finds the middle.
So 2-point difference.
Gate with a 33, that's got to feel pretty good.
Still pretty nervous.
Takes the nerves away, right?
Yeah. In the beginning, like I need to say, the first match is always really nerve-wracking, and then like you win one and you feel a little bit more confident, and I think that happened.
Settling in. Well, great. A great second end as well. After 2 ends, looks like we have a 61-58 lead for Gabby Schloesser.
Okay, 61-58 the score. And of course for Limduna, last year at the Indoor Archery World Series Finals in Vegas. Podium finisher there.
Yeah.
Gabby Schloesser. That shot execution. And you know, the one thing that's so interesting about your sport, Catalina, is the fact that, I mean, it feels like to a compound shooter that you have to pull your bow back every day to stay fit and on top of your game.
Yeah.
Is that an accurate portrayal of recurve shooting at this level?
Yeah, it is. It's definitely a sport like you need to maintain. Like you can't just take a week, 2 weeks off and then expect to come back and be at the same kind of, like it takes, you have to get warmed up and build up that strength a little bit. So it takes a lot of dedication and like a lot of hard work. And you can see like these ladies put it in. They put in the hard work, put in the time, and it shows. So.
10.
11 here is going to flip this match. It could be all tied up.
11.
Wow.
Yeah. So there is a call on Gabby's side. So that might go up. We have to wait and see.
once we get our official scores.
All right, so as we wait for those official scores, it's Gabby's target. We're looking at target number 1. So that's Liam Duna's target.
One of Gabby's arrows score changes.
Yep.
So Duna Lim with a 1-point lead, 90 to 89, heading into our last end. Let's give it up for these ladies. They're putting on the show for us this morning. 1 end to go.
Final end for the title of champion. 1-point difference.
Very nice shot. Very nice.
Back and forth we go.
Yep.
Don't forget, there's a 12 ring. It's that 1.5 centimeter dot that's sitting down there in the red.
Yeah.
If Gabby needs it, she can call it. Either one of these archers can.
10.
Okay.
Okay.
An 11 here would tie things up.
Alright. So an 11 here would force Gabby to need to go for the 12.
Yep, 100% just to tie it, yeah.
11, 10 line.
Ooh.
Ooh.
She's.
Does she make the choice?
I think she's going for the 11.
Yep. Okay, she's going for it. She hasn't called the 12.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
so
even with that line called,
Waiting for a judge's call.
even if Liam gets that arrow call, it's going to go. Okay, so it sounded like from where we were sitting. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's out.
So it's officially going to be 11, 10, 10.
Yeah.
But unless Gabby has an arrow call, which doesn't look like, it's going to be a 1-point victory, as close as you like it.
All right, that is official.
And it's official.
121-20.
So Lim Duna is going to be your champion.
The Women's Recurve Championship. Gabby Schloesser, congratulations. For second place, she's going to take $4,000 from us, $1,000 from Hoyt. And our champion, there you go. Our champion, Duna Lim, $8,000 from us, $2,000 from Weowis, 2024 Lancaster Archery Classic champ. And you ask her, so coming over here for her first time, how does that feel to be the Classic champion? All right, well, congratulations. We appreciate you coming over here. You are our Women's Recurve champion. You're welcome. Thank you.
Outstanding shooting by all these archers in the Recurve women's category, and it came down to just 1 point. That little miscue will be thought about for a little while, but still an amazing accomplishment just to get to this shoot up. Well, that'll do it for us for women's recurve here at the Lancaster Archery Classic from Spooky Sports Complex in Manheim, Pennsylvania. Hang with us. On deck, Olympic recurve. The men are coming up. Hang tight.
Lancaster Archery Supply and this tournament are only possible due to archers like you who've helped support us.
For 20 years, the Lancaster Archery Classic has been a staple of winter. As cold winds blow across the frozen landscapes, archers from all over the world converge on the Amish countryside of Lancaster County, Pennsylvania.
Rob really truly understands archery, very well, and the little nuances that make a difference. And I mean, I think that's why he can run a successful shoot and why people really, really like his shoot.
What started as Rob Kaufhold's vision of a unique, exciting archery tournament.
A lot of returning folks, and some that this may be your first classic.
That drew 116 archers the first year has exploded into one of the world's premier indoor competitions.
This is the best tournament of the year, in my opinion. It's hard to believe this tournament's grown to what it has.
For one weekend, amateurs and professionals alike put their hearts, souls, and minds on the line in the quest to call themselves Classic champion.
Wow! This is
At the Classic, you don't have to be perfect, but your mental focus cannot waver.
And he does it! It's in the middle! That scores an 11.
The final stage is a place where hearts are broken.
That could be the match.
And legends are made.
And he's done it, and he's done it with a perfect 33.
Those who compete here and shine will have their names etched in crystal and in history.
Are you kidding me? Look where that pinwheels it for the win.
Sitting at 12, and he does press it. Oh boy.
It's good. Wow.
It's all part of what makes this the Classic.
Imagine a target rest that could significantly increase forgiveness and make the arrow hit the same spot, even if the bow is torqued. Thanks to years of development by QAD's innovative team and proven by world champion Levi Morgan, the next revolution in target rest design is here. Ultra Rest TRI was designed to provide the target archer an extremely robust rest with maximum forgiveness, precision tuning, repeatable settings, the highest level of quality, and the type of accuracy that puts shooters on the podium. The Ultra Rest TRI from Quality Archery Designs.
One of our goals with products as a company is that they're new, they're exciting, they are something that has never really been done before or thought of in a different way.
We made it for the Series Bowhunter, along with just the Serious Archer. Oh my God, I shot the biggest buck in my life.
Tanya Gelantine, Mike Schloesser, Chance Boba, Paige Pierce, your Women's Open Pro champion.
Are you kidding me? From 6th place to Open Pro champ. Can he get it done?
Bingo. And there it is. Are you kidding me? It's good. It's good. How do you like that? The risk reward pays off with the 12 in the background illuminated for Brady Ellison. He takes it by 1 point. A good look at where you're walking into the Spooky Nook Sports Complex, heading to the registration desk here at the 20th Lancaster Archery Classic, a tournament that you all should come and shoot. A couple thousand people arrived here between Thursday and Friday, got their qualification rounds done, and now we are in the middle of our day of shoot-up finals. A very unique format and a unique scoring system here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. As you look at live shots, hi, I'm Greg White, Catalina G. Noriega. We're in the booth for Olympic Recurve. Some of the biggest names in the sport arrived here in Pennsylvania to shoot. And Catalina, so far we've seen some awesome archery today.
Yeah. It's been really good, really high level, so I'm excited to see the men's shoot.
A lot of 11s on the women's side of things on Olympic Recurve, and the competition was high, and our champion was decided. We won't give that away in case you just tuned in, but decided by one single point. It's definitely matches worth watching. But now here we are. Are we going to get into some bigger arrows, some smaller arrows? Are people going to be shooting at some 12s like Brady Ellison did? You saw in our preview. Like, what do you think? How do you think this is going to go today?
I think we might be. I'm not sure, but I think most of the guys that are shooting here are going to be shooting fat arrows, and I'm hoping we see some 12s today. It makes it more exciting, and yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, we'll see what we have on deck. But let's take a look at what's on deck for our schedule. We've already had Masters Open, Bowhunter. Just did women's recurve, so now we're in this block for Olympic recurve. Then we're going to go to Youth Male Open. That's a category with a ton of shooters. Men's Open as well. Then we're going to get to Women's Open Pro, and we're going to wrap up the day with our 8 shooters in the Open Pro category for 7 rounds of competition. It's a shoot-up format for this round. We have our top 4 seeds, and it's bottom up. So number 4 shoots against number 3, and then they're going to, whoever wins that advances to shoot up against number 2, and then the finals match against the number 1 seed. So if you're 4th placed, you could possibly win this. So that's our format, but now it's time to welcome our athletes to the field of play. So here's PJ Riley.
All right. All right, let's get things started with our Olympic recurve finals here. Our number 4 seed from Gallerate, Italy, Michele Frangili. 2012 Olympic gold medalist, 2-time Olympic team medalist, 2003 world champion. And our number 3 seed from Orange, California, Jack Williams. Two-time classic champion.
Here's a look at Jack Williams, 2020 Olympian, and Jack is on course to be part of our United States Olympic team again. You're very familiar with Jack.
Yeah, he's from Orange County, but he trains at the Olympic Training Center down in Chula Vista, and I trained there for almost 6 years. So yeah, been shooting with him for a while.
Michele Frangili, 2012 Olympic gold medalist, and no stranger to the pressure cooker that is these finals. And we're on our way, first end of 4, 20 yards downrange, 40-centimeter target face, innermost ring, scored as an 11 here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. And you called it, Catalina. We're going to see some fat arrows.
Yep.
Interesting little button.
Frangili.
11-10 line.
Also fat arrows.
Looks like Jack shooting those Easton aluminums or aluminiums, depending on where you're from.
10.
Okay. You can see Frangili has a really unique shot process, and he's been shooting like this forever. Like he won his Olympic gold medal
11.
with this technique, and it works for him.
Yeah, you don't see that normal, that traditional, I guess you can call it traditional now, Korean way to break the wrist. I mean, he's just shooting at it. He's shooting at the target.
9.
Kind of gets back there, has a little bit of a head movement to kind of settle into the shot. Got the, we call that a kisser button. We don't normally see that on many recurves, do we?
No, it's not very common.
Nothing wrong with it, just not very common. We don't see it. Yep. Here's PJ.
Michele coming from Italy, many times on the Lancaster Archery Classic stage. How's it feel to be back up here?
Yeah, very happy to come back here. This is my 5th time, and maybe not the last.
We certainly hope not.
Sorry?
I said we certainly hope not.
Non ho capito. Yes.
So we appreciate everything you folks do at GLO to support the Classic and for supporting archery. Can you run through your equipment for us? What are you shooting today?
Yeah, I shoot my GLO GF riser, GLO GTL 88 limbs, axial side, Whiffler plunger, piston arrow, my stabilizer 2,
And tell us who you got in your coach's box back here.
My father, yes.
Thanks to the Frangilis for coming out here. Again, Gilo, one of our longtime sponsors here at the Classic. We appreciate everything they do for us.
And here's a look at how Michele got to his score of 31. It's 31-30. So Frangili leads by a single point, heading into our second of 4 ends. And the Italian is going to shoot first on our target number 1. There is a 30-second shot clock, so there is enough time if a recurve archer or any other archer decided to let down and reset their shot.
11-10 line.
And that's why you shoot those fat arrows, right?
Catch those lines, yep.
Boy, it looks like Jack's just struggling to get through that clicker.
Yeah.
Frangili settling into his shot.
10.
It's interesting how Jack, in his shot process, will have a look down. It looks like he's kind of looking at the arrow or the riser before he addresses the target.
Yeah. I'm actually not sure what he's looking at, but he does do that every shot.
Do you like focus on the target all the way through the shot process once you get, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I keep my eyes on the target.
How about the placement of those shots?
Yeah.
If that was a single spot, he'd be beating arrows up for sure. All right, so there's one arrow call. That's why you see the 10 asterisks. There's just a question on whether that's going to be a 10 or a different value, whether it's the 9 or the 11. So that's why you see that.
Looking up here, I see in 2019, 2022, two very different pictures of Jack Williams.
Yeah, I mean, 2019 was still young Jack. So, and then 2022 was Olympian Jack. So, kind of trying to stay in that figure and not go back to wide Jack.
Absolutely, Jack Williams, congrats on making it to the Classic final stage. Jack's been up there many times, as has been.
That's kind of funny, actually, isn't it? Like what he was saying.
Yeah.
It's got to, you come in here and you see yourself on the 19 banner and you're like, wow. If you think about how much has changed just in this young man, but in the world in general from 19 to 24 now,
yeah.
It's been quite a change. So he trains at the center in Chula Vista.
Yes.
You have now gotten away from that. Where are you training mostly these days?
I'm in Phoenix now, training there in Phoenix with Jackson Mirich, who is his coach, and also standing on Jack's coach and also part of the USA national team. So yeah, I like it so far. So
no, that's good. Do you have a coach in Phoenix that you're working with, or is it just you're just basically just shooting every day?
I have a coach I'm working with, Coach Dick Tone.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
10-11 lines, same hole.
Same hole. So that's why they shoot the 3 spot.
Yeah, 100%. You do have the option when you sign up to come to this tournament whether you're going to shoot a single spot or a 3 spot. And at this level, you know, both in the women's recurve and in this Olympic recurve for men, single spot all the way.
Yeah. He's shooting very well.
It's just a good, smooth shot,
yeah.
right?
It looks like you got it.
He got it.
For the 12, yeah.
Yep.
I didn't even realize he went for the 12, but yeah.
See, that is a great answer from Geely, because normally after shooting a 12 and getting a 12, he's going to be thinking about it. But he answers with an 11. So with all that risk reward, it only really clawed back a single point for Jack. 11 is going to be critical here.
He got it. Yeah. So I think Jack was playing a little bit the strategy there because you only get 112 per end. So.
Let's go ahead and step on that button once there again. Jack, 32 the hard way.
I knew I had to go for it there, so yeah.
I appreciate the strategy. We had some folks yesterday who were a couple points behind and they only went for it at the end and it didn't help them. You're doing math while you're standing up here.
Yeah, I mean, don't want it to be just out of reach, so kind of got to keep it in check a little bit.
All right, Jack, Hoyt is another one of our big sponsors here at the Classic. Can you run through your gear for us?
Yeah, I got the GMX 27 right now with long limbs, so 72-inch bow this year. Shrewd stabilizers, the Whiffler Plunger Excel sights and tab, Shrewd aperture as well, and 2315s.
All right, good setup there for Jack Williams. And he needed that 12, pulled him. We now have a 2-point match heading into our last end. McKelly leads 93-91.
Catalina, G. Noriega. I'm a compound shooter. What's a plunger?
So good question. A plunger is what you see right there. It's on the side of the bow, like kind of sticking out just a little. And what it does is it helps the arrow come out of the bow cleaner, and like there's tension on it. The Whiffler plunger uses like magnetic tension, versus the biter plunger, or like the traditional plunger, uses a spring tension. It'll help the arrow come out of the bow the way it's supposed to.
Very critical tuning component on a recurve bow. And so for Jack Williams, he's hoping to catch a 10 line. So this is the final end of our shoot up. The winner of this match guaranteed a podium position. And there's a little bit of wiggle room. So to jump on this and capitalize, Williams needs to put it in the 11 ring.
Yeah. Okay.
Still a point. So now it's 1 point between him with the final arrow. So for Frangili to put this thing away, he needs to shoot a 12, but he's not going for it. He's going to go for the 11.
Yeah.
But we'll see if he shoots an 11, Williams is going to have to go for that 12 again.
Yep.
11.
And he gets it. So, yep. There's
Jack
Jack
just,
going
he
for
just
the 11.
stomped on it, yeah. He's got those Air Jordans on, hoping for a little MJ magic. Oh, just outright.
Yeah. Good effort.
A great 12 early on for Jack Williams, but can't close it out. Let's get to PJ.
Jack Williams is going to finish in 4th place here at the 2024 Classic. He's going to take home $800 from us. Congratulations, Jack. 4th place finish. All right, so that is official 123-119 victory for McKelly. And now we're going to bring out our number 2 seed from Brampton, Ontario, Canada, Devang Gupta.
Send your prayers up and your roots down deep. Add a few limbs to your family tree and watch their pencil marks in the grass in the yard all grow up. 'Cause the truth about
So for Gupta, 7 years shooting on the Canadian senior team. Gonna be interesting to hear from Gupta when it moves down here to Lancaster, PA area to shoot this great tournament, but we have seen some incredible shooters across the board, compound and recurve, coming out of Canada recently. All right, so we're going to get after it straight away. And Gupta moving Frangili off of his spot over to target number 2 and comes out of the gate swinging with a nearly inside out 11.
9. 9.
Good opportunity to keep taking a look at Gupta's shooting style. We'll have you talk about that in a little bit after we get a couple arrows under our belt. Frangili just such a strong shot.
Nine.
I did see Gupta grab a couple of what we call in archery confidence clicks. Just going to click left, click right, up, down, whatever you're going to do.
9.
Okay, so after all of that, unofficially, both called 8-9 liners, possibly, they're calling them 8, possibly 9s. They kind of look like 9s. Let's go to PJ.
Archery Classic final stage. I believe this is your first time on the final stage.
Yeah, it's my first time on the finals, second time shooting the Classic.
Second time shooting the Classic. Okay, you shot it once before, now you're up here. How's it feel?
It feels good.
Are the nerves flowing? You got lots of adrenaline in there?
I think you're helping with that.
All right. Hey, run through your gear for us, Devang. We want folks at home to know what we're shooting.
Yeah, I'm shooting the Win and Win bow 850X with MXT limbs, XL sight, XL stabilizers, Easton arrows, Fairweather tab, and Biter plunger.
All right, great looking setup there. Currently, Devang holds a 1-point lead, it looks like, 29-28.
All right, in this international battle we have going on the center stage, the winner of this match guarantees themselves second place, where at least these two archers will be standing on the podium later on today when they give away awards. But Devang Gupta starts us off. Good solid 10. Being down a point, Frangili and 11 here will get us all square.
11.
Just like that. It's a 39 apiece. All right, taking a look at Gupta's shot. What are you seeing in his shot process?
You definitely see like that very linear style, like almost Korean. Very quick, very smooth, like very different than Frangili or how we saw Jack shoot earlier as well. So they all shoot kind of different styles, and you know, there's no wrong or right way. There's just different styles.
Do you think that the style of the way you shoot becomes kind of something that you pick up, you start, and then a coach is going to coach you for your tendencies, or do you see Olympic recurve archers that have to redo themselves with depending on the coaching that they get?
I think it depends. Like I think there's definitely archers that will, like you say, like redo themselves, like depending on the coach they're with, and others kind of just as they started, they kind of just always maintain the same shooting style and just get coaching around that, if you will. It just depends. I think there's a little bit of everything.
So we have one arrow for Gupta that was kind of one of those arrows that was in or out, but it's called a 10, so we're all tied up.
All right, McKelly, you seem to be handling it very well. That is a confirmed score there. We have a 60-60 tie going into our third end. Give it up for these guys.
All right, so here's a good recap of some of the shots that we're seeing from Gupta, and for Catalina G. Noriega, you're talking about that style of shooting. Yeah. It is very consistent, you know.
Yeah.
There was one time when I was in Vegas for the, you know, it was Saturday. It was elimination matches for World Archery Indoor, and the Koreans were, like, there were like, I can't remember, 5 women or something that were there. and their shots looked 100% identical. The only difference was the timing of the shot.
Yeah.
But just the bow arm, the way the release was, the way that the wrist fell forward, and I just thought to myself, wow, they have got a production line of shooting style that's pretty incredible.
The Koreans definitely have a very notable style, how they look when they shoot, and it's very consistent with their archers. Of course, there's exceptions here and there, but yeah.
Yeah, you can see from Gupta there on that release that when it went off, it was low because you didn't see the traditional strong bow arm and the wrist break. It was him lifting his arm up, trying to get it back into the 10 ring.
Yeah.
All right, so off a couple nines, Gupta needs a strong shot here, and good. That looks really close.
Yeah.
With that hole right there, it's hard to see for us with the shadows, but if that holds off as an 11, it's exactly what he needs to stay in this one. Because after this arrow, we only have one end of competition remaining for this shoot up.
10.
Wow.
Okay.
Frangili's on it.
Devang coming to us from Ontario, Canada. Where do you train up there? Shout out.
The PL Archery Club in Brampton. It's an indoor 70-meter range. So
All right. Do you shoot mainly 70 meters there? Indoor, good mix of both?
mostly 70, but 2 days before the competition, I shot some 18.
2 days before.
Yeah.
Nothing like being prepared.
Well, that's because he's shooting those thicker arrows, so there's no way he's shooting those at 70 meters.
No, he definitely. I know some people, like Jack will tune a bow for indoor, and then he'll have an outdoor bow, so that way he can still kind of shoot both. I don't know what Devang does, but he might have that as well, or he just tuned this bow 2 days before coming here. Set it up and just went with it.
I mean, the shot process is going to be the same. So if you practice, right? But the angle of which you hold the bow, I would think would be different, right?
Yeah, and I would say indoor is also a different game. Like, yes, it's still the same shot, but it's a different game. In indoor, it's more like you're trying not to miss. Where in outdoor, like it could be a different mentality.
Yeah, indoor it's like you're giving points away, and outdoor you're earning points, right?
Points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Devang Gupta with that 11 has tied things up here in this final end. So now every point matters. And also,
11.
Oh.
Very
all right,
good
so
shot.
for Gupta, what that 11 possibly has done is taken the stress of having to go for that 12.
Yes.
Yeah, with that 11 as well, okay?
Yeah, and he's very centered now, so he's thinking about it.
So for Frangili, taking the time, you have a 30-second shot clock. There's 19 seconds remaining on the clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. He's going for the 11.
No 12 called. So Gupta not going for all the glory.
10.
Quick shot.
Oh.
And just hung it a little
Just low.
I mean, that's 3/4 shaft in.
I mean, still a good shot, but not enough.
Half shaft in, half shaft, but
Yeah.
still.
Got a couple close arrows.
We're going to wait for the official word, but what a final end for Gupta.
Yes.
Yep, 9-11-11 called. As we heard it, so. Hey, not bad for setting up a bow on Tuesday, or.
Yeah, not bad at all.
All right,
Very
so victory
good
goes to
shooting.
Frangili. And Gupta will finish third. Not a bad trip. Coming down to Manheim, Pennsylvania to shoot here at the 20th Lancaster Archery Classic at Spooky Sports Complex. Great facility. This place is so big, not only do we have a couple thousand archers competing, if you add the youth tournaments yesterday, it was nearly 3,000, but there's also great volleyball. Let's go to PJ.
From Billings, Montana, Brady Ellison.
All right, so Brady Ellison, not sure who he is. Career highlights, 900 in Vegas. He's got a couple other career highlights to go along with it. Some world championships, Olympic medalist. When it comes to U.S. Olympic recurve, Brady Ellison is the benchmark, and he's going to kick us off in our first end of 4 here at just about 20 yards downrange, 40-centimeter target face. Innermost ring is an 11 scoring ring, which Brady capitalizes on. Frangili, who's been around for the last couple of matches, came in our first match, won, advanced through the next round, and now finds himself in a position to possibly win here at Lancaster Archery Classic. I do have to say, over the years that I've been commentating, I am a little surprised to see Brady shooting the fatter arrows during an Olympic year. There have been times a couple years ago when he shot this or Vegas where he would stick with the skinnies just because of that. So I am a little surprised to see, but I guess, you know, the new Eastons that are coming out, I guess it's fine.
If I had to kind of guess on that, I would say it's because he's living in Montana now, and it's really, really cold. So there's really no way to shoot outdoor. So he is training indoor, like in the winter, all the time. So my guess would be that it's just made sense, and before when he was living in Arizona, he could still shoot outside, so maybe he had like that back and forth, but not right now.
Yeah,
so.
and we are like, what, 5 months from the Olympics?
Yes, like five-ish,
something like that. So he'll have plenty of times to get the 70-meter angle of the bow.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a lot of asterisks here, so we're going to find out, but let's get to BJ.
How's it feel to be up there?
Good. I always love coming to this tournament. I love getting on this stage. It's the only format like this. It's the only one where you get to talk and kind of hang out up here and talk to the old man next to me that we've been shooting together since the beginning of the weekend, and he said we're going to finish it. So.
All right, well, my favorite question to Brady whenever we're at a tournament is I ask him, how many times have you won this? And his answer is always, I don't know. He's won so many things so many times.
Let's take a look at Brady Ellison and how he got to his 30 points in his first end. And Catalina, it's a strong shot. It has some traditional Korean movements in it, some not.
Yeah.
It's just Brady's shot, isn't it?
It's Brady's shot. I don't know what else to say. It's very recognizable. I think you would see it and you're like, oh, that's Brady.
Yeah, if you did see just a silhouette and you didn't know who it was, you'd be like, oh yeah, I know that guy.
That's Brady.
Yep. All right, so here we go, second end of 4. And with the arrow calls, it's all tied up at 30 apiece.
11.
Good start.
So Brady just had his second baby, I think, a week ago. So amazing. He's shooting great here.
Shooting for diapers.
11-10 line.
Ooh. From my angle right here, I'd say that that's touching the line, and that's going to be the higher point value, 11. But we'll wait for the judges. Just low, off the 11 ring. Through the clicker and let it go, and a solid shot. The other thing about Brady too, I think, Catalina, is that yes, there's like a financial reward at this tournament, but there's not the glory of it. He's won it many times, so I think if Brady needs to take a risk and hit that 12 button, he will.
He will, yes. He won last year by hitting that button, so that was a very cool moment.
And a video that a lot of shooters watch over and over again, because it was a spectacular finish.
10.
Okay. So, barring that arrow call, Frangili, the 10 star, if it gets upgraded to an 11, which I'm predicting it might be, then we're going to be all tied up. If not, it'll be 62-61 after 2 ends. Here's BJ.
Series 27-inch riser, long limbs for a 72-inch setup this year. Started shooting it last year, about halfway through the season. Absolutely love going back to a 72-inch bow. True Ball XL sights and finger tab, shrewd stabilizers, and aperture. And got the old Easton Cobalts out this weekend, just having fun. And of course, shooting that new Gas Pro, or the new Gas Bowstrings Recurve Plus string that we came out with.
That's right, brand new string that you helped develop. First time developing a string. How's that been going for you?
It was awesome. It was a really long process, but I think we nailed it.
All right, very good. It certainly looks like it's working for you. After 2 ends, we have Brady with a 1-point lead, 62-61.
So Catalina, a lot of what I'm confused about is how you find, as an Olympic recurve shooter, a balance between the size of the riser you're going to shoot and the length of the limbs, because you hear Brady saying, I like a, go to this length, like has to be benefits and advantages for each of those sizes, but it seems like you almost have an infinite choice, right? So how do you settle on what length riser and what length limbs you're going to shoot?
So typically, it would be based on your draw length, and traditionally there's 3 bow lengths. And Hoyt had this 27-inch, and then they didn't have it for a while, and then they just brought it back with the GMX3 27-inch riser.
Okay.
And since Jack is also shooting that bow, since they have a little bit longer draw lengths, I think they like that feel. So it's a 72-inch bow total.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a 72, 70-inch, 68, or 66.
Wow.
Those are the
And you can
ones.
change that too with just limb lengths, correct?
Yeah.
So you have the ability to try it. Ooh. That's interesting. That didn't look like a great shot. Didn't look like Frangili thought it was a good shot, but it still hung a 10. But right now we are seeing some outstanding shooting. 2 inside-out 11s, 1 for each of these shooters so far in this end.
11.
Wow.
Wow, great
going,
end.
Yep, going
Yeah.
33. This is where Ellison is starting to get on the gas. So now that's 4 in a row for Brady Ellison on the 11 side of things. Now for Frangili, we're calling that a 10 star. And that is no question. So that'll be a judge's call on the bottom right arrow to see if that gets upgraded or if Ellison has a 2-point lead. Here's PJ.
Pro class, but this is Olympic recurve. Vittorio, I wanted to talk to you for a second. Gilo's been a long-time sponsor of the Classic. We appreciate everything you do. What keeps you coming back?
Listen, I started coming here in 2018, and I appreciated it a lot. So the year after I came with Michele, and he likes it, so I think we will come, I don't say forever, but unfortunately I'm not eternal, but I will try.
He likes it, so you keep coming back.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Well, we certainly appreciate Gilo's support here this weekend and through the years. And now, here we go. That was upgraded to a 33, matching 33s there. 1 end to go. Brady with a 1-point lead, 95-94. I'm sure both of these guys could hit that 12 if they want to. It's there if you need it.
You and I both looked at that arrow when they were looking at it, and we kind of thought it was out because we did see paper. However, it's important to note that the judges need to recreate the line and where it's sitting, even though it pushes the paper over. So that was the call to upgrade that 11.
Yeah, I think so. So now there's only 1 point difference.
11.
If Brady keeps shooting like this, Frangili might have to go for that 12.
That's what we're hoping for. Dropping it low. This is the final end of competition to decide who is going to be the Lancaster Archery Classic champion. 2 arrows to go for Brady Ellison.
11.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
He caught
He's
fire.
on. Yep.
That's now 6 in a row for Brady in the 11 ring.
Frangili just hit the 12 button, so he's definitely going for it.
Frangili was our 4th seed coming in here and has had an outstanding run up to this position.
11.
Yeah, he is pumped.
Yep. He's still going for that 12, so just for fun.
To entertain the crowd, Michele Frangili from Italy.
Oh.
Okay.
I don't think he went for it.
He called it, but he didn't go for it. Yeah.
Yes. Good shooting from both. Good shooting.
All right, so Brady Ellison adds another item to his resume and some diaper money. Here's PJ.
$4,000 from us, $600 from Gilo. Give it up for Michele Frangili. And our champion, $8,000 from us, $2,000 from Hoyt. Once again, Brady Ellison. Does that ever get old?
No.
All right, Brady, so this is an Olympic year. This is not Olympic format, but how does this help you prepare for the Olympics?
I mean, anytime you get in the spotlights and you get under that pressure and conform is going to help. It doesn't matter what you're doing, like any pressure situation you could put yourself in and you could come through, you learn things or you learn what you're doing is okay is going to help with the games.
All right, you got another 900 in you, you think?
I don't know. I didn't think I had the first one in me, to be honest, but if there's a year that I thought that I could do it, it is this year.
All right, there you have it. 2024 Olympic recurve champ, Brady Ellison.
Nothing like doing it with 7 11s in a row on the way out, Catalina. There has been some great shooting here. And what is your summation of what we saw in Olympic recurve?
I think the level was really high, and I mean, 7 straight 11s from Brady. That is impressive, and everyone just shot really well. Yeah.
It's great competition on the platform. Well, we certainly hope you enjoyed Olympic recurve here from the Lancaster Archery Classic. It's the 20th edition, and there's been some highs and lows, but either way, if you're a Brady Ellison fan, you're pumped just like he is. We'll be back for more competition after this.
I thought I put a lock on that thing.
Here you go, Tony.
Who told you to bring me these? These are not going to work for indoor arrows. I want you to bring me all the tack driver 375s we have.
Okay.
Wait. I want to make sure you understood. All of the tack driver 375s we have.
Okay.
The MTO team at Lancaster Archery Supply is always ready to custom build your arrows for hunting, competition, or backyard fun.
We didn't want to sacrifice on the stability of the riser. We did not want to sacrifice on these limbs, and so we went down the path of a different way to look at it.
We just wanted to start from the ground up, and where we ended up was with the title.
At the Lancaster Archery Foundation, it's our mission to get as many people as possible involved in the sport of archery. Whether that's helping the local 4-H club, archery range, or scout troop acquire equipment for their introductory archery programs, or providing money to help elite American athletes represent our nation at global tournaments. You can help us in our mission by donating today at LancasterArcheryFoundation.org.
Hey, Tony, we just got a new site in. We need a product video on it ASAP. I got an appointment. I'm not gonna be able to do it. You're gonna have to do it.
I have 50 other things to do today, and I have to do your job too. This is a sight. You put it on a bow. It has 3 pins for aiming. Is that good enough?
Shop Lancaster Archery Supply for all your archery needs. We've got the gear, we've got the knowledge, we've got the passion.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Spooky Nook Sports Complex, the 2024 Lancaster Archery Classic, 20th year here at the Classic, the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast. So we have had lots of action this morning. We're about to get into Youth Male Open. And welcome, everybody, to the Competition Archery Media Desk. I am PJ Riley, sitting alongside Casey Caulfield. Casey, what a morning we've had so far.
What a morning we've had. We've had a lot of good showings from a few compound divisions in the morning and then 2 recurve divisions, and now we are back with Youth Male Open coming up here next.
Yeah, we definitely want to get on to Youth Male Open, see those young folks, see how they can shoot. Youth Female Open yesterday was a real crowd pleaser here. But let's take a look at our schedule and see where we are in the mix. There you can see it, Youth Male Open in the middle. Men's Open, that's going to be a long one. We got 8 competitors in that. Then we go to Women's Open Pro. We finish out the day with our big match, Open Pro. That is also an 8-person competition. But here we have the top 4 in Youth Male Open. So they are ranked 1 to 4. And we need each one ranked. Ties are broken by 11s because what we do is shoot a bottom-up format. Our first match is going to be the number 4 seed versus number 3. Winner advances to number 2 and ultimately to number 1. Casey, we do that format so that all you have to do is make it in and you have a chance to win it all.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen a lot where the 4th place person works the whole way up to first, so you can be up there for 12 arrows, you can be up there for 3 matches, you know?
Yes, it's definitely exciting. We want to get right to the action, so we're going to toss out to Connor Caulfield to bring in our archers.
We are back at the Lancaster Archery Classic final stage. Our next division is Youth Male Open. Our 4th seed is Chase Passmore from Greenwich, New Jersey. He placed 2nd at the 2023 Vegas Shoot and 3rd at 2023 IBO Worlds. Our 3rd seed is Grady Kane from Madison, South Dakota. I believe he was last year's champion of this division. It's great to have him back here. Everyone, welcome these 2 shooters.
All right, there is a look at Grady Kane right there. He is our defending champ in this division.
That's right.
4-year shooting, 4-H state qualifier, 4-H, Casey. A lot of folks come up through that. That is definitely a feeding ground for archery. Chase Passmore from Greenwich, New Jersey, 2023 Vegas shoot runner-up, so he's used to some pressure.
Yeah, that's it's going to be a good match here. Grady starts us off. Oh, very nice.
Good start. So Casey, we are shooting 18 meters, basically 20 yards.
Yes, we are.
Is the distance we're shooting, 40-centimeter faces.
Yeah, and that 12 down there fits inside that X-ring. So you got a little bit of a bonus up there. See if anybody goes for it in this division.
That white ring between the 7 and 8, that is a 12. You can call that once per end. And big risk reward. You definitely get rewarded, but if you miss that, you're on the 7-8 line. I dig the haircut there.
Yeah, that's pretty fly.
That is a killer.
Yeah, you see the mullets are coming back.
Chase is going to make mullets great again.
Do you think maybe next year the Classic you'll show up with a mullet?
I'll show up with a mullet next year.
I'm
sure.
sticking you to it. You hear it, crowd. PJ doesn't show up with a mullet next year, he owes me $20.
Got a 10 there from Grady. Chase is working on a perfect score. Can he finish it out? Just low for a 10 there.
Still a great start.
You betcha. Connor's going to introduce us to our archers.
Chase, great shooting out of the gate here. How are you feeling up there? A little nervous. As many are. Is this your first time up here?
Yes.
Have you shot the Classic before?
My third time.
Third time at the Classic. First time up here. Great job. What bow are you shooting today?
Shoot my Hoyt Stratus 40.
All right, what else you got on there?
I have a Shibuya sight bar and a UV3. I got my UV button. I have Black Eagle 27s with Q2I vanes, Hamsky rest, and then my dad's leftover bars. I got a Bee Stinger 33 up front and a bow finger in the back.
Very good, very good. After the first end here, we have a 32 for Chase.
Recap of our first end there. A look at Chase Passmore with his unmatching bars. We like that.
Yeah,
he got his dad's leftovers.
A little bit of a Frankenbow going on.
He can certainly make it work. I think it's the mullet that's keeping those arrows in the 11 there.
All right, we got 1 point spread going in the second end.
I like Grady's hat there, the 30X Life.
Oh, heck yeah. Looking a little shaky, still a good shot.
Chase is he's just a sniper. He's showing no nerves.
Yeah, he does look really, calm and collected. Super steady too.
11.
Wow, look at that. Now I see he's shooting a 4-fletch. So you know a little more about compound than I do. What is the difference as far as advantage between 4-fletch or 3-fletch?
So these folks are shooting these big arrows. I can't see Chase's. I'm guessing. Oh, he did say Black Eagle 27. So that's the largest diameter. They're not the most forgiving arrows, are those 27 diameters. So he's got long fletchings and he's got 4 of them. So he's trying to stabilize that arrow quickly out of the bow. I mean, you only got 20 yards. So you got to get that thing to stabilize fast. Versus Grady there, we can see he's shooting tack driver 3.75s, 3 3/4 inches.
Wow, look at you. You just know from looking at it. Wow, that is...
I spend a lot of time in the warehouse.
Yeah, that's skill right there.
Chase said he is shooting Q2I vanes. Those are either 3 3/4 or 4 inches. All right, Connor's going to come over and talk to Grady.
It's good to have you back up here. Obviously, you were the champion of this division last year. Does it get any easier with experience?
No, not really.
Run us through what you're shooting today.
I'm shooting a PSC Dominator Duo with the M2 cams, Excel sight, and scope. AE Freak Show Rest, Excel Acclaim Bars, X27s, Easton X27s, Gas Bowstrings.
Very good. You're shooting good. We got a 1-point lead for Chase Passmore over Grady Kane going into our third end.
So Casey, we should mention here, while these young folks are shooting in here, out in the main hall, we have our Easton Youth and Collegiate Trophy Tournament going on.
That is right.
Which is nothing but kids out there. And basically, it allows them to come and experience the Classic for a fraction of the cost, fraction of the time commitment. They come in one day, shoot their 60 hours, and go home.
Yep.
These guys may have been here since Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, longer time commitment. It is more expensive to do the full Classic, you know, but you get the big stage. You're not going to get this experience anywhere else.
That's right. But for people who are just starting out and this might be their first time as a young kid at the Classic, the Easton Youth Tournament is a great way to kind of get your foot in the door. And you also get to be in the atmosphere with all the pros and get to meet some of your heroes out there.
Yeah, they're shooting on the same floor everybody else shot on. So you do get that big tournament atmosphere.
Yeah, I walked out there earlier and it's packed out there.
It's
so
packed.
there's a lot of attendance. It's
I
great.
believe we were in the vicinity of 800 kids in that tournament. We got kids shooting this tournament too.
That's amazing.
One of which being Chase Passmore, who is just pounding that 11.
Yeah, he's shooting pro scores up there.
11.
It's a good shot for Grady.
The quality of the youth archery in the last couple years especially has just been going through the roof.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I was looking at, you know, like the youth scores compared to the men's pro scores, and some of those kids would have made the men's pro cut. Like, that's just amazing.
Unbelievable.
For how young they are.
All right. Is there a good youth program there?
Yes. No. There is at my friend Rich's shop. What is it called? Archery at the Glen. They have a great USAT program.
All right, Archery at the Glen. Joe Ed program there is great. A lot of young archers to shoot with. So, very good. So, after 3 ends here, we have a 97-93 game in Chase's favor.
All right, here we're going to get a recap there. Good look at Grady Kane on the big screen and down below. He's going to have to pick it up here in the last end.
I see some 12s coming out here.
Yeah, we got a 4-point lead going into the last end there. We heard Chase Passmore mention that he shoots at Archery at the Glen in New Jersey. That's a well-known shop.
Heard that
great program.
club a few times.
Yep.
Between people being up on the stage, so it sounds like they're producing a lot of great archers.
We definitely like to see that. Grady's just pulling through that shot.
Keeps his eyes staring at the center though. Good focus.
Chase just looks like nothing is phasing him.
I like it. I like when he comes into anchor, he has like a little eyebrow nod that he does. Like his eyebrows go up and down. That's funny. Everybody has their own little thing that they do in their shot, but I just noticed that.
I'm usually blinking, trying to get the double vision to go away.
Oh, yeah? We got to work on that, Peach.
I'll see 2 targets. I blink, and then they go into one.
Oh, okay.
There he goes.
Yeah, the little eyebrows, yeah. Oh, just high. Still looking at that target. That's a great target there.
12 is called. I believe that's 1.5 centimeters is our 12 ring. Barely
Let's see
bigger.
what he can do. Oh, I think he got it.
He got it. He got it.
There you go. Is that the first 12 of the day, I believe? Or did we have one?
We had
this
one.
morning?
Jack Williams shot one in
Oh, okay.
Recurve.
Well, there you go. Second 12 of the day.
The crowd didn't cheer because they can't see that side of the arrow,
Oh,
but
gotcha.
he got that 12. We can see it better than they can.
Wow. Great job from Grady there.
Yeah. Why
Oh,
not?
yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
For sure.
For sure.
I love it. Got the 12. Heard BJ there in the booth the day off. How'd you feel? It was, you needed some stuff to happen. I love going for the 12. What'd you think?
I was pretty shaky the whole way, so I didn't really know what to think. It was more just try to stick to the process and stay smooth.
Yep. Very good. Very good. And we have matches official now. We have Chase Passmore moving on.
All right, there is that 12 from Grady Kane. Great way for him to end.
Yeah, still.
However,
great shot.
Yep. Chase Passmore is going to take the match 128 to 126. Grady Kane's going to go home with $350 for finishing in fourth. Connor's going to bring out our next archer.
Our second seed from Cedarsburg, Wisconsin, Owen Fromater. He was up on the stage here at the 2023 Classic and placed fourth. He is the S3DA Target National Champion and the 2023 S3DA Shooter of the Year. Everybody, let's welcome Owen Fromater.
All right, there's a look at Owen from Cedarburg, Wisconsin, S3DA Target Nationals champion.
There you
Man,
go.
these kids are coming in with some big titles.
And shooting 14 years, I wouldn't think he's much older than that. So he must have
Yeah,
started
right.
pretty young.
What did he start at, like 3?
Yeah, must be.
The youth division goes up to 17, so he can't be any older than that.
Right. Yeah, that's a lot of experience at a young age.
Said his dad got him into archery, and his coach, I'm guessing that's him in the coaching box there.
11-10 line.
I noticed he didn't push Chase off of his platform there. Usually with the
Yeah.
next oncoming archer, you kind of push him to shake him up a little bit. He decided to go on the open one where Grady was last match.
Right. Yeah, Chase could be getting comfortable over there. But I guess if you come out throwing down 11s from the beginning, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true.
9-10 line.
I think he caught that. I believe that's a 10.
Now I see Chase has that blinder on the outside of his sight. Tell me what that does for a compound archer.
So if you notice, he's shooting with both eyes open. So that's going to block what he's seeing. He's left-handed, so that's going to kind of block what he's seeing out of his right eye. He can keep both eyes open.
Okay.
Otherwise, so I am right-handed but left eye dominant. I have to kind of close my eyes, get my sight picture, and then I can open it.
Okay.
He's not doing that. He's just blocking out
Of
everything
that right
on the
side.
side there. Yeah.
All right.
10.
We have unofficial close score after that first end.
Owen, I saw that you were up here last year, up again this year. Feeling any different than last year?
Nope, same pressure as last year.
Very good. Let's run through your equipment here. What are you shooting today?
I'm shooting a Title 38 with a HHA sight, bee stinger bars, and spot hog rest.
Very nice. What arrows you got back there?
PS 27s, and then I shoot a stand blackjack release.
Very good, very good. Waiting on scores to be official here.
So, Owen came in qualification. He shot a 645.
That's a good score.
And that was 6th in
wow.
Youth Male Open.
So that competition is some stiff competition out there.
Incredible. Our next competitor was first, and he shot a 650.
Wow.
So
it's amazing.
These kids are they're pressing the pros there.
I do need to shout out the young lady, Grayson, who
Yes.
shot a 655.
You bet.
Qualified higher than the Youth Male Open. and I believe also higher than women's Open Pro.
You got
That's
it.
just amazing. Like, it's just so impressive what these young kids can do.
Yes, she was our youth female Open champion, and you're correct. Top female score at the Classic of anybody.
It's crazy. These kids are showing up and shooting good.
Yeah. They take it serious. You know, sometimes you wonder, you know, are you going to get the kids involved? You know, but these kids are involved and they're serious.
Oh yeah, and this is the future. I mean, looking at how these kids are shooting, like in the next 5 years, you know, they could be up here in the pro class.
Absolutely. Owen's working on 33 here. Let's see if he can do it.
11.
There he goes.
Nice shot. Just looking more comfortable.
Chase, 10 to tie, 11 to go, 1 point ahead. Big arrow.
Oh, it's close.
Oh, all right. It's
Might
gonna
be
a
looking
tie.
at tie.
Owen, where do you practice back home? What club do you shoot for?
I shoot out of Wicked Archery in Richfield, Wisconsin.
Very good. Do they have a good youth program there?
Yep, I shoot the S3DA team there, and it's not big, but it's a nice club.
Yeah, very good, very good. So S3DA, do you shoot, I know that's a mix of some target stuff, some 3D stuff. What do you enjoy more?
I like 3D more, less pressure on the range, but shoot-offs are usually pretty fun.
Yeah, I love both. Both are great. I'm just starting to get into the 3D stuff, and it's challenging. So. Looks like we have a level match here, 63 apiece.
All right.
On to the third end.
So here we go.
We are tied going into the third end.
And Casey, you know, one of the things we stress here at the Classic is that, you know, you don't have to be perfect. You just have to be good enough to keep moving on.
That's right.
Chase Passmore's out here, you know, shooting these 32s and 33s. He qualified 21st, but he is here in the Final Four.
Yeah, so you can definitely work your way up. And having the 11 in there, it definitely adds some pressure, but also relieves some pressure. Because if you shoot a 9, you're like, okay, I can shoot an 11, kind of even it back out. But also, if you, on the other flip side, depending on how you look at it, you shoot a 9, you're like, oh, that's kind of dropping 2 points
Down
instead
2
of 1. You know?
Casey, that's the way I always look at it. I don't see the other side.
You got to look on the bright side, too.
I only see I dropped 2.
10.
Owen's shooting. Yeah, he's definitely shooting a hinge. I couldn't see what Chase is shooting. Well, his hand's on the other side, but
11 inside.
oh no, he mentioned the UV button. Or was that our last archer?
I'm not sure. It looked like he drew it back with his thumb on the peg, so I'm going to assume it's probably not a thumb.
So what they're doing, assuming they're both shooting hinges, is they're just pulling through. There's no trigger. They just need that handle to rotate. So you just kind of pull, 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 and then the bow fires. Gives you what you call a surprise shot. You do that in recurve without the release, but
Right. A little bit different.
A little bit different.
That's a good end there. Look at that.
Now they're 33.
A few ends now. You feel like you're starting to settle in?
I thought it was the opposite, kind of.
It's starting to settle in, like, with the situation. All right.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, you're doing great. Waiting on official scores here, but we have a close match going on.
All right, Casey, we got a 1-point lead for Owen over Chase, 96-95.
Hoping to see a 12 come out here. You know, if it comes down to that last error, you got to go for it.
As well as Chase has been shooting, I'm sure he can hit it. Now, Casey, you're 1 point back. Would you go for it on the first one to put pressure, or wait and see if you need it?
I'd say wait and see if you need it. You know, compound, they're pretty accurate, but you never know. Something funky could happen. So I'd say at least wait till that second or third arrow and see what the situation is.
Yeah, Owen hasn't showed. Yeah, he hasn't shown much sign of giving up.
Yeah,
so.
he's just pounding right now. It's close.
Yeah, I think that's just a little low. I think that's going to go to a 10. Yeah. There's Owen.
A little bit of a longer hold.
10.
Still good shot.
So as you mentioned, that longer hold there, for Owen, it could be completely different, but I know for me, if it starts going long, I start collapsing in, and then the release is harder to go off.
They could, yeah. So he did a good job. He looked like he tried his best to stay strong and
keep it in the 10. Hey, that's
Yeah.
good. Chase comes back with an 11. I think we're going to see
looking
him
at
hit
1
that
point
12.
right now.
Yep.
11.
Oh, so
Here
he's
comes
got
the
it.
12.
Yep.
There it goes.
Let's see if Chase can hit the 12 here.
12 call.
He's been shooting really good, so I think if he makes a good shot up there, he could smoke it.
Nice and steady.
Just high.
Over top of it.
Wow.
Hey, he had to do it.
Yeah.
I think that 10 asterisk is going to stay a 10. So
Chase, that was so
if he was
close.
going to have any chance, he needed that.
I heard you got the word from your coach behind
Yeah,
you to
break
go for
it
that
for it.
12. Who do you have coaching you today?
I got Mark Passmore, my father. He was a prior pro, so I trust him.
Yeah, he. Did you shoot this weekend, Mr. Passmore?
I did. I made the cut. I finished 7th or qualified 7th, and just didn't shoot so well in the eliminations.
All right. Well, it's good to have you here coaching. So, waiting on scores to be official, and we have it now. We have Owen Frohmaner moving
All
on.
right, so that is an official score there. Casey, 128, 126. Chase Passmore is going to go home in 3rd place with $600. Not a bad way to finish the weekend.
Yeah, still he shot great and made a good decision to go for that 12 on the last end, but Owen will be moving on.
From Harper Grace, Maryland. He holds a national record in USA Archery, and he qualified first, shot his way through, and comes in as our 1st seed.
There we go. Ray Mitchell, 10 years shooting from Haverty Grace, Maryland, just down the road. USA record holder. And Casey, this is our archer who shot 650 in qualification. He would have qualified for top 64 in Open Pro.
How impressive. Wow. Yeah, he's I've seen him at a lot of shoots over the past few years, shooting really well. He shoots our Lancaster shoots, like we do like little money tournaments and stuff like that, and he's been doing really well in the matches, so I'm excited to see what he does here today.
All right, Owen Frohmaner is going to lead us off here. Yeah, this is a heavyweight battle here. These two guys can shoot.
Now, I will say it is tough to come in there as #1 seed shooting against somebody who's been warmed up already, and you're coming in fresh, so I'm interested to see how Ray deals with the pressure starting out fresh here.
11.
And he
That's pretty
smokes
good.
it. Yeah, that's impressive. Great start.
Yeah, the lighting in here is unique. We try to replicate it in the practice area, but it's not identical.
Yeah. So Owen had a little bit of a weak shot there. You could see his arm drop a little before it went off.
11-10 line.
We'll call that English or Bojitsu.
Yeah, try to save it. Just out.
Pretty steady there. There's not much movement. Yeah, that
Good shot.
Connor's going to introduce us to Ray.
Ray, it's good to have you up here. You're just down the river from us here in Lancaster. You're from Harvard Grace, Maryland. You've been to the Classic before?
For fourth year.
Very good. Is this your first time on the stage? Yes. Very good. What bow are you shooting today?
Point Invicta 40, gas strings, excel sight, true bars, Hamsky rest.
Very good. You're shooting well out of the gate. Waiting on scores to be official. I believe we had a line call there, and we're good now. We have a 29 for Owen Fromater and a 32 for Ray Mitchell.
All right, Casey, here is our recap from Ray Mitchell's first end. He comes
Strong
out
start.
with a 32. Good way to start. And so, Casey, folks always ask, you put that microphone up in their face. We want to, that's breaking their concentration, etc. So first thing, if you shoot the Classic and you make the finals, you know that's coming.
Right.
Nobody doesn't know that's what's happening.
Yeah, for sure. So I remember when I was young and had to talk while I was up on stage, I would just think okay, just pretend like you're talking with your friends or something, and it would be my dad who had the mic. And so I'd just be like, well, this is weird. I don't usually talk with you like this, but they're doing a good job. It's hard being up there, being a kid, and this guy's just sticking a mic in your face, but they're doing a good job.
And we like to, at most of these tournaments, you don't even know if they can talk. You never hear their voice. You don't know what they sound like.
Right.
We like to meet these folks,
Yeah.
and so they can give shout outs, to their shops, clubs.
Yeah.
Archery's a big community, and we want to get to know these folks. So
For
yeah,
sure.
I know people out there are going to say, you shouldn't do that. Well, if you come to the Classic, it's happening. 33 there from Owen.
11.
So 2-point swing there, or 2-point lead for Ray.
Oh, and 3-11's on it. Do you feel like you're starting to settle in now there, being up for a match?
Yeah, settling now after the second one.
Very good. And Ray, I've got a note. Those arrows are getting down there in a hurry. Those must be pretty light. What setup you got on those arrows?
380 grains.
That is light.
.380 grains we heard from Ray Mitchell there.
Those things are zipping.
We've got some of these pros who are coming up who shoot 300 grain points alone.
But his whole arrow is
his whole
just about
arrow.
that. Wow.
Yeah. So, but speed, that helps with, if you do have a little bobble, the arrow gets there a little faster.
Right.
So a little bit of forgiveness there. It's give and take in archery. Speed ain't free, as they say, Casey.
That's right. Just low there. Oh, might have caught. Now I notice Ray has that hyperextended elbow.
Yeah.
I notice some archers choose to have a little bit of a bend in it, or others, if they have that hyperextension, are more comfortable and steady shooting with it all the way straight. That's what Mr. Connor Caulfield does up there, who's commentating. I've always made fun of him for it because his hyperextension is extreme.
Yes, we had a young lady in Women's Open, Marissa Harding,
Yeah, has the
who
same.
equally.
Yeah. So, and you can tell, either way it works.
Yeah. Archery's one of those things, there are sort of guidelines, but you do what works for you.
Oh, there are so many ways to shoot a bow.
Yeah.
I think it just really depends on what's most comfortable and what you can replicate the best.
Yeah.
You want to be consistent.
Another 33 from Owen.
Put the pressure on. Ooh, we're looking at unofficial tie going in the last end.
Yeah, he needed that. And Ray shot 2 10s there. I mean, that's still a 31. You can't complain about that.
What words of wisdom have you given Ray so far in this match?
One arrow at a time.
Very good, very good. Focus on each arrow. You'll get through. We got a few line calls being worked out right now.
Great coach there. I don't know him. Casey, do you know him?
Yeah, Grayson, he is on our JOAD team. He is an impressive young man. I believe he is only about 12 years old, and I have seen him beat many like guys who are probably twice his age. You know, he's a good shot. I'm not exactly sure how he shot this weekend, but I've seen him shoot at JOAD, and he can throw down. So it's awesome seeing his buddy up there that he's coaching.
Coaching Ray Mitchell up there, and we were just noticing that we think they have matching cowboy boots on.
Oh, look at that. That's like ultimate friendship right there. Y'all aren't besties if you don't have matching boots.
All right, so we're coming into our last end, and so one of Owen's arrows must have been downgraded because Ray did have a 1-point lead still.
Oh, is that right? Okay. Yeah, I saw the judges making those line calls. Oh, and that might even it up right there.
I think that is a 10. So, 12. Will we see it?
11.
Good shot.
They are shooting for the title here, so. That's definitely, all right, Ray's gonna have to do it. Go for that 12.
He's got that 10 star there, but from what I could see, I think it's just out low.
Owen's last arrow.
Let's see if he can stay calm.
11.
Great
Oh,
shot.
there he goes. All right.
Oh, he's thinking
Ray.
about it.
Gotta hit the 12. No.
Oh, he's hoping that liner's gonna be in.
Did not hit the 12.
Playing it a little safe here.
11.
All right, so it really comes down to that liner.
It does. I think you're right, though, Casey. That's his left arrow there.
Yeah.
Is very important. Ray's first arrow at low 11-10 liner.
Yeah, there we could see, we got a good look at it, Casey. That is
just
10, so it is going to be a 1-point match.
But still, great shooting. 127, 126. That's an impressive match right there.
Congratulations, Ray. And our champion, Owen Fromater, first place, $2,000. Owen, how's it feel? Our 2023 Youth Male Open Classic champion.
It feels really good with all the hard work this year.
That's great. Let's give him a hand, everyone. Our 2023 Youth Male Open champion.
All right, great win there for Owen Fromater, our 2024 Classic champ there. But he closed it out. Great end to his match there. Casey, we appreciate your time. We are going to be back with one of our marathons here at the Lancaster Archery Classic Men's Open. Folks, this is going to be some high-level shooting. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back from Spooky Nook Sports Complex at the Lancaster Archery Classic.
Imagine a target rest that could significantly increase forgiveness and make the arrow hit the same spot, even if the bow is torqued. Thanks to years of development by QAD's innovative team, and proven by world champion Levi Morgan. The next revolution in target rest design is here. Ultra Rest TRI was designed to provide the target archer an extremely robust rest with maximum forgiveness, precision tuning, repeatable settings, the highest level of quality, and the type of accuracy that puts shooters on the podium. The Ultra Rest TRI from Quality Archery Designs.
One of our goals with products as a company is that they're new, they're exciting, they are something that has never really been done before or thought of in a different way.
We made it for the Series Bowhunter, along with just the Serious Archer. Oh my God, I shot the biggest buck in my life.
Tanya Galantine, Mike Schloesser, Chance Boboff, Paige Pierce, your Women's Open Pro champion.
Are you kidding me? From 6th place to Open Pro champ. Can you get it done? That's crazy.
Bingo. And there it is. Are you kidding me? It's good. It's good. How do you like that? The risk reward pays off with the 12 in the background illuminated for Brady Ellison. He takes it by 1 point.
This baby's bad.
For more info on the complete 2024 Elite lineup, visit EliteArchery.com.
Hey, Tony. Wanted to see if you had a couple minutes to go over the new features of the UV slider sight.
I know more than you.
Got a question about archery products?
I can help you get a target bow. Are you looking to get into an Olympic style setup or bare bow setup?
Our customer service and pro shop teams have all the answers.
We'll get these shipped out very shortly for you.
This baby's bad.
For more info on the complete 2024 Elite lineup, visit EliteArchery.com.
Hey everybody, welcome to the 20th Lancaster Archery Classic here from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex in Manheim, Pennsylvania. Shoot-ups on the way. This is the site over the last couple days of what it looked like in our vendor area. Tons of these vendors coming from all over the world. You can see Jet 6 coming in from Korea. Now we're looking at live shots of the arena here of our shoot-up venue. It's the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast. And now we're getting ready for Men's Open. Hi everybody, Greg White sitting along with Connor Kaufelt. And Connor, great day. Been a great weekend of shooting so far. What are some of the things that you've seen?
Well, on last night's cap of the evening, we saw a 12 in the barebow class. That was crazy. It's great matches today. You know, seeing new champions, you know, people winning it again, like Brady. He shot amazing in that Recurve finals match. What, 128 in Recurve?
Yeah.
It's been great so far.
I mean, can you imagine Brady Ellison earlier in the day shot 7 11s in a row to finish off his match. I mean, pretty incredible. And honest, I saw him after the match, and he was really pumped. Like, he's still pumped about it. He's pinging off the walls. But let's take a look at our schedule and what we've seen so far today and what we have coming up. So we started the morning Masters Open Pro, then we went to Bowhunter, then we had Women's Recurve and Olympic Recurve. We just got done with our Youth Male Open, and now we're on to the hotly contested Men's Open category, where they cut to 64, have elimination rounds, and we have 8 shooters that'll be all competing for that #1 spot. So here's how it works. Connor, tell us about our top 8 qualifiers and how this bottom-up format works.
Yep, so we'll start 7 against 8, and we'll work our way up until we have a winner. Rank ties are broken by 11s. So, yeah, we're here for 7 matches here, and we have some great competition coming in.
All right, so with all of that said, let's get to our field of play, and PJ Riley's going to introduce our first couple archers.
All right, here we go. Men's Open, one of our big divisions here at the Classic. Our number 8 qualifier from West Salem, Illinois, Jacob Weber. (2018-19) S3DA Shooter of the Year. And our number 7 seed from Apple Creek, Ohio, Joseph Hirschberger.
There's a look at Joey Hirschberger from Apple Creek, Ohio, shooting a PSC. He's been shooting quite a while, second place at Nationals before. And when Joey's on, he can bring it. And, of course, here's Jacob Weber. He's been shooting 9 years out of West Salem, Illinois, S3DA National Shooter of the Year. What's S3DA?
So it's Scholastic 3D Archery. They have a huge program as far as getting high school archers more involved in the sport, 3D, target archery, all of that.
That's great. And this is it. So this is kind of that amateur class and a variety of ages we're going to see, and shooting experience as well in our shoot-up format. So this is to determine 8th place. And it looks like Joey Hirschberger is going to start us off. Joey's bowstrings. This guy makes some bowstrings for some of the top archers in the world.
10.
So Joey starts off with the 10. And here's Jacob Weber.
11.
The shot looked really smooth.
And make no mistake, this is, yeah, you can call this an amateur class for sure, but the level of shooting can rival the professional categories coming up later today. And we're looking at target ice. Watch Joey grab a click or two on his sight.
11.
I think Connor, really being out on this main stage, you have to kind of figure out early, are the things not hitting in the middle because I'm nervous or because of my sight or whatever, right?
Yeah, it's tough to tell because there's a lot going on. The lighting is obviously not something you're used to. I mean, there's a practice range you can get sighted in as well as you can before, but I mean, it's like, it's bright on you, bright on the target. It's like very, very bright, and it can throw you off.
Yeah. So depending on Joey's call, could be an 11. Let's get down to PJ.
Hirschberg, I should know that. Joey, how you doing, Joey? Welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic final stage.
It's good to be here. I can't say much. But like yesterday, the matches were pretty tough, so I'm just lucky to be up here.
I believe I saw you qualified 42nd, so you had your work cut out for you.
Yeah, I didn't have the best qualifying score. It was a rough day, but yesterday it started clicking in a few matches, and I was able to get through them.
That's one of the things about the Classic. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to be good enough to advance.
Yep, that's correct.
All right, well, welcome back to the final stage there, Joey Hirschberger.
And that's the thing. So, like in this class, it's such a large class, the largest that the Lancaster Archery Classic has, that they cut to 64. So it gives more shooters an opportunity. Some of these classes they cut to 32, some of them cut to 16. Then they had elimination matches Saturday morning at 8 o'clock in the morning. I know Joey had shot our noon line on Friday, and I saw him right after, and he was kicking the can, man. He was not happy, but he was good enough to make the cut. And then, hey, you just need to be hot on Saturday morning, right?
Yeah, it's that qualifications, it's not really about putting up the top score. I mean, obviously there was the 50,000 up for a 660, but
yeah, that was
but
nobody hit that though, right?
Yep,
What
nobody got it this year.
What a shocker. There's only been 5, I think, 660 shot in the history of this tournament. However, as soon as you put $50,000 on the line,
it becomes a different thing.
Oh yeah, 100%. By the way, the target's just sitting there, 18 meters, 20 yards downrange. It's a 40-centimeter target face. The innermost ring is worth 11 points, and then you have 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 on this 3 spot. We're shooting 3 arrows per end, and we're shooting 4 ends, and the highest score wins. If we're tied after that 4th end, then we are going to a tiebreaker. And if we get there, we'll explain that. So right now we're in the middle of the 2nd end. This is going to be Jacob Weber, his final arrow of the 2nd end, and it's a nice 11. So right now, unofficially sitting on 63 points.
And if you're wondering at home what that little white circle at the bottom is, that's a 12. You can call it once per end. So not been utilized yet in this match, but later in the match, you can see it.
Here's PJ.
Have you been up here before?
Never have. First time.
First time at the tournament as well?
Second year.
Second year. All right. So you've been dreaming about getting up here and subjecting yourself to this torture. How does it feel to be up there?
Terrifying.
Perfect. Well, we hope you get through the nerves. You're shooting pretty good there. Can you run through your equipment for us?
Yeah, I got a Hoyt Invicta 40 with gas bowstrings, Hamsky rest and peep, Easton Super Drive 27s, True Ball HT Hybrid Flex, Conquest bars.
All right, and how much did your coach back here cost to get him to come out?
I just voluntold him.
Steve Anderson, the big cat from Hoyt, of course, in Jacob's box there. And after 2 ends, we have a tie match, 63-63.
And you'll be lucky enough to have Steve Anderson join us in the booth for a couple of the matches later on today, giving us his unique insight into the world of archery. It's good to see Steve, who is now the Hoyt Pro Staff Coordinator, or I don't know, Vice President of Shooters. I don't know whatever his official title is, but he's definitely in charge of scouting out the young talent and getting on board the hot talent that is currently in archery. So it's good to see Steve supporting his archers. Nice shot. You could see some movement in Joey trying to get on that target. Ooh, it's a nice shot. It's interesting. I'm looking at Joey's arrows, and he's got 4 Fletch veins, and you can see for Jacob here, he's got the 3.
Yeah.
But Jacob's also got a drop away rest, and it looks like Joey's shooting a blade rest that doesn't drop away, and that I've seen 4 Fletch on dropaways plenty of times, but on a 3 or on a bladed rest with 4, I think it's a little bit more rare, right?
Yeah, it gets a little closer as far as risking contact, but he's making it work out there for sure.
Yeah, he certainly is. Here's PJ.
Good end there. Run through your gear for us.
Shooting a PSC bow, True Ball XL, Bee Stinger, Gold Tip, AE rest and vanes, and then obviously Joey's bowstrings.
I was going to say, do you know a good bowstring maker?
Absolutely.
All right, Joe, you make a lot of great bowstrings for a lot of competitors out here. How much time do you spend doing that? More time than shooting, probably.
Yeah, definitely. I don't keep track of it, but it's a lot.
All right, Joey. Well, great shooting there with that 33. And with that 33, Joey's going to take a 1-point lead.
Here's a look at Joey's shot, Connor. Tell us what you're seeing out of Joey and the way he's getting after it today.
Yeah, he's pulling good. Some of the shots I noticed a little bit of head movement at the start, but he steadies up as it goes on, and he gets through it. 3 great shots there.
This is the problem, though, with people. I often find they fall in love with the sport. Let's just say archery, for instance, and then they want to start a business in archery because they love it so much. And then after you start a business in archery, what's the first thing that suffers?
The shooting.
The shooting. Yeah, and you know, I think Joey started off making his own strings for himself, and then someone said, "Hey, Joey, can you make me a set?" And then everybody was like, "Hey,
yeah,
these are great strings." And the next thing you know, you got yourself a business, and the shooting starts to drop. So it's one of those be careful what you wish for situations. But Joey having a great run after our 44th qualifier. And keep in mind with the format of this tournament is not only do you carry the number of points that you shot in qualification, but into your elimination matches, every arrow matters as well, because it's the total cumulative points that you get through the elimination matches that set your seed.
And with the cut being 64 in this class, there's a lot of arrows in those elimination matches that can boost you up as far as your qualification. And you know, he may have been in the 40s, but that's not that many points behind a lot of people in this division. It's close.
A 10-11 liner for Weber. Kind of looks like an 11 to me. Joey looking for another 11. Nope, goes wide.
Just caught the 10.
It's a 9-10 liner call, but to us, it looks like a 10.
Yeah, you can tell from the follow through he wasn't happy with where that one broke.
Joey putting the arrow back on the rest with his mouth.
Yeah, that's something we've seen before. I think the year Jacob Marlowe won the Open Pro class, he was doing the same thing.
Just kind of grabbed one of those 4 veins and was able to just kind of move the arrow back on the rest.
All right, we're waiting on 2.
The other thing that's interesting here at the Lancaster Archery Classic is that the shooters have the monitors right by their feet, so they actually have an isolated camera that's looking at that. But rare is it that we've seen a shooter actually look through their binos. That's only the second time. I saw Joey looking through with his binos. He continues to, you know, try to look and see what he's looking at. But with the monitor sitting right there, I find it very convenient.
Yeah, it makes it nice, especially, you know, late in the match, trying to decide whether it might be worth going for that 12 to see if, you know, you can tie or take the match. It's nice to have that in front of you to tell.
Yep. So with our arrow calls all done and dusted, it's going to be Joey Hirschberger who takes the win by a single point over the young Jacob Weber, who gets plenty of experience coming out here. So for that, now Joey Hirschberger gets to advance to shoot against our number 6 qualifier, and here's PJ.
From Waupaca, Wisconsin, Mason Siverling.
So for Mason Silverling, he qualified in 6th place, and through the elimination rounds was able to stay there, shooting 10 years. Youth Indoor Nats 1st place finish. So there's just so much talent that comes into this arena, and Mason Silverling is another one. All right, and it looks like Nathan is going to get us going. Didn't move Joey Hirschberger off of his spot. Hirschberger, a left-handed shooter.
11.
Facing the crowd, and Silverling with a good start. Good solid 11.
10.
A little high for Joey.
another one he has to pick up off the shelf and get on that rest.
It's funny too because he does it in such a casual manner and then is able to get his head in the right anchor position.
Yep, and gets an 11 out of it.
Yeah, it's definitely not something he's only doing here. It's something that he does on the regular.
10.
Great shot there.
Yeah. You could tell from the execution to the bow arm and the way that the bow jumped out of his hand, it was great. Here's PJ.
Final stage. Have you been here before?
It's my first time.
First time on the stage and the tournament as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I have to ask you, hashtag Wisco Boys. I see Zach Plonsky, Louis Holmes, all those guys. Where does that come from?
Well, Zach started with a couple people, and then they kind of fell off, and Zach was left. But now we got a lot of people wearing them. So.
A lot of folks from Wisconsin. You guys are all from. How's the archery scene in your area?
It's pretty competitive. I go shoot with Zach quite a bit, but around Wapaka, there isn't much people for competitiveness.
All right, well, welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic final stage.
All right, let's recap of our shooter that just arrived on the stage. And Connor, what are you seeing from his shot process and shot execution?
He's looking good, very steady on the bow. Like, you don't see much movement at all. He's working through it well. Just that one ended up a little bit to the left.
So after our first end of 4, it's all tied up at 32 apiece. Joey Hirschberger, after qualifying 44th, making his way through eliminations, is trying to do in this class what the CEO did a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that was an incredible run. We saw Tim Hanley, I think.
Tim Hanley, oh yeah.
He had a great run.
Now Hanley was our 8th place seed and worked his way all the way up. Hirschberger, technically our 7th seed, but nonetheless, to try to work your way through all these matches with 8 shooters and 7 matches, that's a ton of arrows. And if Joey's working more than he's shooting, somewhere along the line, fatigue's going to play a factor.
line.
9-10 line.
Yeah,
looks like a 10
one.
to me, but we'll see what the arrow call is later.
11-10 line.
That one looks like it caught it.
Yeah.
Josh is on the wrong side to see that one.
Yeah. For live, Josh Grind calling arrows from the left side of the stage. Good shot.
That one's good.
Because there was a little bobble there, just that up and down bobble, and sometimes your timing can be off and it just drops out the bottom.
10.
Ooh, just left. There's a couple arrow calls. Like I think that 9 for Silverlane.
Yeah, I think it might get upgraded.
Yeah, as well as that 10 from Hirschberger.
Dead center bars. I think I got maybe Super or no, Easton X27.
What release are you shooting?
The Hinge 2.
All right, Ultra View. Good setup there for Mason.
For Mason Silverling, he was saying that he is shooting, as you can see, that new Matthews title.
Yeah, I love that color.
It's a great color, and one of the other things too I like to see is what the shooters are doing with it, because there is that brass weight that's on the bottom, because you know the talking points are they made the bow stronger than the TRX line, but it's lighter, so they added a weight at the bottom to kind of keep it around that 4.5 to 5 pound target kind of weight range.
Yeah.
a lot of the pro shooters not choosing to use that weight, and some of the shooters do. It's totally preference, right? It's just your style.
Yeah, it's whether you want to, use that weight to stick it on the, if you'd rather have that weight on the end of the stabilizers, or, having it low on the bow like that is also good. Helps stabilize everything, so.
Yeah. And you can see that weight I'm talking about is, it's not as easy to see on this riser because of the color, but if you look at the bottom limbs as it connects to the riser, which is that yellow aluminum bit, that weight is just above where the limb pocket is. Third end of 4 ends for this match. Great shot.
Great.
The winner of this match advances to shoot against our 5th seed in the tournament. Caught that one on the right side.
Got it. Bit long on that shot, makes it work though. 11. That one was much quicker.
Yeah.
He has quite a long process getting into anchor, but once he's there, that one went quick. He executed well. 11's all around, looks like.
33s across the board, and unofficially Silverling with still a 1-point advantage, 96 to 97. Here's PJ.
Feeling more comfortable up there now?
Yeah, it's better than the first match, but they're not hitting as good for some reason, so.
They're not now?
It doesn't feel like it, but we'll see what the score is on this last end.
All right, well, that end seemed to work pretty well for both of these guys. 33-33. Can't do any better than that, except you hit that 12 button.
And there's PJ. He's going to start trying to sell the 12. We've got a lot of matches in the men's open category, which is what we're shooting right now in our shoot-up format here at the 20th Lancaster Archery Classic from Spooky Nook Sports Complex. A couple thousand shooters showed up to compete in this tournament. So many shooters that they've extended their shooting line. We used to have it Friday, and then they opened up a 4 o'clock line, I believe, last year on Thursday, and then a noon line and a 4 o'clock on Thursday this year. And we still had, I shot the noon line on Thursday, and we still had almost 200 shooters during that line. And really nice. Encourage everybody to come out and shoot just to get the experience, to take a look at the vendors. You know, Lancaster Archery Supply is down the road. Good shot by Silverling, but a little bit to the left.
Yep.
That
11 would level it up, yeah. And he gets it.
I don't know what Joey's talking about. Not hit. Maybe he thinks everything should be inside out in the middle.
Yeah, because he's only dropped, what, 3 points so far? That's some good shooting.
A little high, even though it's in that hole. That's a call that Josh is making. The judges will have a look at that. There's no line left. I'll have to draw that line.
11-10 line, same hole.
I think that's
that'll be
that's clearly
Yep. So now a decision to be made. You go for that 12.
Yeah, this is that final end of competition.
Doesn't look like he called, so.
Nice 30-second shot clock, and he had 5 seconds left on that clock. All right, so here's Joey.
Looking to put it away. Looks good.
Okay, so an 11.
Need some line calls, but.
Yeah. So Joey has 2 that are in question. So what'll happen is if he gets those line calls, if it goes 11-11-11, he wins. If it goes 11-10-11, we're tied up. And if it stays at 10-10, then Silverling wins. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah,
so this is where we wait for the judge.
It's going to tell us how we finish out this line.
To me, there's no question there, because generally with a 27, you know, there's a lot of talk about if it touches the line, if it breaks the line, is it good? Generally, that one's
that's
pretty
a
far
little
out.
too much yellow for it to be touching.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like official score, and so Joey Hirschberger ends up catching those 2. So 129 to 128, and Mason Silverling will finish in 7th place, and Hirschberger will advance to shoot against our 5th place seed. So good shooting from Joey, and it's that razor close in this men's open category. So now PJ's.
Okay, now we are going to bring out our number 5 seed from Turin, Italy, Mattia Viselli.
Mattia Viselli from Turin, Italy, shooting 20 years. I don't know how that's possible. He said that the reason that he got into archery is he saw Legolas shoot when he was 8 years old. Is Lord of the Rings that old? Well, I guess so.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah,
What do you know?
I don't
What are
know
you,
much
like
about
21
it.
or something?
22 now.
Oh, 22. I'm sorry.
Oh
Yeah,
my
22.
gosh. Yeah.
Well, you're getting up there, Grandpa.
Yeah, right.
All right, so here we are. Our number 7 seed shooting against our number 5 seed. The Italian coming in here. We're looking at 18 meters, 20 yards down range, 40 centimeter target face, innermost circle worth 11 points. There is a 12 ring that's in play. We'll show you that in a moment, but. Ooh. That's
Great
what,
first arrow.
Yeah, I call that a good start.
Yeah.
And Viselli moved Joey off of his spot as well. I like that move. Give him a different look.
Yeah. Just, I mean, the stages are identical, but I mean, just that little part of like discomfort or doubt that, you know, you're not in your spot anymore can play a bit of mind games. Great second shot too.
Wow. Joey back on it. A little bit high for our bronze medalist from the European Youth Cup. A little past thing for Mattia Viselli. All right, so unofficially it looks like it's going to be 32-31 after the first end of 4. Here's PJ.
Welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic finals stage. Is this your first time up here?
Yes, it's the first time, and thank you.
First time at the tournament as well?
First tournament in this tournament, and the first international tournament with compound.
All right, with compound. So did you used to shoot recurve?
Yeah, first I shoot recurve in the young national team.
Okay, gotcha. So making a switch. So how does it feel to be up here on the final stage?
I'm so happy and so nervous. Okay.
Nervous, that's the word.
Thank you.
All right, Matteo, great opening end there for you. Coming out with the 32.
So looking at his shot, Connor, what do you think?
I think it looks good. Out of the gate, shooting, you know, 2 perfect arrows, and that one just ending up a tad high.
I'm interested because we know you have shot it all. You've shot recurve, barebow, you've shot compound. You were in this class, and we're very close, from what I understand, to being on this stage. But unfortunately, you have to sit here with me, and I apologize for that. But just looking at the Italian shot, do you see a recurve influence in that shot, or has he made the transition to full-blown compound shooter?
Yeah, there's a lot of parts of a recurve shot that are transferable, like just good expansion in general is what you need to have a good executed shot, and he seems to be doing really well with that. As far as other things in the form, I'm not seeing a whole lot right now. It looks pretty like typical compound.
Compoundy, yeah. That's what I was thinking. And out there's Joey getting that arrow right back on the rest. That works for him. The other thing I want to talk about when we get a shot, like a wider shot, and we don't get to talk about this very often, but as someone who's coached youth and that you've done for a long time, let's talk about your feet and the position that you have, because there's a variety of ways to shoot it. There's more of an open stance that Joey has, and so tell us a little bit about feet placement and how important it is to consistently use your feet.
Yeah, you want a stable base for your shot, and it sets up a lot. You obviously are going to have your torso turned so that you're like perpendicular to the target, but that stable base, kind of making a triangle with your feet, really helps a lot, keeping you steady.
Shred minimak, Bistinger step, and XD weights, and just swings. Swings. Go.
Arrows?
Victory. Arrow. 27.
Which release are you shooting?
Goat. Two-ball goat.
Two-ball goat. All right. Well, it seems to be working for you, Mattia. Another 32 there.
So that bow, by the way, if you missed the bow we were talking about, that looks like the Bowtech Reckoning Gen 2 39 would be my guess, just from the size of him. Really, really great bow, and a lot of people don't really understand how good of a bow it really is, and it's got a lot of features on it.
Yeah, so much you can do to change, to get it to feel right for you. Looks like that one will catch on closer inspection.
So that would, a 10 here would keep us tied. But that 11 still allows Joey, or I guess it kind of solidifies Joey's 1-point lead, but we think that might be an 11.
Yeah, so it might be tied here. I like that slowly setting the thumb on the button, pulling through. Solid 11 there.
You could
that
tell
one went a little faster than he would have liked.
Yeah. He got the thumb on the barrel of his release and just kind of like
went
popped it off
almost immediately.
Okay. So depending on this arrow call, we could have a 2-point advantage for Hirschberger heading into the final end. Here's PJ.
Interesting things about the Classic is you just have to be good enough to advance. As we mentioned, you come in as the number 7 seed, so it's a rough road to the top. You can still get there, but how you feeling after a couple matches?
Definitely better than the first match. It's starting to click a little bit, so hopefully it stays.
All right. We certainly wish you the best of luck there. And going into our final end.
So the official score is in, and so it is only a single-point lead in our final end of this match. The winner of this match advances to shoot against the number 4 seed as we continue to get closer and closer here in the men's open to a secure podium finish. And Joey Hirschberger from the first match is trying to work his way all the way to that #1 spot.
Something's telling me we're going to see a 12 this end, Greg.
Oh, you think so, huh? I like it.
I'm feeling it.
Okay. 3 arrows for each archer to go. I think that arrow right there, if Joey shoots an 11, is going to force a 12 without question.
Oh,
no.
Just low.
Yep. There we go.
There.
Back to a point. Okay.
And he calls it.
You called it. Going for that 1.5 centimeter dot in the red at the bottom.
Little shaky. Tough to aim down at that 8-7 line.
He got it. They're saying he got it.
Our camera doesn't have a good angle, but Josh is probably
better angle.
Got a much better angle.
All you
on
have to
it.
do is touch that line.
And Joey calls one too.
Oh boy. Joey's trying to put his foot on the gas here.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Matches in his hands going for the 12. Oh.
Wait, what? Didn't Joey just have to shoot an 11 to win?
No, I believe 11 would have tied, 12 would have won. So he was trying to just end it right there.
Finishing 6th place at the Classic. Joey Hirschberg's going to take home $800. Great run, Joey. Congratulations. All right, our #4 seed from Spring, Texas, Zach Rebstock.
Zach Rebstock, 11 years shooting. The highlight is right now for this young archer, and why not? I mean, to make it to the cut is one thing, to get through elimination matches and find yourself in this position as the #5 seed, massively impressive.
Yeah, the cut was 39. Some 39s made it. I think some didn't on ties. It's tough. I fell short of that by a few points. I had a rough start, but it's a tough class here.
We're already on our way, and an 11 is shot. Rebstock qualifying with a 653. Again, 11s are in play, so in qualifications, the max you could shoot is 660. So your 5th place seed qualified actually in 3rd place, but then through the elimination matches, when you add up all the points, knocked Zach to P5. Some good looking shots out of the gate.
Yeah, bow arm moved like that one broke a little low for him.
Trying to will it up into the 11 ring.
Doesn't often work, but you got to do everything you can, you know.
Yeah. Wow. First end, 2-point swing, a little high. for Mattia from Italy. Looks like 11, 10, 10.
There we go.
And here's PJ.
Lancaster Archery Classic stage. We met the other day. I know this is your first time up here.
It is, yes.
In fact, this is your first time at the tournament. You weren't even going to come. Your coach had to talk you into it.
He did, yeah.
And so how does it feel now? You glad you came?
Definitely.
So any money you win, you're going to split with him.
Not a chance.
Sorry, Dakota, I tried. All right, Zach Rebstock, welcome to the Classic Final stage. You open with a 33. And Mattia, 31, 2-point lead.
Let's talk about what's hanging on his hat, on Zach's hat. You saw it during his interview. What is that thing?
It's a blinder, so sometimes archers use it. It's mainly, it blocks out your non-dominant eye. So some people close their non-dominant eye, some people leave it open, and they're able to focus just that dominant eye through the peep and to the sight. But it helps a lot if you're having trouble with, seeing double with the peep.
Seeing double, sometimes if you have a lot of left and rights, that's something that you want to check. If you're an archer watching this, you're an amateur archer, is you want to check your eye dominance. And if you're a right-handed shooter, left eye dominant, you want to take a look at that. Love those shoes. That is a World Archery target face looking shoe.
Yeah, those are cool.
Where did
I
get
didn't
those?
notice those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To find out where Zach Rebstock got a hold of those is 5 shots now from Rebstock and 5 11s. Okay, wasn't happy with the shot, but
it
it
seemed
landed.
a little unsure, but yeah, it made it.
Would you start calling 12s now if you were the Italian?
2 points back. This end, probably not. Third end, definitely 2 points back. You need to be in this class. I mean, there's just not a lot of points on the table. People aren't going to be giving up a lot. So 2 points, 2 ends. It's when you need the 12.
Okay, there you go. Now, I will note that Zach Rebstock has, I don't know, would you call it an affirmation on his bow? He's got a sticker that says, "Don't suck." I don't think you can don't an affirmation.
Yeah.
I think an affirmation word would be great.
Yeah.
But "don't suck" right now for Zach is working for him. He's talking to PJ.
I kind of got a hodgepodge. I got a PSC, Shibuya, Shrewd, Hamski, Ramrods, Bee Stinger. I'm using a Carter release.
And your arrows?
Black Eagle.
Okay, most importantly though, what kind of shoes are they?
I got them on Amazon.
Amazon, all right. And tell us about your sticker on there. Read it out for us because we want to make sure that you follow that rule.
It says "Don't suck." I got it from Dakota back here.
All right. Well, you certainly are not doing that now. Back-to-back 33s.
Maybe it's just an advice sticker more than it is a sticker of affirmation. I've written stuff on my riser before. Have you ever done that?
I have, yeah, a little label printer. When I shot Recurve, I had one. I had one on the riser. I forget exactly what it said nowadays. It's been a long time since I've shot Recurve, but yeah, that stands out.
It definitely does. I know I've written stuff on the riser like pull through the shot or aim at the target. Sometimes I can get caught looking at the dot on my lens instead of actually focusing on the target. So it's changed over the years for sure. 7 shots in a row for Zach Rebstock and 7 11s so far.
Oh, that is close.
Yeah, looks a little high, but
yeah,
call it an 11.
That's making it look like we definitely need a 12 this end for Mattia. Oh, still a 2-point game, but so we'll see what Mattia decides to do with his third arrow. No call on this one.
This is the third end of 4. Whoa. That's something we normally don't see at this level. That one just drifted left.
Got away from him a little bit. And he prematurely calls before it's his turn. He knows he has to go for it to stay in this one.
Yep. All right,
right, so 12 is called. This is the third end. So after this, you'll still have another go at it. Kind of going back and forth on the trigger. He got it.
Smoked it.
Yeah. That was a great shot. Patience, let the shot develop.
Mattia with authority on that 12.
Yeah, no, not so. I'm so lucky.
That's a little more than luck there. How's it going? So you're a couple matches in now. Are you feeling better?
Yeah, better and better, but the tension is so high.
Tension is high, he says. All right, well, congratulations, Mattia. You earned me another day off with that.
Yeah, that was a great shot. I mean, that's with a 1.5 centimeter dot. That's pretty much smashing it.
Yeah, yeah. There's not much better you can do hitting that.
And the other thing now, 98, 97. So there's only 1 point between the two of them. Is that probably with Mattia is going to build some confidence, because if he's in a position where he needs to go for that 12 again, he knows he's got that one in the bank.
Yeah. Now, it might be interesting strategy-wise to see Rebstock elects to shoot second here. So that is important for who gets the last shot, because with this 12 in play, if Mattia hits it, Zach might want to respond with one of his own.
I like that strategic move. This is the final end. The winner of this advances to shoot against the number 4 seed. Toe-to-toe, still a 1 point advantage for Rebstock. An 11 here from Rebstock, and I think that
we're going to see a 12 knee.
Yeah, he's always got to call it. He's got to grab the reins and get after it.
Ooh,
little bobble there.
Little bobble. He
Still
got
paid
it,
yep.
and 12 has been called. Mattia needs it to force Zach to either shoot an 11 to tie or a 12 to win.
Can he do it twice in a row? Oh, just to the right. All right, so now an 8 to win for Rebstock. And an 11 will do it. Strategically well played by Rebstock. I like it. And also by Mattia Viselli, because he forced that whole situation. Didn't get the 12.
On the
yeah, but that 112 did it.
All right, our number 3 seed here in Men's Open, right down the road from Anvil, PA, Hunter Garrison.
All right, Hunter Garrison, our number 3 seed with the 12 years experience, 2019 NFA Outdoor National Champ. That's a tournament, and that's a shooting discipline out there. Also Pennsylvania.
And we're right into it. Zach back to shooting first. well, I guess Hunter had the choice and chose to shoot second here because he is the higher seeded archer.
Keep in mind the winner of this match guarantees themselves a podium finish. Yeah, Connor, that's who you're talking about. You can see where Garrison closes that right eye.
As opposed to Zach with the blinder doesn't have to do that.
The other thing to be aware of, folks, if you're watching this, that there's some people that are super eye dominant, is what optometrists call it, where you're just going to be right eye or just going to be left eye. But there's also a dominance where it switches back and forth. And so if you feel like or test maybe that it's going back and forth, it's a good option. Try closing your eye or try getting a blinder. Here's PJ.
Hunter, looking at Zach. Hunter from Anvil, PA. You've been up here before on the Classic Final Stage.
Nope.
You have not. All right. How many times have you shot the Classic?
I've only missed one since 2016.
Okay, so you've been dreaming about getting up here to subject yourself to this. How does it feel to finally be up here?
It feels good, but it's nerve-wracking.
All right, so Hunter, one of the things we like to talk about with the men's open class, you folks do this because you love it. What do you do at home for work? What do you do for a living?
I work in a warehouse and just have fun.
Just have fun. And you're out here shooting a bow with some of the best. Our men's open division is one of the most competitive we have. It is the largest division. So we certainly appreciate you coming out. Right now, as we mentioned, we have a 33-33 tie.
33-33 tie right out of the box, and this is the level that we're talking about with this men's open division. I mean, it is like pro level stuff. So for Hunter Garrison, though, qualified in 13th place with a 648 out of a possible 660, but it's all the points scored during those elimination rounds that bumped Hunter Garrison up to the 3rd seed in this tournament.
Yeah, Hunter didn't look very happy with that shot after it broke. Long hold here.
Yeah, for Rebstock. And how Zach Rebstock got into archery. 4-H club got him into it. So many different avenues to get you into archery. Ooh.
Stabilizer really jumped up on that one.
There was a lot of English on that one.
Yeah. Another long hold. Makes it work. Solid 11.
Okay, so for Zach, we have a couple that are out there. Arrow calls, we'll see how that goes. Let's go, PJ.
I'm shooting a Bowtech Reckoning 39, dead center stabilizers, Hamsky rest, CB sight, True Ball HBC, and Super Drive 27s.
Super Drive 27s. All right, Easton, one of our big sponsors here at the Classic. We're waiting for 2 close arrow calls there.
So we have an unofficial tie as we still wait those scores coming in. It looks like Rebstock has both of those have been called 10s. So it is going to be now official 64-64 and number 3 on deck. 2 more to go. Once again, the winner guarantees themselves a podium finish. Is going to shoot off against the 2nd seed. after these next 6 arrows apiece. I'm thinking, like, what's on stage there with Rev Stock there? Is that a
some
protein
sort of protein bar, candy bar,
Kit Kat
like
or something, maybe?
Very good shot there. Executed well.
Look, maybe for Garrison, just on the release hand, a little bit of
Yeah,
nerves.
little shake there.
And by the way, when you're shooting with nerves, it doesn't always show up the same way. Some people, like Vegas is a good one. If you're ready to shoot a 900, I ask shooters a lot, is it the first arrow of a 900 shoot or the last arrow? And it's split 50-50. Some will say the worst and most, ooh. You got it though.
Made it work.
Yep. The most tense arrow might be the first one. You know, you don't want to miss your first one if you're going for 900, but if you're there, that last one, and it's split pretty evenly, so it can show up in the middle of a match. It just depends on what's going through your noodle. Cool. That's a great clean end. All right, to keep this within.
Within 1.
Just left.
And it'll go to a 2-point match now. So a 12 and an additional point needed for Hunter.
I actually work at Texas Archery.
Work at Texas Archery. All right, that's an archery shop. That's where you shoot out of. Tell us about the scene at Texas Archery.
I like it.
Mostly hunters, a lot of target archery.
Yeah, mostly hunters. We get a couple target guys in. We have a league night every Monday, and guys wanted a shout out, so.
All right, perfect. Yes. League night. That's the staple of this form of indoor archery. League nights all across the country, all around the world.
He said his guys want a shout out. I don't think he actually gave him a shout out. Did he? He didn't actually say. Yeah, he kind of teased him a little bit. They're going to have to get after him when he gets back to the shop. That was kind of a half call out, but yeah, leagues are important. Tell us like what leagues are and how, you know, how.
Yeah, so basically it's you're in a mini tournament every week. So you shoot. There's all kinds of people, all kinds of divisions represented, and it's everyone just shoots. It's good practice shooting, you know, for score. Somewhat of a tournament scenario, having fun with the people you enjoy shooting with.
And it can be done in a variety of different ways. 11. I've shot a tournament at Bodok Archery before where we took everybody. They had to shoot like a couple of qualification scores, so you got like a baseline average. Then you would shoot, and it wasn't really based on score to score. It was based on, do you shoot your average or do you not shoot your average, or do you shoot higher than your average? So literally, I think, you know, in a 300 round, I had somebody shoot like a 253, but they were so high above their average, they won the league night.
Oh yeah, so similar to like a golf handicap sort of
exactly.
situation.
Now the issue is if you can sandbag one time.
Yeah,
you know
and
what I mean?
really tank your.
And then tank it for the next one though. All right, so this is our final end of competition, 116-107. This is an important arrow here, yeah, to go right back to 11. So we're back.
Hunter calls the 12 here.
Yeah, a 2-point advantage. Of course, he has that first arrow that's in question, but you got to go for it. Got it. All right. So now
that line call looks like it will probably go in Hunter's favor.
I believe so. So if that's the case, an 11 here, he's got to hit it. Yeah. Okay. All right, so this could be our first.
All right, waiting for an hour call, but I think we're going to see that 10 asterisk.
Think so. I think we're going to see our first shoot-off of this men's open division.
There it is.
And the shoot-offs can get interesting because that 12 is in play for the score arrows.
Sure is. Yeah, if you have some confidence, put some pressure on first arrow, right?
Yes, we are.
All right, so we're going to shoot off.
Let me give my microphone to Larry. He's going to.
All right, so here it is, but we're going to open up the mic and let Larry Wise tell us what's going on.
Congratulations, gentlemen. That is outstanding shooting. We have a single arrow shoot-off procedure. You'll each shoot one arrow. We will check the score. And if the score is still tied, we'll shoot a second arrow. And we will check that arrow. If the score is still tied, we will shoot a third arrow, which will be measured closest to the center. So we start with a single arrow.
12s are in play, yes, for the first two.
So PJ called it. 12s are in play for the first two. So Rebstock is trying to make the decision whether he wants to go first or second. Connor Kaufhold, he decided to go second. Do you like that call?
I do, especially if, you know, he seems like he might want to go 12. You know, seeing an 11 gives you an opportunity to see what exactly you need to win. So he has a decision to make now, and he presses that button.
He's trying to go for the win straight away. Rebstock trying to tell Garrison to take a nap. He got
Smoked it.
Whoa. Whoa. And with that one shot, Zach Rebstock guarantees himself a podium spot. What a shot. You think he's been practicing that at home? That's nearly inside out.
Yeah.
Wow. So Hunter Garrison did, I mean, if it was closest to the center, you would have put your money on Hunter Garrison, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was down by score. So Rebstock with the move to shoot second in consultation with his coach, and then center punches that 12, advances. Incredible.
All right, let's bring out our number 2 seed now. From Winner, South Dakota, Parker Baker.
All right, so Parker Baker, 6 years shooting. A couple of K40 wins. That's 3D archery, in case you don't know. Known 40 is the K. So shooting in those amateur divisions. I'd like to see somebody from South Dakota coming down and shooting some K40 stuff. All right, so we're 18 meters, 20 yards downrange at a 40-centimeter target face. And we're down to the final 3 shooters. This is to the loser, third place. The winner advances.
Really quick shot there.
Yep. Strokes an 11 right out of the gate. The very warm and very confident Zach Rebstock.
10.
That one got away from him slightly. It's only arrow 2. Number 12. There's a practice range. It's not too far away, so. But the lighting is significantly different.
Beautiful first end.
Rebstock needs an 11 here to stop the bleed.
11.
Got it. Okay.
So 2 points.
All right, Parker Baker coming in,
Here's
throwing
Beach.
down a 33 while Enter Sandman's playing in the background. That's got to make you feel pretty good.
Oh, yeah, it does.
So from Winter, South Dakota, that's a lot to live up to.
Yeah, a little bit. It really is.
Have you been on the Classic Finals stage before?
I have not.
Okay, how does it feel being up there?
A little nerve-wracking. A little bit.
Just a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Anything that you can replicate like this back home?
No, not even close.
All right, well, congratulations on making it here to the final stage. Opening with a 33. Parker holds a 2-point lead.
2-point lead for Parker Baker over Zach Rebstock as we start our second of 4 ends. The shoot-up format here at the Lancaster Archery Classic, the 2024 edition here in Manheim, Pennsylvania, as we are getting closer and closer to those pro divisions after this shoot. We have a lot to be decided right now. 11. And that's the 4th 11 in a row for Baker. Winner, South Dakota. I wonder if there's a chicken dinner, South Dakota. Wow. Right at the release, I thought there was just a slight bobble, didn't you?
Yeah, I saw it too. He's shooting really quick. It's good to see. I mean, that's something that I've had to work on a lot, is keeping those shots quick, because when they drag on, you get to shaking more, and it's tough to center up. With that 10, we might need to see a 12 call earlier than expected, and we do see a 12 call on this second end, being 3 points back.
It's like you know archery or something. Yeah, just a little left. And you knew it when the release went off. All right, here's BJ.
What do you do back home in Winter, South Dakota?
A whole lot of nothing, really. You can go look at cows. That's about it. Maybe look at some cornfields.
What do you do for a living? Is that what you do for a living?
No, I'm a college student right now, so.
What are you studying?
Business management.
Business management. All right, smart man. Lots of money there. Run through your equipment for us.
I am shooting a Matthews TRX 40 with an Excel sight and shrewd scope with a AE Freak Show QD. I'm shooting the Conquest 500 Pro Smackdowns, and I'm also shooting the Onyx clicker button. And with some triple X's with also AE vanes on them.
All right, good looking set up there for Parker, who is perfect with a 66. He's now got a 6-point lead over Zach Rebstock.
What do you do in winter? That was kind of a, you know, I know what PJ was asking him, but, you know, when you're up there on stage and you're a little bit nervous, that's how you hear it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And when Parker was asked, like, why did he, or how did he start archery, his answer was, what else am I going to do in South Dakota? That's awesome. So keep in mind with that 8 from Zach Rebstock going for that 12, that's why he's sitting at 60 points right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some people, like, you know, there's a lot of match left, but in this class there's not a lot of points to be given up, and being back 3 with 3 ends to go, calling that 12 makes it so you have it in your own hands, and it just didn't go his way on that one. We have another 12 call here for Zach.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Try to get at least some of those points back, because you never know what happens in archery. Just right.
7.
Parker Baker giving nothing up here. Just keep shooting those strong shots, 11s, the whole way through this match so far.
Yeah, you definitely have to be thinking about the next match coming up, which is the match that's going to decide who is men's open champion here at the 2024 Lancaster Archery Classic. And followed up with a good 11. See, if you just go 11, 11, 11, then, you know, you're not really doing anything.
You're not making any ground.
So you got to go for it. All right, PJ.
Describe what it's like aiming at that tiny little thing down there from this stage under pressure.
Definitely harder than aiming at the 11. Yeah.
Can you see what power lens do you have in there?
I have a 6.
Okay, so you can see it pretty good.
Yeah. I had to switch to a dot about an hour ago because I couldn't see my pen though.
All right. Well, you've been having a good run there. Missed those couple of.
Let's take a look at the recap here. Connor Koffel. What are you seeing from Mr. Baker?
He's shooting really strong. All of them have been pretty much no doubter 11s. Nothing even really needing a line call.
I like how aggressive he is with the trigger too.
Mm-hmm.
I would classify this young man as a puncher.
Yeah, especially watching that angle really showed it well.
I would think so. Nothing wrong with that, you know. You got Kyle Douglas and company, and Tim Gillingham, and Jimmy Lutz. Should be a national archery club, right? The Punchers Club.
Yeah.
That looks, it just looks weird because of the way it kicks, so we're going to have to see that one. Keep in mind,
12
folks.
12 called for Zach here.
All right, so 12 called. He's going for it. Why not? Final end. Low right. No harm, no foul on that one. Nice for Baker. What I was saying was, it's not the hole the arrow punches in the paper, folks. It is where the arrow lands, like where it is at rest. That's going to be how it scores.
Yeah, and that can get tough with that second shot from Parker because it's in another hole that an arrow previously was in. So reconstructing that line can be tough. The judges will get it figured out for us.
And so that, for Baker, what's at stake is the first perfect match of the day. So we'll see if that's called an 11. It is, so a perfect 132 for Parker Baker. Not an easy accomplishment here in center stage in this final shoot-up. Great run from Zach Rebstock, who ends up third. And let's get back to PJ.
All right. We're going to bring out our #1 qualifier in Men's Open from Santa Quinn, Utah, Drew Hortman.
Well, for Drew Hortman, he's been around shooting a while. He shot 900 in Vegas, and Drew is not a professional archer. He doesn't get to go to all the tournaments, but this guy can pound. He shoots on the regular with Tim Gillingham. He traveled here to this tournament with the coach in his coaching box, and this guy, when he's rolling, he's very hard to beat. So you can see in his coach's box behind him is Rio Wild, down from Pocatello, Idaho. And so Hortman's going to get us rolling. And he drops that one low. I think it's probably one of the first 9s he's shot all weekend. Can't do anything about those nerves.
11.
Still a bit low on that one. I wonder if he grabbed some clicks there.
Yep. So just a minor slight sight adjustment. So Hortman right there.
11.
All right, so for Baker, another 11. So it's 15 in a row. Here's BJ.
Stage, welcome. Have you been here before?
Yeah, it's my 5th time here and my 2nd time as the #1 qualifier.
Second time is #1. Have you won the Classic before?
Not yet.
Right, so the bucket list, got to fill that one up. From Utah, got lots of great pros from Utah, Kyle Douglas, Tim Gillingham. Do you get to shoot with those guys?
All the time. Yeah.
All the time, so this is all old hat for you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I grew up chasing that guy right there and never did catch him before he had to graduate.
Before he graduated to the big leagues now, right?
Yeah.
All right, Drew. Welcome to the final stage.
What he's talking about is Rio's graduated to the master's class, the senior 50-plus class. Each organization kind of says it differently, but that's basically it. So Drew was always chasing Rio, but Rio is now, he's in my class with yay. Yay, the rest of us who shoot. It was bad enough we had Gillingham in our class and Keith Trail and Kendall Woody. I mean, the list goes on, but now we've piled Rio in there.
Yeah,
and it's like,
Rio.
Yeah. The opportunities for a top finish keep dwindling daily. And this feels more like Drew, but you know, with the way Parker Baker's rolling right now, we're at 16 11s in a row.
11-10 line.
Oh, it's going to be a tough one to call, too, because
yeah.
that arrow hole. Drew Hortman may have earned himself a point back there, depending on the line call.
I still would grab one click if I was Drew. But he's comfortable where he's shooting. Right before this arrow, he did have a look back and didn't like that setup for some reason. Got plenty of time, 30-second shot clock. He's still got 17 seconds. I mean, look at that. The impact spot's almost identical.
Yeah, they're all in the same spot.
Got one close arrow call there we want to check. But Parker, how's that feel? Come out. First clean match of the day here. How's that feel for you?
Still a little nerve-wracking. It feels good, though. Man, I can't believe it.
Just relying on timing, all that to get those things in the middle.
Oh, yeah. And punching.
And punching, yes. Got a shout out for the punchers out there. So that one arrow was
Okay, we're good. As long as he knows it, we know it, we're all good.
So we have
That's right.
Baker with a 65-63
Again,
lead.
archery is the most individualistic sport that I know of. If punching works for you, go for it. If it doesn't, you have some target panic in your punching, then you got to try something different. Work through your shots in a different way.
Yeah, it's amazing to see people who it works for, because it's so tough. I can only get it to work for maybe 15 or 30 arrows before that, before I start looking, and as soon as I see the 10, I
let it fly.
I let it fly.
Yeah.
So it's incredible to see that mental strength.
Yeah, there were a lot of people when Jimmy Lutz came storming on the scene, or Kyle said, "Oh, it's only going to last 2 years max." Well, we're a little beyond that for them.
10.
And 12 is called.
Yep. Okay, it just comes off the rest. That's a little bit of nerves. See Hartman working those fingers a little bit, trying to let some of the stress out of that shot. Ah, just off to the left. Well, that risk reward. Look, there's still 3 arrows left, but that's a gap now.
Before we get to your gear, tell us what you do back home.
I'm a UPS driver.
UPS driver. Taking after the boss back here.
Yeah, yeah.
Did he give you his route?
Give me his route?
After he left.
No, I'm just a little south of where Rio was, so I wish I worked with him, though. His guys seem to like him pretty well.
All right, run through your equipment for us here, Drew.
I'm shooting a Hoyt Stratos 36 with the SVX cams, true ball sight, shrewd scope, an AAE Freak Show QD rest, bee stinger bars, and gold tip XXX arrows with flex fletch vanes.
What release are you shooting?
True ball goat.
All right, True Ball Goat. I believe that was one of yours, wasn't it?
It's not. Was one of yours. It is one of Rio's. And I heard there might be more Rio Wild signature releases on the way from True Ball. We'll see how that turns out over the next several months. I said it's a rumor. I don't know for sure. And that's one of the things, though, about archery is accessibility to pro shooters. And the fact that a guy like Rio or Steve Anderson, some of these other archers are out there, and they have a vested interest in the amateur shooting scene as well, because they want to see archery thrive. Oof, nice shot. Only 2 arrows remain for the #1 spot. Title of Men's Open champion, and Baker right now, Parker Baker cruising. After a couple of risk arrows from Hortman, who came out of the box shooting a 9 and a 10, and then put him behind the 8 ball early. And now, just scoring. That's all he had to do. Oh, so Hortman going for this 12 here. This could turn things around. For the crowd.
Yeah, a little consolation prize maybe.
Crowd would have loved it. Unofficially 120-129. Let's get to PJ.
Second place, take home $2,500 from us. Let's give it up for Drew Hortman. And our champion in Men's Open, $5,000 from us, Parker Baker. Hey, that feels pretty good, huh?
Oh, it feels great.
That's some solid shooting there.
Yeah. Oh, other than that 9, but man, I shot my ass off this weekend. Holy crap.
Are we gonna see you in the pro class here soon?
Yes, you will.
All right, well, congratulations. You are our 2024 Men's Open Classic champ.
Thank you.
Give it up for...
Well, how do you like that? Parker Baker coming in, getting her done. The pride of Winter, South Dakota, bringing home the win. And I'm not even going to say the other corny thing that I was going to say about being a winner, but that'll conclude the Men's Open here at the 2024 Lancaster Archery Classic. We saw 8 incredible athletes work their way up to that #1 spot. And guess what? Thank you so much, Connor Crawford, for joining me. And we have more archery on deck. Coming up after the break is going to be the Women's Open Pro Division. We'll see you soon.
Lancaster Archery Supply and this tournament are only possible due to archers like you who've helped support us.
For 20 years, the Lancaster Archery Classic has been a staple of winter. As cold winds blow across the frozen landscapes, archers from all over the world converge on the Amish countryside of Lancaster County, Pennsylvania.
First prize, Tim Gillingham.
Rob really truly understands archery, very well, and the little nuances that make a difference. And I mean, I think that's why he can run a successful shoot and why people really, really like his shoot.
What started as Rob Kaufhold's vision of a unique, exciting archery tournament.
A lot of returning folks, or some that this may be your first classic.
That drew 116 archers the first year has exploded into one of the world's premier indoor competitions.
This is the best tournament of the year, in my opinion. It's hard to believe this tournament's grown to what it has.
For one weekend, amateurs and professionals alike put their hearts, souls, and minds on the line in the quest to call themselves Classic champion.
Wow. This is
At the Classic, you don't have to be perfect, but your mental focus cannot waver.
And he does it. It's in the middle. That scores an 11.
The final stage is a place where hearts are broken.
That could be the match.
And legends are made.
And he's done it. And he's done it with a perfect 33.
Those who compete here and shine will have their names etched in crystal and in history.
Oh, are you kidding me? Look where that pinwheels it for the win.
Sitting at 12, and he does press it.
Oh boy. It's good. Wow.
It's all part of what makes this the Classic.
Hey, Tony, we just got a new site in. We need a product video on it ASAP. I got an appointment. I'm not gonna be able to do it. You're gonna have to do it.
I have 50 other things to do today, and I have to do your job too. This is a sight. You put it on a bow. It has 3 pins for aiming. Is that good enough?
Shop Lancaster Archery Supply for all your archery needs. We've got the gear, we've got the knowledge, we've got the passion.
It's the 20th Lancaster Archery Classic from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex in Manheim, Pennsylvania, the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast. And we are set for our shoot-up finals for the Women's Open Pro category on a spectacular day of archery. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Steve Big Cat Anderson, who is gold medals in world archery, Reading champion, just 900s in Vegas. I mean, you know, I don't even know where to go. It's a ton of stuff. Steve, it's been a great weekend of archery. How's your weekend been?
As a has-been archer, it was actually pretty good. I gave some people trouble, and I even won a match here and shot clean. So it was pretty cool.
Not a bad warm-up for what's happening next weekend, but we're all focused on this. So, Steve,
Let's take a look at our schedule and what we've had so far today, because we are deep into this day. It started at 8 o'clock in the morning East Coast. We had Masters Open, then to Bowhunter. Women's recurve and Olympic recurve. We had the youth male come out, shoot some compound matches, and then the big men's open category where we had 8 shooters competing in the hotly contested and largest category we have for entries. And now we're into the women's open pro category. And Steve, one of the things that we have seen, as you're going to join us for the rest, has been the level of competition is incredible. But describe to us how this top 4 qualifying shoot-up works.
So they're going to go through a qualification round. In this case, it was 60 arrows. And then you'll be seeded into a bracket. And then for the women, they're going to, I think it was 16 archer cut, and they're going to shoot head-to-head just like you would, say, a March Madness basketball tournament, something like that. So 1 against 16 and so on. When they get to the end of that, they take the 4 who are still standing. They add up every point you've had throughout the tournament, and they rank you 1 through 4. And then 4 is going to go against 3, the winner advancing to shoot against 2, and then the winner of that facing the number 1 seed for the title.
All right, it's going to be fun, exciting, and it's going to be great archery. So now let's get to PJ Riley, who's going to introduce our archers to the field of play.
All right, let's kick off our women's pro division this afternoon, or this morning. No, we are this afternoon. Our number 4 seed from Rovereto, Italy, Elisa Rohner. And the number 3 seed from Towanda, Pennsylvania, Olivia Dean.
Well, for Olivia Dean, she's been shooting since she was a young lady, and she says really the highlight is making the shoot up. She's already a well-accomplished archer here in the United States. For Elisa Rohner, this archer started shooting archery because her grandmother was shooting it, and she really burst onto the scene last year, got a name for her in the States, in Vegas, in the Indoor World Series final win, and Elisa Rohner is here to stay out front. So, Steve, tell us, we're going to get ready to shoot, and it looks like Olivia Dean's going to get us off, but what's the distance, what's the target we're shooting at, and how do we score this thing?
So archer to target is 20 yards. The target is a 40-centimeter face. This one's a tri-face, meaning there's 3 spots there. So the 11, that further, the most inner ring in the yellow is going to score 11. All you have to do is touch it. Then it's going to go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and so forth. And then in the bottom, there's a little 12 ring there, which will, maybe come into play later on. But yeah, for the most part, they're going to be trying to maximize the score value, shooting that 11, and trying to put the pressure on one another, and then get a little strategy on the 12 if need be.
All right, so 11-10 for Olivia Dean. And Steve, so far this weekend, we have seen amateur shooters, and now we're into the pros. What kind of defines a pro?
Archery's, there's another good 10 there, so Olivia's going to keep that 1-point lead. Archery's kind of interesting in that there's not necessarily a ton of, you don't really have to qualify to become a pro. It's something you basically just have to pay for it. So if you're willing to pay the entry fee and go and compete in that class, then by all means, go ahead and do it. But in terms of like truly becoming a professional, I mean, I think you're, going to be competitive in that class and, shoot respectable scores, represent yourself and the brands who may or may not sponsor you as a professional in that manner as well.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like unofficially it's going to be 11-10-10 for both shooters. And let's go to PJ.
For our first end there, Elisa, welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic Finals stage.
Thank you.
Have you been up here before in the finals?
No, never.
Have you been to this tournament before?
Never.
First time, all right. What made you decide to come over and compete with us?
I've just become a professional archer, so I decided to do Lancaster and Vegas.
And Vegas, well, we certainly appreciate you coming over. After our first end, we are tied 31-31.
And a look at Olivia Dean's first 3 shots. Steve, what are you seeing from her?
Well, Olivia's made a few finals. She's been in a few big moments like this. I think she was U.S. Indoor champion, maybe USA Indoor. I don't remember the exact details there, but she's done this before, and I think she's just got a pretty solid shot. She's talented, still young, so getting more and more experience, but I don't think that the moment bothers her too much.
Mm-hmm. All right, so second end of 4. If you're new to archery, watching for the first time, every time we shoot a set of arrows determined by the game that we play, sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 6. Each time that's decided is called an end. So in this game that we're playing today, it's 3 arrows per end, 4 ends. Highest score wins. If we're tied at the end, we're going to have a shoot-off. If we get there, we'll explain that. Also on the scoring, you see 10 asterisks. So that's going to be a 10-liner. So that's going to be a call made by the judge. No question on that 11 for Roner.
10.
Something a little different here at Lancaster compared to other head-to-head formats like World Archery is you have a 30-second clock, whereas most of them you're only on a 20-second clock. So they've got 30 seconds to draw the bow and fire the shot. There's a high 9 from Roner. So chances are Dean may have a 1-point lead, depends on what that first 10 ends up called.
Yeah, and with that 30 seconds, Steve, what we've seen throughout the weekend and some other years we've been here is it does allow a compound shooter to actually let down and then redraw and get after the shot again.
So here, I think we got some nerves showing up, and they're kind of battling off each other a little bit here. So sometimes, you know, you see an opponent slip up, and it can kind of energize you. Sometimes you see an opponent slip up, and you kind of chase that, you know, incidentally.
I have an opportunity to make up ground, and then all of a sudden,
All
right, so we're going to wait for official score, but here is PJ.
Olivia, how you doing?
Very nervous, but besides that, great.
Besides that, great. So you've been shooting for a long time, but Heather was telling me this is your first time on the Classic Final stage.
Yeah, I've been shooting this shoot for like 6 years, but it's my second time in the Women's Pro, so finally made it here. It feels good.
All right, you're going to be able to work through those nerves. I know it.
Hopefully, yeah.
You got the coach back here working with you, too.
Yeah, she's a big help.
All right, Olivia, welcome to the final stage. It's actually a 1-point lead.
Recap on Elisa Roner from Italy and how she got her 31 points. I mean, those are those ones, just those 9s, right?
Yeah,
especially at this level.
Killers.
Yeah.
And you don't want any of that creeping in. I mean, you want to see a good sight picture and remember that, right? And then go arrow to arrow and try to maintain that. But yeah, so when you get nervous, I mean, this is a sport where the intent is to hold still and aim well. And when you get nervous, it's very hard to do that. And then you know, Olivia mentioned in her interview there, she said, "How are you feeling?" She said, "I'm nervous." Hard to not feel that way. And something we always used to do is, you know, you kind of lie to yourself. You say, "I'm excited," because there's a similarity in the actual, you know, being nervous and being excited, but one is positive and one is a negative. So even if you're lying to yourself, try to flip that to a positive and run with it. So here we are, 1-point lead for Roner. Quick matches, only 12 total arrows.
11.
Got to maintain, you know, you can't let things get too far away.
It's nice to hear after some strong performances in early 2023 for Roner that she's now a professional archer. You know, when asked what keeps her coming back, Roner, when asked what keeps coming back to archery, she said, "It's my job."
11.
So that'll do it. that'll definitely keep you coming back. Great end from Olivia Dean, 33, yeah. Perfect.
Let's give it up for these ladies matching 33s. This is women's pro class.
11. Elisa, great start to you here at the Classic. Can you run through your equipment for me? your bow, your sight, all that setup? Go ahead.
My bow is performing great. I have a PSC bow, Easton arrows, and Turbo XL, and Gilo stabilizer.
And you're shooting Eastons. All right. Well, it seems to be working for you. How the nerves feeling?
The nerves feel good. I mean, it's good to be nervy a little bit.
She likes it. All right. Good to hear. We have, after 2 ends, Elisa still holds that 1-point lead, 95-94. 3 ends. Sorry, 1 to go.
All right, so 1 end to go in this match, but Steve, that's really the critical thing. It's like, I know that some people think being nervous is a problem, but it's not, is it? It's how you end up dealing with your nerves, because you're going to be nervous at certain places.
Yeah, you're going to get nervous in the matches leading up to this, but yeah, how you flip that and having an opportunity to shoot up here is way more fun than grinding away in practice at home. So, you know, enjoy it. Enjoy it when you can do it.
Yeah, practice at home is a grind.
Yeah,
there's no doubt. Perfect start for Olivia Dean.
Yep, final end here. So Roner's going to maintain that 1-point advantage. This is an interesting, because Olivia's going first. And Roner dictated that, having gone into this end with the lead. She got to choose if she went first or second, but Olivia getting what she needs.
So depending on this arrow from Roner,
yeah, if she gets an 11 here, Olivia's going to have to go for a 12.
Yeah, and that was that button that you saw on the platform.
Oh, just a little bit out. Really good looking shot. Just held a touch long and dropped it low. So Olivia's got a chance to put the pressure back on Roner if she can get an 11 here.
So 11 for Dean, and this plays into Roner. So
11-10.
it is an 11.
She
So
got it.
if Roner can either choose to tie this match to go for an 11, or hit the 12 ring and try to go for the jugular. She's not going to call the 12. So this is going to, she's trying to tie this match up and take us to
11.
She got it. Perfect.
Okay. So now, after official scoring is in, we're going to go to shoot off arrows.
But there are some close arrows.
What do you think, Steve?
I think that one's in.
Yeah, I think I would call that in as well.
Yeah, and again, for those.
All right, it is official.
Yep.
We are tied, 127, 127.
All right, so we do have a tie at 127 apiece. So let's go to the judge to tell us how it's going to work.
Congratulations. We are going into a shoot-off. We will shoot a 1-hour shoot-off. First arrow is for score. If we are still tied, we will shoot a second arrow for score. If we are still tied, we will shoot a third arrow that will be measured closest to the center to determine the winner. You still have choice of to shoot first or second. You'll shoot second. Olivia, you'll shoot first.
12s are in play for the first 2 ends.
Steve, Roner make the right decision?
Yeah, I think you want to go second. If you go first, you assume you have to make a perfect shot, and they have the opportunity to shoot it at 12. If you go second, see.
That was a quick shot from Dean, but it worked for her.
So now, yep, Eliza's going for it. She picked the 12.
12 is called.
This is like going for 2 to win the football game, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is an American analogy.
This is the 3-point shot.
She
got it.
Smoked it.
Wow.
Yep. Did it on her own terms. Wasn't going to wait around.
And you know what? I think Elisa Roner had practiced that at some point, had a lot of confidence in that shot, and that's why she knew into that final end she was going to play into that 11, tie the match, and then just bring home the slam dunk to advance to the next round. So congratulations to Olivia Dean, who will finish 4th in this tournament.
But now Elisa Roner from Italy has guaranteed herself a podium spot. Let's go to PJ.
Women's Open Pro. From somewhere in the UK I can't pronounce, Ella Gibson. I'll ask her how to pronounce it.
All right, so international battle. Cirencester, right? Is that what it looks like, Cirencester, UK?
Yeah, that sounds like a good poke at it. But
all right, shooting for Darton. Ella Gibson's been shooting quite a while. 4-time World Cup gold medals and world #1 ranking. Ella Gibson is absolutely on fire as of late. And so we have the UK shooting off against Italy. As the winner of this match advances to shoot against the #1 seed. And the loser guaranteed 3rd spot here at the Lancaster Archery Classic, our 20th edition of this tournament. 1 year off during the COVID years. Had the big snowgate in 16, but you know, that tournament already had started, just didn't get finished.
I was a part of that one. That was wild. Yeah, so Ella has been shooting really well. She kind of busts on the scene, I don't know, 3 years ago or so, but the last 2 years she's really taken her game to the next level. And that 10 right there may be all that she needs to win this match. I would not be surprised to see Ella roll 12 straight 11s.
11.
Yep, there's the first one. Seems like it's been too steep with this format and with the elevated platforms and with the crowd here. The first 11 is the hardest.
Yeah, and it's just a side-in thing too. When you go from one range to another, you have to side in slightly differently, just how the light's entering your scope lens and your peep. So, you know, you try to pay attention to what good archers ahead of you are having happen in their first arrow, and then be prepared accordingly.
10.
Oh, there's a 10, so we're all even.
Okay.
See, you'll notice Ella's kind of hanging left side, and I've noticed that from a few other archers too. And I heard Brady Turner say it in the back. He said, the last 2 years I've started out to the left side, so I'm siding in for the right side X back here in practice.
Interesting.
Yep.
I know for bear bow yesterday, everybody who was on target #1, the left target, they were hitting left, 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 left.
Interesting. Just something with the lighting. When you get different lumens on each side of the room, you can have that.
11.
Sure can.
All square, 32.
Yep. And even her 11s are a little left. All right, let's go to PJ.
Gibson, welcome to Lancaster Archery Classic final stage.
Thank you. It's nice to be here.
And I want to make sure I do your hometown justice. I couldn't pronounce it. How do you pronounce that?
It's Cirencester.
Cirencester, okay. So I can't remember if you've been up here on the final stage before.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
2 years ago, okay. How's it feel? You're a pro, you've been all around the world. How the nerves feeling?
Always nervous, but I'm nervous in any kind of tournament.
All right, well, it certainly doesn't show, Ella. Currently, we have a tie, 32-32.
Steve, a quick look at Ella Gibson and how she got her 32.
Cirencester.
Cirencester,
Is
yeah.
that how it was?
Yeah.
There's a 1776 joke to make there. But
Somewhere.
I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
All right, and number 2.
And we roll on. And number 2 of 4. Winner of this match going up against our #1 qualifier.
And Roner has decided to shoot first again. I think that's the right way to go about it throughout the ends until maybe the fourth end, sorry. You know, when it can be decided, then I think you want to actually trail, which is putting a lot of pressure on yourself, but it's whatever. Everything's a lot of pressure here, so
yeah,
treat it the same.
11.
Such a strong shot from Roner.
Yeah, and I think these two were the finalists at Indoor World Series last year in Las Vegas, and Roner came out on top in that one.
11.
And really, if you look at the way World Archery works, it's that inner ring that we have here that we count as 11. That's the only 10 ring that you get
when you shoot World Archery for compound.
Correct.
That's why I don't shoot it. It can be frustrating. Could be nice.
Roner has been really solid coming up as a junior, and then that was kind of her big entrance onto the scene last year, and I don't think she's going to go anywhere. I think she feels like this is where she belongs.
Matching 33s, still keep us all tied up after end number 2 at 65 apiece. PJ.
Olivia with her darting, they are one of our premier sponsors here, so I want to make sure we get your equipment. Run down for us what you're shooting.
I'm shooting the Exodus with the tiny little stops because I like that for my holding weight. I've got the Freak Show QD rest, the A hot rods, True Ball XL scope and sight and release aid, rainbow strings and bloodline material, as well as Black Eagle arrows and biter pins.
All right, very good. Thank you, Ella. And currently we are still tied, 65-65.
And number 3 of 4. 20 yards downrange is the 40-centimeter target face. The innermost circle is that 11 points. We do have a 1.5 centimeter dot sitting down there at the bottom of the red, or middle of the bottom of the red, and that is a 12 ring. That needs to be called, and each archer has the option to call it once per end. Now, Steve, I did speculate yesterday. I want your opinion on something. What I think could happen is you just make 4 12s cumulative. You can shoot them anytime you want. So you could get to the third end.
And you can take 3 shots.
Take 3 shots.
That's interesting.
I don't know. I was just throwing it around. I'm not the rules committee here for the Lancaster Archery Classic, but.
So they're matching each other here again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the idea of maybe being aggressive and going for that 12 earlier. You know, no one really does it, but I think sometimes you can do it and just, if you're going to get it, jump out to a lead. And I think I would do it if, say, I was 7th in the men's or whatever, and you have to shoot all the matches. You get up there, you get tired. All right, I'm going to try to put this out there early and at least give myself a little boost, or put the opponent on the back foot.
I can totally see where you do that.
And we kind of saw it in the amateur men's open out of Zach, I think it was.
10.
Boy, that shot looked really good coming off the bow. Must have just been just a slight drop in that pin.
It's just hard sometimes to hold that center all the way through on when you're really nervous. That one's a close one too.
All right, so we're going to wait for an arrow call to see if on Gibson's, if they're all tied up. If it goes to 11, though, she'll be ahead by 1 point heading into the final end. Let's get back to BJ.
To keep advancing, how'd you feel shooting at that 12?
It was cool.
It was cool. Hey, that's all you need to say. It is cool. That's why we put it there, because it's cool. So going into our final end, we're waiting on a close. There we had 1 upgraded.
All right, so it looks like, it got upgraded to an 11. So it's Ella Gibson up by 1 point heading into this final end.
97, 96. Do you have
But Gibson also knows that Roner has that 12 in her back pocket.
It'd be interesting to see if Ella chooses to go first or second. She should go second here. I think she did. Yep.
Yep. We see that from our vantage point. Who's going to advance to face the number 1 seed? These 3 arrows could decide it.
Good start.
Great work by our camera crew, by the
Yeah,
way. That was a really nice shot.
Nice shot there. There's got to be a name for that kind of dynamic, but I
Rack
don't know what
focus.
It is. Okay.
11.
Nice.
Keeping the pressure on. That's what she's got to do. So right here, if Ella shoots an 11, Elisa needs to shoot for a 12.
11,
Look
10.
good, yep. Oh, I think that one's out.
And that's the toughest for Roner, is what is she going to do? The clock is running. She's already at 22 seconds. She just called to 12. So she's good. She has 18 seconds left on the clock.
Just got a closer look at Ella's. Now I think it's in.
Okay.
So this is the right move.
She's going to have to look at that from her coach. So 9 seconds left on the clock. Going for the 12.
Nope, 9.
Just high 9.
Now Ella will guarantee a win with a 10.
There you go.
Yep.
That's all she needed to do.
See what they call on that one, though. It could have,
yeah.
You know.
But if it goes to 11, it's a 2-point win. If it stays at 10, it's a 1-point win.
Yeah. If it stays at 10, she didn't need to shoot it.
Yeah,
Didn't need to shoot it at 12, but it's probably the right move because you don't know.
Yeah.
That looks in, so.
Yep.
All right, Elisa Roner is going to finish in 3rd place here at the
So
Classic.
Elisa Roner, 3rd place.
$1,250 from us.
And that means that Ella Gibson gets to stay on the stage. As we go to PJ, we'll talk some more and then announce our number 1 seed.
All right, let's bring out our number 1 seed from Winchester, Kentucky, Tanya Gelantine.
All right, so here we go, our final 4 ends of regulation shooting for the 2024 Lancaster Archery Classic in the Women's Open Pro Division. And Tanya Gelantine been shooting quite a while, won Vegas a couple times, shot 900 in Vegas. An absolute freight train of a shooter for the last several years, and yeah, living in Winchester, Kentucky with her husband,
Yes.
Brady.
Tanya is definitely super Danish and from Denmark.
Yes.
But resides in Winchester, Kentucky
Sure.
now.
Yeah, that's a better way to put
Husband Braden, who is super from Massachusetts.
Wicked, dude, wicked awesome.
Yeah.
Wicked awesome kid.
Yeah. Here we go from Tanya. This is tough. It's tough to come in cold. The number 1 seed often, you know, gets taken down because you're coming in cold and your opponent's got a good warm-up. Tanya appeared to have sighted in for the right side, knowing people were hitting the a little bit left. Maybe just gave it a little bit too much.
Exactly.
I saw her adjust her sight right there to fix that.
11.
So see right there. It's a 1-point advantage to have won your match prior to the new person coming in.
That's it. Just
That's
automatic.
it. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Obviously not a guarantee, but oftentimes it plays out that way.
I do agree with the strategy of knocking the other shooter off of their spot. Just get them down off their perch, get them stepping sideways. Even if the lighting isn't that much different, I just like the idea of moving them and giving them a different perspective.
Yeah.
It's not working right now on Ella Gibson, but
Nope.
I think that that's the move.
Ella's hitting middle.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a little bit of nerves playing out right there.
Yeah, that was a bit of a bobble and then trying to get it back going again.
Ella looks really comfortable. Not seeing a lot of movement out of her. That's probably just a slight push, you know, just a little bit of too much bow hand in the execution, or that'll oftentimes pop you up high.
1-point lead. Tanya Gelantine, welcome back to the Finals Classic Stadium.
Thank you. Good to be back.
How does it feel? How are the nerves feeling?
Pretty good, you know. Oh, nervous as always, but we're here.
All right, well, this is pretty cool. Darton is one of our prime sponsors here. We've got an all Darton finals here in Women's Open Pro. Tanya, run through your equipment for us.
Yeah, so I'm running my Darton Exodus. I got my gas bowstrings on here, my Freak Show QD, my Excel sight, my True Ball Goat. We got PS27's Black Eagle with a E-Veins on there.
All right, and your coach you got back here, tell us a little bit about him.
if you've heard of him, but.
Absolutely. Brady Ellison won one of our early classics. The first.
Our first look at Tanya Gelentine's
32-31
archery form, the way she shot, and she gave that second shot quite a bit of English, Steve, but it went right in the 11 ring. So we'll see if she's able to gather it back up, being 2 points down. 32 points for Ella Gibson, 31 for Tanya Gelentine. Sorry, just a single point down.
Interesting, Ella's chosen to go second. But yeah, hopefully Tanya can get on track here, get that first end out of the way. Still popping a little high. Sometimes when I get under really bright light like this, the target's extremely lit up. Sometimes I'll find that I hit high. So I don't know if that's what she's going through, or if it's just, you know, the fact that it's really hard to hold perfectly still in the middle of this little target face. That's usually the problem.
For me, I did some test shooting here before, you know, like before these finals yesterday and today. And the one thing I did notice is that it closed my peep down quite a bit.
Okay.
So like had I had my choice, I probably would have gone to a larger peep aperture.
Yep.
And I know that for me, if I don't have a good centered peep, that it can definitely affect my ups and downs.
Yeah. Anytime you're in bright light, your peep will appear smaller. If you're in dim light, your peep will appear larger. So you gotta. It's why it's handy to carry, you know, something like a specialty kit where you can plug in a different peep aperture really quick.
Yep.
11.
And you know, I bought my specialty peep at Lancaster Archery Supply years ago.
That's a place you can buy specialty archery peeps.
Yes. That's right. All right. Unofficially 63-64.
Yeah, Tanya had a close one.
Second match in, how are you feeling? Settling down?
Yeah, still nervous, but a little bit more settled.
All right, the nerves. Do you like the nerves? Does that help you, or would you rather they not be here at all?
No, I like them. I think they're good. I think they make us more powerful.
Powerful. All right. Good to hear. And after two ends, we have Ella Gibson with a 1.
Now, Steve, with that comment actually being more powerful, whether that's mentally or physically, can it be sometimes that you're pulling so hard through the shot that it sends it high a little bit?
Yeah, that can happen. You know, and if that's what you meant, like, you know, more strength in the shot or something.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, that could happen with some nerves.
Yeah, she definitely could have meant mentally more powerful. For
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, it's hard to say, but I think it's more fun, right? You don't get to experience this at home training.
No.
Just grinding away in your basement or wherever your archery range is. So
Yeah, look, the first time I shot a 300 in Vegas, the last arrow of the 9th end, my leg was shaking so much I had to let down.
Yeah.
But the cool thing was that when I actually got done with that, is I proved to myself that I can
through it.
deal with,
Yeah.
I can deal with the nerves, and that created a ton of confidence.
Yep. And the hard part is it can often affect the hands are shaking, and front to back. So much of an archer's shot is developed in the push-pull and the balance they have between bow arm and release hand and the tension there. And certain archers will really pull the guts out of the bow with the release hand. Some really push the bow with the bow arm, and you know, others are more balanced between the two. But that normalcy can leave when you've got a lot of anxiety running through your veins. So that's the complicated thing about this. And you know, other sports, when you're under a pressure situation, usually you can, you know, yell and scream and go and run into somebody and do it that way. But this is, you know, these precision sports of holding still, it's a whole different game than anything you'll experience in the ball sports or the traditional sports.
So for Gelentine, it's that third arrow that's going to be an interesting call. The door was kind of open for that 10 by Gibson on the second arrow. Not sure if she's able to capitalize on it. After 3 ends of shooting, we have one final end to determine who's going to be the Women's Open Pro champion here at Lancaster Archery Classic. Unless we go tie, and then we're going to go to some shoot-off arrows or a shoot-off arrow.
That looks into me. I think she's going to get that one.
Okay.
Should see that pop up on the screen here when they called it. Yep, it did. So we're going to have a tie game.
Okay. So Gelentine gets that 11. So now we're 96-96.
So we have 3 arrows to go for each of these archers. The final end of regulation scoring. Is someone going to be able to pull out to a lead? Will there be 12s called? Or are we going to tie and see shoot off arrows shot? Now's the time to find out.
Some confusion here. I think they're
deciding who actually gets to call.
Yeah, I don't know how. I guess because they're tied, it's Tanya's choice. She's the higher seed.
Yep. Either way, Galantine is going to shoot first.
Both of these women are physically strong too. They're probably shooting.
11, inside out.
They're probably shooting 60 pounds. So most of these archers you're going to see today are shooting around 60 pounds because they also shoot World Archery format, which has a 60-pound limit.
11.
So in the men's class we're going to see next, or the open class, they're almost all going to be around 60, maybe a pound or two up or down from that. But Ella and Tanya are both going to be there too. So
wow.
There's not any difference there in terms of what the bow is physically doing for them. You know, so it's a cool part about the sport.
Yep.
You know, being a man, being a woman doesn't necessarily matter.
That's right. Distance is the same. Target face is the same.
Yep. There's a little bit of shake from Ella that we haven't seen yet. She's holding a long time.
11, 10, 9.
I think she got that. I think that's in.
Okay.
Yep, they're calling it in on a preliminary.
Galantine needs the 11 here to put the pressure on Gibson.
She's got a little bob to the hold. She's going a little long as well. A letdown.
Okay,
Ooh.
14 seconds left on the clock.
Plenty of time.
We're down to 10. She gets the full draw with 8 seconds to go.
She's gonna fire a fast shot here.
3.
She's got a lot of shake.
11.
She got it. Look at
Right, Ella's going for a 12.
Fist pumping.
Sorry, Steve. Ella is going for a 12.
This is for the win. Bold.
It's a bold move, Cotton.
I'm gonna stand up for this one. Just under.
Just low.
Oh.
Going for all the glory. Didn't want to take it to a shoot-off arrow.
Yeah.
You got to admire the spirit of Ella Gibson. Trying to go for it. It doesn't pay off. Yeah.
About 2 mil.
2 mil. We'll wait for our official score, but we can clearly see it from here. Here's PJ.
From us, $3,500 from Darton. Let's give it up for Ella Gibson, second place finisher at the Classic. And our champion, $4,000 from us, $7,500 from Darton, Tanya Galantine. How's that feel?
Pretty darn good.
Clutch letdown there. You came back and hit the 11. What was going through your mind?
I was nervous. Everything was shaking. I was like, okay, if I reset, maybe it'll be better the second time.
And apparently it was.
Yeah, no, I'm very, very happy.
I can't remember if you have won the Classic before.
Yeah, 2019.
2019. All right, you're up there on the banner. We're going to put you on another one. Tanya Galantine, you're our 2024 Women's Pro Classic champ.
Thank you.
Hello. One of the greatest things about this tournament, that 30-second shot clock. Absolutely fantastic. Well, that's Women's Open Pro. Tanya Galantine, your champion. Thanks for checking out this coverage. We appreciate it. Make sure you stick around. Coming up next, the last of the 2024 Lancaster Archery Classic. It's the Open Pro category with 8 archers getting after that #1 spot. Stay with us.
for calling Lancaster Archery Supply. This is Jasmine. How can I help you?
For the last 3 years, I've been a team lead here in the customer service department at Lancaster Archery. This is our handbook that guides everything we do on the phones. I wrote it myself.
Call or message our Lancaster Archery customer service reps with all your questions or to place your orders. We promise they'll be polite.
Paige Pierce, your Women's Open Pro champion. Open Pro champ, Bodie Turner. And our champion, Casey Koffel, LAS Classic champ, Brady Ellison.
Jyoti Benham takes the win.
Nick Cappers, Classic Open Pro champ.
Today's weather report looks like a high of 70 degrees and not a cloud in the sky. In other news, U.S. manufacturing jobs have been shipped overseas at an alarming rate. Manufacturers opting for higher profit margins and taking jobs away from American workers. After over 50 years, PSC Archery has stated, in fact, they're doubling down, making their carbon bows right here in the USA.
At the Lancaster Archery Foundation, it's our mission to get as many people as possible involved in the sport of archery. Whether that's helping the local 4-H club, archery range, or scout troop acquire equipment for their introductory archery programs, or providing money to help elite American athletes represent our nation at global tournaments. You can help us in our mission by donating today at LancasterArcheryFoundation.org.
We didn't want to sacrifice on the stability of the riser. We did not want to sacrifice on these limbs, and so we went down the path of a different way to look at it.
We just wanted to start from the ground up, and where we ended up was with the title.
This baby's bad.
For more info on the complete 2024 Elite lineup, visit EliteArchery.com.
The MagView Digiscoping system was created to be the most streamlined and convenient system on the market. Digiscoping products of the past required bulky phone-specific cases and optic-specific adapters, but MagView was built differently. Our S1 and B1 adapters were designed to be completely universal for all optics and devices, and to maintain the lowest possible profile on your phone to capture steady, sharp photo and video through your optics every time.
Hey, Tony. Wanted to see if you had a couple minutes to go over the new features of the UV slider sight.
I know more than you.
Got a question about archery products?
We can help you get a target bow. Are you looking to get into an Olympic style setup or bare bow setup?
Our customer service and pro shop teams have all the answers.
We'll get these shipped out very shortly for you.
The X10 is the most successful arrow in competitive archery history, accounting for far more medals than any other individual piece of sporting equipment in Olympic history. Easton introduces the latest innovation of the X10 lineup, the 4mm Parallel Pro. Parallel Pro offers legendary X10 precision for all forms of archery. Elevate your precision. Your journey to the podium begins with Easton X10.
I have to shoot the best or there's just no point in doing it. I'm blown away at just how easy each arrow tunes right out of the box. Ultra Arrows, the pinnacle of precision and performance.
It's the 20th Lancaster Archery Classic coming at you from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex here in Manheim, Pennsylvania. It's the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast, and it is time for some shoot-up finals. And these particular finals are some of the best shooters in the world. It is the Open Pro category. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Steve Big Cat Anderson. He's a medalist in world archery in his days. He's Reading champion a couple times over. Guy knows how to shoot a bow. I mean,
at one point, yes, I was capable.
No,
yeah.
You know how to shoot a bow.
Oh, yeah,
maybe,
I know how.
you know,
I just
maybe,
don't do it
yeah,
anymore.
yeah. But anyway, Steve, it's been a great weekend. We're here at our final shoot-ups, and tell us what you've seen so far, not only from the qualifications, but in some of the elimination matches that we've seen over the last couple of days.
Well, this year's edition obviously had that big $50,000 carrot if you shot a perfect 660.
Yeah.
Magically, no one shot a 660. So, you know, there were some options on the table. If it was getting close, maybe you cut the power or something like that, throw some vibe off. But I think that put a lot of pressure on guys, and it was just cool to have that opportunity as a professional archer to make that kind of money in one jump, right? But still, phenomenal shooting. The top of the pro class right now is better than it's ever been. I'd say the top 20% of guys have gotten better and better. The rest of the guys with jobs are kind of still the same. But it's there's a lot of talent, and you're going to see a lot of it here tonight with these 8 archers.
All right, let's take a look at our shoot-up and how it works. So the top 8 qualified, and they were seeded after cumulative points of their qualification round and the amount of points that they shot in the elimination rounds. But then tell us how we're going to shoot it, Steve.
Yeah, so we've got 8 archers coming in. They were ranked by their total their total points, I guess, coming into this from everything they did, qualification, and then their matches leading up to this. So they shot in a 64-person bracket, a lot like, say, a basketball tournament we're all familiar with in March, and then got down to the final 8, and then they re-ranked them by total points, and then we're going to have a bottom up. So 8 versus 7, winner of that against 6, and so on and so forth until we get to the #1 archer to decide the Lancaster champion.
And right now, it's time for PJ Riley, who's going to introduce our first 2 archers to the field of play.
All right, 20 years of the Lancaster Archery Classic. This is our grand finale, Open Pro. our top prize of $20,000 on the line. Let's make some noise. What do they say? We give you the whole seat, but you're only going to need the edge. Let's bring out our number 8 seed from Oneonta, Alabama, Matt Burns. And number 7, from Mulvane, Kansas, Jeff Rainey.
So here we go. Brady walking on stage. And a good look at him. A Matthews shooter. 2021-22 ASA Classic champ. Been shooting a while. A ton of confidence, this guy, Matthew Burns. Shooting the Hoyt. 3rd at Foley ASA. So good. Matthew Burns comes in here.
I don't think Matt Burns has ever been to this tournament. I'm not sure he's shot a big indoor event ever. So this is a first here, and he's just right to it, straight to the show.
And how about this? He qualified all the way back in 57th out of the 64 and just had outstanding elimination rounds.
Yeah, he was down by me. Just not sure if you're going to play until late on Thursday night, right?
But that's it. First step, making the elimination rounds, and then the second step is getting here to the big stage.
He's a talented shooter. This is going to be a lot of growth opportunity for him here tonight. Jeff Rainey's been here, done this, and I think he just eats it up when it's like this. I think he really actually likes the big stage and a lot of pressure. So I could see Jeff Rainey making a good run.
11.
Good start for Matt. Perfect arrow.
Matt looks like he's shooting maybe a 3-finger, but uses 2 on the release. Take a look at that again. Rainey coming out strong.
Yeah, Matt with a 3-finger thumb button, but shooting it with 2. That'll actually, I mean, a 2-finger thumb button to me really allows your hand to expand and get your thumb more engaged onto the barrel. It's a good way to shoot a thumb button is just with 2 fingers. And if you got a 3-finger version, it's pretty easy to just drop a finger off. If you got a 2-finger version, real hard to add that 3rd finger back on. There's no place for it.
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's something to try, really.
Matt's shooting a 3D setup. He's got his 3D arrows on the bow right now. Both of them shooting really good. Good start for Matt.
Here's PJ.
Welcome to the final stage.
Sir.
How's it feel up there?
Pretty good.
Have you been up on this stage before?
I have not. This is my first time here.
And you expected to be up here? How the nerves feeling first time?
Nerves are pretty good. I wouldn't expect to be this far, but I'm happy to be here.
So comparing this to going out into the finals at the ASA for the shoot up there, which is more nerve-wracking?
Probably the ASAs.
ASAs, wow, I wasn't expecting that. Well, welcome Matt Burns to the ASA Classic. Yeah, here we are, to the LAS Classic final stage.
It's been a long 2 days. All right, but here's a look at Burns and his shot, and it's a pure shot, Steve.
Yeah.
I mean, it is just, it looks effortless.
Yeah, so Matt works at an archery shop, Vans, in Alabama, and he's putting in the time, obviously, as a working man, but then I'm sure he's, getting in earlier, staying late to spend some time on the shooting range, too.
It's a little convenient when you have an archery range at your work.
Yeah.
As you know. You've had jobs where you've had archery ranges there. All right, 33-32. And Rainey starts off with an 11. The pressure cooker in this class. I mean, nice job with 11.
He's got a really
Generally,
good
we
shot.
don't see a lot of perfect 132s just because of the pressure of this, but we definitely can see 131s. But I don't know. The level keeps going up, Steve. We could see a couple of 132s here today.
Yeah, I think we'll see a few. I think we'll see 2. I think it is all going to mostly be front half. If people are dropping one, I think it's going to be first or second end. And then they're going to get in a bit of a rhythm and get sighted in, adjusted, and shoot well. As we mentioned earlier in this broadcast and some of the other classes, the lighting really plays a role into your point of impact. So you have to quickly adjust to what the lighting's doing out here on this main stage with brighter lights, and then also have a little bit of luck on your side that you came in and your sight was sighted in well enough that your first arrow could find the center, find the 11 ring.
Yeah.
There's a 9-10 liner.
That was a longer hold.
Yeah.
Than we've seen. PJ, getting back at it.
Jeff Rainey, welcome to the Classics final stage. I can't remember if you've been up here before.
This is my first time.
First time up there. All right, how's it feel?
It's more nerve-wracking than 3D, I can tell you that.
That's what I would have thought as well. Jeff, you're always so cool and calm. How do you keep it in check when you're up there shooting on this stage?
I'm not today.
There you have it. So, he is keeping it together pretty good, though, because we have...
Steve, I want to ask you a question about new bows, because oftentimes you'll hear amateur shooters, professional shooters talk about, I've been shooting a new bow, I'm trying to get used to a new bow. Do you really think that there's something in that? Or even going from the exact same model to a different bow, that there's, especially at this level, a different feel that you can have?
Yeah, there's a period of time I think you need to understand, one, how you're going to react under nerves with it. You can go and, a really good shooter can pick up about any bow and shoot it really well when nothing matters. And you're just, practicing, getting in a groove. When you get under pressure, you want to see how that bow's going to react. The back end, how it feels at full draw, is super critical. So some guys want more an aggressive pull. Some guys want something that is a little bit softer and they can kind of ride along with, like suspension, And then how you're going to distribute weight on your stabilizers, because your bow's going to react as you engage it with pressure between the front hand and the back hand, the bow arm and the release hand. Your bow's going to want to react a certain way, and you want to counter that or stabilize that with your stabilizers and how you're going to distribute the weight on them. More weight, less weight, more up front, more out the side, however you're going to do it. So it takes a little bit of time to discover that. You look at a shooter like Kyle Douglas. He said it took him, he was shooting a different bow last year, and he said it took him 6 months to kind of figure out how to get it to aim well under pressure and react to what he wanted out of it. So, and then, you get like a Jeff Rainey shooting for Matthews, and they changed bows this year. I don't know if it was a drastic change. It's hard to say. But, there's always a little bit of time that it takes to get used to it. So
yeah, I mean, I even look at a guy like Mike Schloesser, who's going to be in this tournament later on, and it took him, a little while to kind of figure out where he wants his stuff. But he, as an archer, has been on a tear.
Yeah, he's been.
I mean, it is like spooky, and it seems to me like he's really got his bow sorted into every pressure situation that he's putting himself under.
Yeah. Mike had run of 76 arrows straight last week in Nîmes, France, for the Indoor World Series, and just ridiculous right now.
PJ.
So tell me what you're shooting this weekend.
So I've got the Hoyt Stratus 40, Excel Achieve XP sight, Hansky Epsilon, and Conquest bars.
And arrows, oh, they're down there.
I got the Super Drive 25s.
All right, what release are you shooting?
So I kind of go back and forth between the Goat and the Fulcrum Flex.
You're going back and forth on the stage?
No, not on.
All right. Just wanted to clarify there.
That would be something, wouldn't it, Steve?
Yeah.
If he was going back and forth on the first arrow is going to be the Fulcrum Flex. The second arrow is going to be the Goat. The third arrow is going to be the Goat. Look at Jeff Rainey and his shot.
Yeah, I shot with Jeff Rainey when he was kind of coming up into it, and he was obviously very talented. And the next year he started getting into the big matches and the big stages and doing well and picking up wins. And I was not surprised one bit. And then he's just got a great attitude and a real good competitive mindset. He's a super good dude.
Yep.
I think first and foremost, as a professional, that's what you want to be. And then obviously got the talent and the mental fortitude to make it onto a stage like this from there.
11. Oof. Yeah, this kid's wearing that out.
So this is the last end?
This is
right?
it.
Yeah, okay. We
last end, 1 point.
We kind of left these guys alone last end, and they just went ahead and blasted a pair of 33s and moved on.
Yep.
11.
Okay, so we're going to see if Matt shoots an 11 here, Rainey's going to have to go for it, right?
Yeah, I'll have to go for the 12 ring.
10.
10.
Okay. So now, Rainey had a little quick conversation with the coach's box. They decided not to go for the 12.
Ooh, I think that's just.
I believe it's a 10.
I think it's just off.
That might be 11 for the guaranteed tie or the win.
10.
10. Oof. So we're gonna need some arrow calls here.
Wow, for Burns, that was an opportunity that just, all right, so we're gonna wait for this official call. It could literally go 130, 130, 129, 130, or 129 all. Ooh, see, it's where the arrow's at rest, okay, as it relates to the actual paper itself. That's the one. And again, arrow at rest, not the hole in the paper.
Yeah.
That one looks out to me, Steve.
It's just got a touch.
Yeah.
If you can't make out the actual line, the judge is supposed to recreate it with their mind. Oh,
no,
there
Matt,
it is.
yeah. So Matt goes 11. So a 1 point victory for Burns and Jeff Rainey will be 8th place. All right, let's get to BJ.
All right, let's bring out our number 6 seed from Spring Valley, Minnesota, Nick Cappers.
All right, so Nick Capper's our number 6 seed. Been shooting quite a while. He's the LAS Classic champ. He's on the USA Archery team as well. And Cappers has been on the scene really at the front of it for a couple of years now.
I remember shooting with him when he was kind of getting his start in the pro class, and you know, was obviously a good shooter. Was shooting some much different equipment. I think he kind of moved away from that stuff and found you know, a little bit of a level up there, and then he's been doing really well ever since.
He certainly has.
He's got an interesting shot. He is.
11.
I don't know what he's shooting right now for a release, but in the past he's been a guy who punches a hinge release, which is not a technique that really anybody uses, but it's more of a command shot with a hinge release.
11.
For those who don't know, a hinge release doesn't have a trigger, right? It operates off of rotation. So yeah, he's got his thumb on the barrel, but it certainly does look like a true ball executive.
11.
And he's basically commanding it by just creating rotation towards his ring finger or pinky to fire the release. So that's a really
10,
difficult way to do it. Not recommended, but he's got a bit of a hold on it and got it figured out. Or so I understand, right? This is what I've been told about it.
11.
Wow. What a start from Cappers.
I just want to come over and say a word.
Let's get to Rob Koffelt.
Nick, great shooting.
How's it feel up there?
Feeling pretty good. Been a good couple days, so gonna try and make it all the way again this year.
Great. Your shots are looking good, nice and quick. Darren, you teach them everything you knew?
No, I didn't. I never had the gear these guys have. It's crazy, the talent that we're witnessing right now. I say archery's really dumb right now, and I mean that in a good way. this is going to be one of the best shoot-offs we've ever seen.
Thank you. Thank you, Darren.
Yeah, I totally understand what Darren Christenberry is saying. You know, Nick Cappers went down to Chile in November, representing the U.S. in the Pan American Games, and he came away the champion in there. And of course, he's won here before, so he's on fire. And you know, it's interesting, Steve, because we were talking about arrow calls, and you know, over the years, one of the things that we've seen is as the carbon arrows have really become better and better, and more people transition to carbon arrows, the Easton aluminum arrow is still in play. And there was a guy that I knew a couple years ago who looked at the all-silver shaft and thought to himself, if I make the front half of this shaft black, it's going to be more difficult for people to call these lines out. And you can see that Nick Cappers is still using that design where you have that the kind of second half of the shaft is with that, I don't know, is that anodizing, I guess?
Yeah, it's a black anodized.
Yeah, so whoever made that move in their day at Easton, absolute stud.
Yeah, it seems like a good idea, but I'm sure it's the only kind of idea that guy had.
Yeah.
So, you know. I'd also like to point out we stopped saying aluminium in 1776.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So.
No, Cappers isn't actually shooting aluminums. I think Cappers is shooting carbons, right?
I can't see it over there.
Yeah, I think
we may have really gone off on the tangent
gone off
here
the
for
rail,
no
yeah.
reason. Yeah.
You're
no, he's
carbons.
got a carbon.
He's
not
got
even an Easton either.
PS27s right there.
Yep, way off.
Yeah, way off.
So Cappers has the ability to take a 2-point lead here.
10. 11 minor, I believe it's a 10.
Interesting.
All right, good round there, guys. If Nick Capper's face looks familiar, it's probably because you're looking at that 2022 banner up there. Nick is back here. He was our 22 champ. Nick, we like to tell folks what we're shooting here. Run down your gear for me.
Got the Elite Verdict, Excel sight, gas bowstrings, Bodoodle Influence rest, Conquest bars, Black Eagle PS27s, True Ball release, the Executive, Excel.
What brand are your shoes?
Nikes.
There you go. All right. Got to get the Nike sponsorship in there. Darren Christenberry, hey, man. We appreciate everything you do for us. Darren Christenberry, if you watch the ASAs, gives us expert commentary. We appreciate everything Darren Christenberry does for us.
Appreciate you guys. This is a world-class event. I've never missed a Lancaster Classic, and I don't plan on ever missing one.
We certainly hope you don't, Darren.
All right, so recap here. Looking at a recap of Cappers and his PS27 carbon arrows.
63.
Some good shooting there. Boy, I'm really, you know, I didn't actually know what you said about Cappers and his release hand, and I'm really interested to see how he executes that shot, because it is a hinge release, and it just never looks like his thumb gets off that
hinge dump.
Yeah, the hinge dump. I mean, look, I've seen you guys do it. I've seen Braden Gellentine do it before. I've seen you do it before in high-pressure situations. If you can't get the release to go off and the clock's running down, it's kind of a flick of that ring finger, you know, and get that rotation and get it off. So
there's two ways you can do it. One is to try to actively use the ring finger to turn it. Another is to think about pointing your index finger. The moment you like move your index finger a little bit, it will open that release up really quick.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, if you're again, not recommended, but if you're in a situation in wind or something where you're low on the clock and you've got to fire an arrow, you can do it that way. What'll almost always happen to most archers is when they try to do that, they'll dip. And they'll end up missing low. So it'll create a big dip or bob. And kind of, it's just not a, I'm sure you can build consistency with it. Obviously Nick has. Nick got on an absolute tear to win here in 2022. You know, I don't remember how many matches he won, but it was many.
Oh yeah, he was wearing his shoulders out.
11.
I mean, this is just such a heavyweight match, and I really like what I'm seeing from Burns. And if this is your first opportunity to look at Matthew Burns, the way that his shot is executing, he's going to be a name in archery for a long time.
Matt, getting the nerves worked out. How you feeling now?
The nerves are getting worse.
Nerves are getting worse. All right, so Matt, on your schedule this year, what other tournaments you got on for 2024?
I'm going to all the ASA as well as Vegas and indoor nationals.
All right, busy schedule, especially coming up here in the next couple weeks. Be at Vegas next weekend. ASA is less than a month away, I believe, Foley. So.
Yep, then we got the punishing 5 spot coming up for NFA Indoor Nats on top of that. Did I tell you I went to winter tournament last weekend in Owensboro, Kentucky at the convention center. Thought I read online that it said it was a 660 the first day and a 330 the next day. Showed up and it was a 360, so it was a blue face 5 spot, and I nearly wept.
I would, yes. 5 spots should be shot 1 time per year.
Yeah.
At NFA Indoor.
Yep. It was a great tournament, by the way.
Oh, good.
Thanks
for that.
to, yeah, it was at the Owensboro Convention Center. It was really well run, well lit, a lot of great people. It was a lot of fun.
There's that little dump. He popped that one high, so we've got an even ball game with 2 arrows apiece left to go.
Again, if we tie at the end of these next 2 arrows, we're going to go to shoot-off arrows.
11.
Really good shot from Matt.
We've also seen archers not comfortable with a tie and going for a 12. Nobody getting successful at it
11.
For an outright victory just yet. Boy, the difference between those 2 arrows, minimum. Interesting. When you look, when you draw it back, the way he looks at his hand.
That was straightening the peep sight with his nose.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah.
Which you don't see a whole lot.
Yeah, no, he forgot to turn it.
Here's Cappers.
Going for 12.
12.
Got it
for the win.
Great finish there, Nick Cappers.
And that's why you want to go second.
And hitting it.
Can't beat that.
We'll get our official scores here, but we know the results that Matt Burns is going to finish in 7th place here at the LAS Classic. He's going to take home $1,000 from us. Congratulations, Matt. Thank you for coming to the Lancaster Archery Classic. Let's give it up for Matt Burns. 130-129 is our final score.
Very manly. Way to go.
All right, let's bring out our number 5 seed. We're going to have an all-elite match here from Rogers, Arkansas, Richard Bowen.
Well, Richard Bowen, 6 times he's made the Vegas shoot-off, and definitely one of the nicest guys in archery. There's so many great quality people in archery, but spending time with Richard, he's a lot of fun, really cool dude. And boy, he really can get after it indoor.
Yeah, Richard, wildlife biologist.
Yep.
By trade.
Mm-hmm.
He's been second more than he would want to be.
Oh, yeah.
So that big win's coming for him so one of these days, and maybe today.
So you got a couple of elite teammates getting after this one.
11.
Oof, nice shot right out of the gate for Richard Bowen. 20 yards down to the target. It's a 40-centimeter target face. And here at the Lancaster Archery Classic, the innermost ring is worth 11. Normally, on a Vegas round, it's worth an X, which is used for tiebreakers or pretty much just to talk about your ego. And counted as 10, but here it's an 11. And then that little dot is unique to the Lancaster Archery Classic, and that's a 12, and that's available to call once per end for each of these archers. So Capper starts off this round with 33 solid points.
11s all around.
Okay. Interestingly enough, Richard Bowen didn't look extremely happy with that last shot, but here's going to talk to PJ.
Glad to be here.
I can't recall if I've seen you up here before.
This is my first time on the stage, my 4th trip and all.
4th trip, first time up there. How's it feel? Is it what you expected?
It's pretty intense. Everybody's looking at me, so it's a little different than Vegas where you can kind of just disappear into the crowd.
We'll ask everybody to turn around in their chairs, so keep you at ease there, Richard. Matching 33s on our first end there, tie game.
It's actually interesting because there were shooters yesterday, a left-handed shooter, Steve, that chose to stand on target number 2 because he was facing the crowd and wanted to actually face an archer. And then the next archer out had heard that, moved him off the spot, made him go to target number 1 so he faced the crowd.
Stare down it.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
turn and say hi to everybody.
That's right.
Just get accustomed to it. Dive right in. So yeah, I was thinking about that in my younger days. That's a tough 9.
Yeah, tough one. Sorry, Steve.
In my younger days, I was pretty interactive with the crowd. You know, when I get up on stage, and I think it helped me get comfortable. It's probably just a natural reaction I took with to calm my nerves or fears or whatever. So yeah, you just got to dive in and own it and enjoy it.
All right, so an odd miscue from Nick Cappers.
11.
Shoots a high 9, now he's right back to the middle. The other thing that's a little unique about coming to this finals venue is when we normally shoot your qualification rounds, you use the similar style bail, but you're going to be on the top or the bottom. And when you get to this situation, you get to shoot right in the middle, so your aiming point is different than normal unless you're at home shooting in the middle all day long.
Yeah, it's slight, but everyone does notice it. If you were to ask people if they prefer top bail or bottom bail in qualification, everyone's going to have an opinion. But most of these guys are so good, they're just going to, they're going to quickly adjust to that.
Yeah.
Richard, we want to get an equipment check here. Run down your gear for us.
I got the elite result, CBE sight and scope with a clear target lens, Hamsky rest, specialties peep, bee stinger bars with the new Hamsky weights, which are pretty slick, Scott Apex release, and elevation quiver, gold tip XXX arrows with AAE vanes, and a Scott Apex.
All right. So, Richard, we've been hearing folks talk about those new Hamsky weights. It's kind of like a fidget spinner. Do you find yourself playing with that?
Occasionally.
New magnetic weights there from Hamsky. You got to check them out. So,
recap of Richard Bowen, looking at his shots for his second end, which Bowen hasn't been out of the 11 ring yet, so perfect 66 after 2 ends for him, where Nick Cappers is 2 points behind. But Bowen with a very smooth, kind of classic compound shot. Richard looks like he has dropped some weight since the last time I saw him.
I'd say at least 4 ounces.
Yeah, he's looking good.
Yeah.
At least 4 ounces.
Yeah, that's a joke from a thing.
Yeah, I know, it's a good one.
Zach Galifianakis between 2 ferns.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's looking good. You know he's got to be training hard. He kind of specializes indoors these days. You don't see him too much outside.
He's busy.
He's got a job. He's a wildlife biologist. So,
yeah.
And this is, if I had to pick, I would definitely. There's a lot of money to be made in indoor archery. In fact, this next 6 weeks, you could make a lot of dough. So
sure could.
Yep. Good time to get on a hot streak.
And a good time to hit a 12. Good time to hit a 12 for Nick Cappers.
So Cappers looking to make a comeback. I would have shot at the 12 earlier. First arrow. Ooh. I think he's just high.
12-8 liner. I believe it caught 12.
Ooh,
12-8 liner. Things I've never heard in archery.
Yeah, 12-8 liner.
I mean, I guess it does exist, right? In ASA, it would. Yeah.
Oh, so, yeah. I suppose, yeah.
I've just never heard it.
Yep.
Judge, give us a thumbs up on that 12 or down.
Ooh, I don't know.
Looks out.
Looks out to me, unfortunately. They're going to have to look at that one down low. Yeah, that's the spot. Illuminating that spot looks out to me. And this is paper. There are no pulling lines. There's no pulling them.
It's interesting how much of a dark triangle those two shadows make.
Mm-hmm.
Almost looks fake.
Been a long day, Steve?
Yeah. They gotta hit it with a light for me.
Yep.
But yeah, official 8. So
I like the move though from cappers.
Yeah, you gotta go.
That's the spot where you have to do it. So officially 99-94. And with the way that Richard Bowen's shooting so far clean, he's got 9 11s.
So my move would be, I would want to shoot at that 12 as early as possible. I'd want to shoot at it in the second arrow of the third end. Like in that situation, he waited to the third arrow.
Yeah.
I want to hit it one earlier.
Okay.
If he hits it, now Richard's going, oh, here he comes, right?
Right.
So, and you got a little momentum. You feel good about that, heading into the last arrow of that end. Then you go get another one in the fourth end, and you're back in the game.
So do you think the Cappers just goes for the 12 on this first arrow?
At this point, Cappers is probably knowing that it's over, barring catastrophic failure of Richard's stuff. So unless Richard has a huge mistake, what I would do if I were Cappers, I would shoot at my own target for 2. And then if I knew I had lost, I would swing over and shoot at Richard's target.
Just put
for
one
fun.
in.
Yeah. I'd make it about me.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, that is a strategy.
11.
Nice. Bowen continues to shred. 2 away from a perfect round of 132 for Bowen.
10.
Yeah. It was just that 9 on N2 that really set the tone for Cappers. And unfortunately, that's what it takes at this class, at this level.
Yeah, you give a guy a 2-point lead, and they're feeling good about that cushion. When you get a guy, obviously 2 points can evaporate in 2 arrows or faster. But
11.
when a guy knows he's got that kind of lead, the pressure goes away almost instantly.
Yeah.
And then their shots become a lot easier. They flow a lot better. Then they just shoot better. So got to keep pressure on guys by staying within striking distance.
So we didn't get our perfect match as Bowen shoots a 10 or 131, but good enough to win. So let's go to PJ.
Cappers is going to finish in 6th place here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. He's going to take home $1,250 from us. Let's give it up for Nick Cappers. All right, let's bring out our number 4 seed. I'm not going to attempt that town. He is from Denmark, Stefan Hansen.
All right, for Stefan Hansen. His archery highlights are having fun. Trust me, Hansen has won a lot of stuff across his career at the world level, and he is one talented shooter. And now, with this new Matthews bow in his hand, he has been on an absolute tear this season. If it hadn't been for Mike Schloesser this early on in the season, Stefan Hansen could have had a lot more wins to his Palmares, but used to be known as the babyface assassin, loved the stash. I guess Movember lives on for Stefan Hansen.
Yeah. So he's a good buddy of mine. So when I saw him, I asked him if he was still allowed near schools with that thing. But, yeah.
He's a newly minted dad like yourself, relatively newly.
I'm not familiar with that, but yeah, maybe you're thinking someone else. But Stefan, as you put, he likes to have fun, and I think he has a really good attitude about going to an event and making sure he doesn't take it too seriously. So what he's good about is, if he has a defeat, he's quick to go. That's okay. We'll do it again next week, and he bounces back quickly. And this year, he's just been on an absolute roll. Perfect 690 points. So basically, 990, a 900 I don't know how they scored at Rushmore Rumble. He shot 90 Vegas X's in a row.
Yeah.
Which is the same as shooting in 11 here. And then he went to Nîmes, shot a 600 there, which is the same as shooting 60 X's in a row here. The guy's been killing lately.
Yeah, my apologies for that one. I was thinking about someone else. But here's Stefan Hansen.
We're just here. It's just another day, right?
Fine. So far.
Stefan, run through your equipment for us. What are you shooting?
I shoot the new Matthews title. It's a 38. Shoot a Shibuya sight, a Shrewd scope, Eastern bars, and Eastern arrows.
What release you got?
Goat. True Ball Goat.
True Ball Goat. All right. Stefan, welcome back to the Classic Finals stage. After our first in, we are tied 33-33.
I mean, just vibing with the new bow that Stefan's shooting. And I did notice that Richard Bowen had a little bit of nerves in that release hand in the last end.
11.
But he's managing it perfectly.
Yeah. Shooting a 4-finger hinge. What I've noticed with a 4-finger hinge, my personal release, I have a little bit harder time relaxing that side. Everyone's going to be a little different in how they want to execute a shot. So, you know, it's a little more control and maybe a little easier to rotate. For me, that makes it harder to maintain tension, which makes me bounce up and down. So I'm more apt to shoot. I shoot a 3-finger hinge, but I basically am shooting it with 2 fingers. The third one's along for the ride.
Oh, gotcha, yeah.
So he might be similar, but with 3 and the 4th is kind of just hanging on. It's hard to say. But yeah, watching him shoot, he shoots a real textbook shot. Stefan as well. Stefan is one of those guys, if you wanted to mimic how to shoot a bow, he would be on the short list. And look at that. Look at that posture. He's just rock solid. Shooting a button today.
Looks like it's another day in the office for him.
Yep. Man, these two guys have got a battle going here.
Yeah, and this kind of feels like we might go to the end on it.
It's a little bit better, but it's really hard to just settle down in this environment. But it's as good as it can be.
All right, Richard Bowen certainly has competed at all the highest stages for indoor. After 2 ends, we are clean, 66-66.
We'll tell you something that you can look forward to without question, and that is if this continues down this road and we still have another 3 archers that are higher in seed than these 2 are. We have the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st seed. If this continues down this road and we start getting into shoot-offs, the way the shoot-off is going to work is by score on the 1st arrow, by score on the 2nd arrow, and then if they both tie on those 2 arrows, then we're going closest to the center. And without question, the talent level that we're looking at in this Open Pro category, it could come down to that more than once.
Oh, Stefan, I had no clue he was shooting for the 12 there.
I just looked over as he released it and saw the light coming from underneath his podium.
11.
I know in practice he shot 10 ends with a 12 in each end, and he was clean. Shot everything.
Wow.
So he's
forced.
He's throwing it in early.
Right. So now Richard's got to respond because this is the 3rd end.
Yeah, Stefan just built cushion.
Right. So Richard decides not to go for it. The problem is that there's only, after this shot, there's only 1 12 available for each archer.
11.
Man, oh man.
He's just an assassin now.
A little wobble there.
A
little bit.
11.
Got it. I mean, that's a bad shot for him, you know?
Yeah. But
right
see,
now, that's a bad shot.
That's a bad shot. But see, that's the thing, though. When you get to this level, you got to think about the game you're playing and what advantages you have.
Yep.
All right. But you did it anyway. Obviously, you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I just wanted it in my hands, just to decide myself.
He wants it in his hands. All right. Well, it certainly is now because that gave him a 1-point lead now, 100-99, going into our last end. No one has missed an 11 in this round.
That's such a boss move. It is such a boss move by Hansen.
He's getting mad props in the group chat right now.
As he should. Does he do it again is the question.
No.
Okay.
He's going to wait that out.
All
I
right.
think.
So if you're Bowen, would you go for the 12 straight away?
No, I would want him. I would try to shoot 2 11s and hope that Stefan gives one back.
Okay.
And then, because if you shoot a 12 right here and miss it, right, then it's game over.
Yeah.
But, so I'd make him shoot 2 pressured shots and then try to get him with one, or hope he gives you one, and then try to get him with that 12 at the end, because it's just, you're going to have to get it. So.
Yeah, and not only did Hansen have that in his back pocket at this one point, but he also had the decision to shoot first or second. And so the move has been on this last end is to shoot second. Oh.
Yeah, so he didn't. That is just out too.
12 call.
He calls a 12. Hansen calls a 12 again.
11.
Okay, he didn't take it.
Okay.
He's joking with Jimmy. I don't know what they're talking about, but okay, here's the 12 for Richard, so he's got to have it at this point.
12.
Got it. Okay, so now Stefan 10 to tie, 11 to take the lead.
The win.
2 to go.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, these guys are like, their sight, that he'd probably moving his sight for that. You know, I'm a little low. I'm going to go ahead and click it. Most guys, that's a great shot.
11.
Okay, so 11 to win for Stefan.
10 to tie.
11.
This is maybe the first 133 win I've ever seen at the Lancaster Classic.
Yeah. 133. Beyond perfect for Stefan Hansen. The max score that you could get, I guess, is going to be, what, a 137? 132, 3, 4, 5, 6. 136. Right, if you call 12s on everyone.
Yeah, 136, sorry. Yeah. Math is hard.
Yeah, math is hard.
Yeah.
If you called a 12
Right.
at each forend and you nailed it, 136. But, yeah, you're right. I don't believe I've seen a 133 round. So it's perfect for 11s and then, of course, one of the 12s. Incredible.
Just crazy. Yeah. I laugh because our.
Yep, so that's it. We're going tie score. Oh, wait. Hold on
Are
a
they
second.
saying his was an 11?
They're saying Bowen. The judge is still looking. So that was.
So they're calling Bowen's close arrow that was initially called a 10. First arrow of this end.
Yep. That's the one that's critical.
Just.
That is confirmed.
Wow.
Upgraded to an 11.
It's confirmed as an 11, so 133, 133. So we're going to a shoot-off. All right, let's listen to the judge.
Congratulations. We're going to go to a 1-hour shoot-off. We will shoot 1 arrow. We'll judge it for score. If we're still tied, we'll shoot a second arrow. We'll judge it for score. If we're still tied, we'll shoot a third arrow. That will be measured closest to the center. Closest wins. You still have choice. You'll be shooting first. Stefan will be shooting second. The 12 ring is in play for the first 2 ends.
Okay, Richard goes for it. He steps on the 12 button. He's going to try to grab the reins on this one and force Hansen into that 1.5 centimeter ring.
Yeah, I think he knows Stefan's going to hit it. So
he just let it go fast.
It is close.
Nope,
it's out. It's out the top.
So Stefan hits yellow, he wins.
Yep.
Practice arrow. He's been hitting a little low.
Has been hitting a little low.
If you'll click that. But I mean, yeah. If you're Richard, I think that's the right move because Stefan's been, he hit everything, right? So.
Yep. And by the way, the first 133 that we saw was followed up by the second one.
Yeah. They got there in the same match. One just had the fortune of shooting first to get it. So
that's right.
That's insane. So 2 beyond perfect scores. We may have been, I think I predicted 2 perfect scores.
Yeah.
Didn't predict 2 beyond perfect scores.
That's right,
So
which is
I'm
fine.
not
So you
right
still,
yet.
we still don't have a perfect score.
Yeah.
Then you're still, we're still waiting for it.
I'm not right, but I'm not wrong.
All right, so that
Incredible shooting.
just out there. Hey, let's give it up. Let's hear it for the 12 show here. This is the division we expected for. Richard Bowen is going to go home 5th place, $1,500. Congratulations, Richard Bowen. Right now, let's bring out our number 3 seed from Eatonville, Washington, Brady Ellison.
So Brady Turner, I mean, what can you say, Steve? 2022 Vegas champ, LAS champ. I mean, this kid has stormed onto the scene the last couple of years and has been an absolute phenom.
Yep, this is the talent shift that came after the first talent shift, I would say. Obviously, he says he's 15 years old, or he's been shooting 15 years. I think he's 16.
He's 16, yeah.
He'll be 17 in a week or so. Vegas champion at 15. And
I mean, do plastic bows with plastic arrows count as shooting,
yeah,
I suppose?
guess Nerf, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this could be a beyond perfect win, too, for one of these guys, or a beyond perfect
Stefan's
tie
already
again.
hit the 12, by the way. He's going for it.
Stefan's taking an aggressive stance here. I like it because he's pushing these guys to do something they weren't expecting, I think. I think they thought they'd come out and just get in a shooting match.
11.
But now there's some gamesmanship taking place.
Ignore that 12 because you only get 1 per end.
Yep.
So he's just going for a
dead center.
Vicious.
Thus far, I am very impressed by his performance.
100%.
Yes.
But I do have to say,
11
gets that
got
one
it.
off.
Yep.
So here's the problem, though, for Brady. If Stefan decides to go for the 12 every single end, there aren't enough points available if Stefan keeps hitting these 12s.
11.
Is that one in?
And 11s, obviously. Yeah.
I think that one's in. They called it in. Looked good.
I think so.
Yep. Yeah, because
Brady Turner, welcome back to the Classic Final stage.
Thanks, sir.
How's it feel up there? You're looking pretty calm.
Yeah, feels good.
Your dad put you in, he taught you how to deal with these moments, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right, Brady, run through your equipment for us. We like to tell folks at home what we're shooting.
So I got Super X, EM2 cams, cell scope.
All right, the microphone went out there a second. Here, run through that again, Brady, sorry.
So I got Super X, EM2 cams, Excel sight, Excel scope, AE rest, Excel bars, Easton arrows, the competition archery points, biter knocks, and then the Onyx clicker.
All right, great setup there from Brady Turner.
Now look at the 12 as Hansen steps on the button and then lets it fly and just grabs it. So now the question is, what's he going to do? So 34-33 lead.
Like I said, okay, so Bodie's called it already.
Yep.
Like I said, this is Stefan came in here with intent to do this. These guys, the rest of these guys probably came in here thinking, I'm just going to keep shooting 11s until I win. But now he's pushed them into doing something they didn't expect to be doing right off the get-go.
I mean, this could be the match if Turner doesn't get it.
12.
Got it. No problem. Stefan comes right back with an answer, goes right back to the 12. This is huge.
Got it.
This is what I was saying, okay?
He got a +1 on him.
This, with Brady not going after it the first end, it could be the match.
This
To
is
think
why
this could be a 136. Come on, man.
This is why it bodes well that they can only do it once each end. Because now you have to think, is he going to go for it? You know, if you shoot first, you get to that third arrow, you go, do I do it? Because is he going to do it the next arrow?
11.
If guys are just going to keep being perfect, then, 136 is in play.
136, could we?
I'm happy I am not intending to compete with these guys anymore.
11.
You know, you can still get competitive here now and again, but to do it on this level is just, yeah, you can't have a job. You got to be a full-time archer dedicated to it, and that's for a rare few.
11.
The question is did Hansen play his cards too early? Because if he's able to advance with this strategy, he's still got 2 more matches to go.
And now they'll know.
Now they'll know.
Some strategy. Hitting that 12 before you absolutely need
That is plenty of space in that ring.
Stefan with 2 12s.
Stefan Hansen, 68-67 unofficially.
68-67.
Going 12-11-11, 12-11-11 for Hansen.
I laugh because I like to think I'm one of his good buddies, and his name is Stefan, right?
Yeah,
and we all
definitely.
call him Stefan.
I
We
know,
always
I
have.
know.
And he kept correcting, or he never corrected us. So now it's kind of like a Parks and Rec, Jerry, Gary, Larry Gergich moment. But me and my buddies, I don't think we're changing. It's just Stefan now.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
I just call him Stefan because that's what I asked him
because
years and
that's
years
what his
ago,
name
and
is.
that's his name. And
it would
yeah.
be nice, I guess, if we got it right, but
Nah.
we're not going to.
No,
I don't care if he shoots 136s the rest of the way.
He's Stefan to you.
Yeah, he's our Stefan.
Stefan Hansen.
12 is called.
Going for it here.
Of course,
Brody.
the 12 is called.
Yeah, here. This is a whole new world. I'm really enjoying this Lancaster Archery Classic. This is much better than years past.
Yeah, for
with
sure.
This kind of play.
Hansen has forced everybody to change their game.
12.
Got it.
Got
All
it.
right, Stefan's reacts, going straight to it. It's whoever misses first. Just off. Oh, there it is.
Could Hansen's strategy have come back to bite him? Whoa.
11.
Whoa.
He threw his worst shot. They marked it a 9 because of how bad his reaction was, and it's still an 11.
11.
Oh, well, that does take a little bit of the wind out of the match, but, you know, I don't expect Bodie to give up 2.
11.
No, definitely not.
Not the way not when his bad shots with that kind of reaction are still catching a line.
I think the
YouTube.
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say the question I think for this last end of this match is, does Bodie actually grab that 12 to put this match out of reach?
No.
Or does he just roll off and yeah?
That's going to get moved to an 8 actually. So it's going to be a 3-point deficit.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So it is. Yeah.
For Stefan.
For what are you saying? YouTube saying right now?
They haven't said anything about that, but there was a good comment here I read on the YouTube. I'm going to throw out from Roy Lee Robinson 5.
Okay.
He said, put a 13 dot in the middle of all 3 of them, so if you miss it, it's a 0. I like it. Give me the 13 dot.
Ooh.
I really like it. Yeah.
You think 13's enough?
Yeah, guys, because then you got an opportunity at it, right?
Yeah. So what do you do? Just put a circle.
Just put a little ring.
Just
right
put a
in the
little
middle.
ring on it, so you're in the middle of white. It's a white dot, right, with a black ring around it.
Or you could make it, red or something like that. Whatever you want to do, but a scoring apparatus of sorts, right in the middle of nothing land.
Make it the shoot-off arrow.
Yep.
Closest to the center.
I'm liking that idea. But, I say that because now we kind of got a match that's out of reach. And it's like, oh, well, we want it to be close.
And you and I don't have to shoot it like this.
Yeah. So,
I mean, I didn't mean to lump you and I together. I apologize to all the Big Cat fans out there.
That's the truth, though. So, yeah, if you're up there shooting, you might have a different opinion. And ultimately, they're the product here.
11.
Oh, these guys are
12 is called.
So good. So this will put him at a 2-point deficit if he can get it.
Yeah.
Yep,
It's a
just
line.
got it.
Yep. Very interesting now to see how the pro class will react next year with the way Hansen is kind of set the tone.
I mean,
because it's a hero or zero strategy.
Yeah, and Bodie may change his strategy in the next match. It's hard to say.
11.
The guy coming up next, Marco Bruno, I was really impressed watching him yesterday in the matches, just printing tight on the target, centered and tight. And, you know, a guy who not a ton of big stage experience, especially here domestically in the U.S., but I expect him to shoot really well. So Stefan, it's over. He might shoot the other target. Who knows what he's about to do here. He got a laugh out of something. Yeah, I knew he was going to shoot the 12. Yeah.
Why not? The one that got away for Stefan Hansen. Let's get to PJ.
He's going to finish in 4th place, take home $2,500. Let's give it up for Stefan Hansen. $134 to 129 is our official score there. So let's bring out our number 2 seed here in the Open Pro division from Torino, Italy, Marco Bruno.
Here's a look at Marco Bruno. Been shooting 5 years, picked it up as a hobby. 2023 European champion. And Steve, like you're saying, you've seen him shoot, and it's pretty crisp.
Yeah.
So we're going to see how he adapts to the stage and being in front of this crowd.
Yeah, I'm going to tell him good luck because Bodie just endured that and thrived through that for another beyond perfect score.
Yeah, 134. That's the highest we've seen. 133 was it? Now it's a 134.
Also noteworthy, if Stefan had shot an 11 his last arrow, he would have been a 132, a technically perfect score.
I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
11.
Yeah, so Marco Bruno's going to have to come out and get in a quick rhythm because I think Bodie's already there. And I don't know. I think we're going to be more conservative on the 12-ring foot pedal here, but, you know, we'll see. We'll see.
Well, plus, I don't think Bodie's ever shot against Bruno, so you got to kind of feel out what type of shooter. Is he going to miss? Is he going to shoot a 10? Is he nervous?
Yeah.
There's no real reason. Exactly. There's one right there.
Yeah, you don't know what his tendencies are if he, you know, how he reacts in big matches. So some guys, you're just going to wait him out. Some guys, like Stefan did with Bodie, you know you got to try to put it on him. So yeah, we'll see.
12's called. Marco.
He's not going to give up any room, but this match could effectively be over after this arrow. It's hard to say.
12.
Got it. Had to have it.
And that is the risk reward here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. Here's PJ.
Bodie's Croc Spurs there. I've never seen that before. Marco, welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage. Have you been here before?
It's a beautiful competition.
Beautiful competition. All right. Have you shot this tournament before?
No.
First time here?
Yeah, my first time.
How you feeling? How are the nerves?
Little bit.
Little bit of nerves. All right. Well, thank you for coming over here to compete with us, Marco. We have, with that 12 Marco shot, we have a tie game.
Here's a good look at Marco's shots. And that first one, and then just that little bit of a dip. And that gets him a 10. So he went after that 12. And just got it.
You know what? After that last match, I'm tired.
It took a little out of you?
I'm tired.
Steve, we have 3 ends of this competition and then one final match to crown.
hold on. Bodie just called it 12. I'm not sure what's happening.
Yep,
here.
Bodie
This
just
is
called it
wild.
12.
This is the best Lancaster Archery Classic that there's ever been.
Bodie called it 12. Ken Turner.
Got it.
Oh,
Man.
he thought he dropped it out the bottom, too.
Marco not following yet. Yeah, he's going to have to, but you don't have to do it right now.
No, you don't, right? Stay in your rhythm.
Yeah, I would do it second arrow. I like, get one arrow in after that little bit of break between ends, and then do it. And then
11.
Your third arrow you don't want to do. You're the most weak in the end. So
Yeah,
second
right.
arrow is the time to do it. He's not doing it. He's going to have to.
11.
That one looks close. I'm not sure that's actually an 11, but we don't officially call the score. So Marco's prepping for a 12 right here. He just punched the light.
11.
Here we go. So he's going to try to unofficially tie the score. Got it.
Okay. All right, so for us, for you and I feel the same way you do about that top target. That's going to be a close call. Or it just could be the shadow.
Yeah.
No question about that one.
In.
But
that's in.
You thought they looked cool. All right, you're right. There is not much to explain. Simple enough.
Yeah, by the way, he was talking about Bodie's Croc spurs.
Yeah.
So there's all these attachments now that go on. There's like axes on the front.
There they are.
There they are.
He needs the Croc snow plows in case.
Yeah, the snow plows are cool. I saw those
in case we run into an issue.
Thank you, Instagram feed.
Yeah.
Still tied up. 67-67. All right, we're going to see who's going to shoot first, and if Bodie Turner is going to force the issue again and step on that 12.
Dude, this is wild.
Thank you, Stefan Hansen, for
he-
creating this ruckus.
Yeah,
And he does.
He's an innovator.
He is. He's definitely a thinker in archery, is Hansen. But now Bodie Turner has already called a 12. Hold on to your hats, folks.
Yeah, this is wild.
12.
Got it.
Best Lancaster Archery Classic ever. It's going to require 4 12s in the future. I
that's
think.
what I'm saying.
You're going to have to shoot at 4.
Mm-hmm. Bodie can only shoot 12 once. He just, the light, it didn't get turned
Right,
off.
yeah, it stays on
So
so
he's
that
just
they
going for an 11.
indicate that he did call it.
Mm-hmm.
I wish we had more matches. We only have one more after this. But I'm tired.
You're drained.
I'm tired. They got me tired.
Yeah. Nice pickup, too, on that top target, though, for Bruno.
Yeah.
Getting right to the middle.
So now Bruno's going to go 12 here. He just hit the button.
Yep.
11.
Has Bodie missed a possible point yet? He
I
has
don't think
not.
so.
He has. No, he did.
Oh, last round.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
right.
he did. Yeah, he did last round.
Yeah, he would be 102 if he was totally
12.
perfect. So
He didn't call the 12 in
he
the
didn't
first
call
end.
it in. So he hasn't missed. A
Yep.
ring.
And Bruno didn't
Bruno
miss
got
either.
it. Wow.
101, 101. 101, 101. That just sounds like a very odd number to call in the third end of a 3-spot target face. Well, Steve, I mean, there's a reason why you get to the top of the leaderboard at the Lancaster Archery Classic. And how long has the 12 ring been in play? Is this the
I
third
think it's
year?
like third year.
Second,
Yeah,
third
I
or
don't remember. It's been in play since today when Stefan came up, as far as I'm concerned, because it's been used but sparingly. Now it's a strategy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a method of attack. You can't play defense in this game. Stefan went all offense. He just changed the game. He's an innovator.
Yep, 100%.
And I'm tired.
And he's getting credit for that. You're a little tired.
No,
it's
I'm just going to run with that.
All right.
Oh, Bodie calls 12. We're going to.
Of course, if Stefan goes to Vegas and hits an 8, you know, he'll be like, I thought the 12 ring was down there.
I went for the 12
has he called
first
it?
end.
Has he called the 12 first end?
Yeah,
Okay, here we go.
First arrow, he's going for it.
Final end to decide champion, and Bodie Turner decides to put it all on the line on this shot.
Oh, that's close. They're going to have to get real tight and call that one. It initially was marked 8 by the spotter, but then it was changed to 12 off of the other spotter's better angle. So we'll see what we get. Marco's in a tough situation here because he doesn't know what that is.
Yeah.
He may have to shoot it at 12 unnecessarily just in case. I would play it as if it's a 12. It looks good. I'm looking at it again. I think it's good.
Okay. Marco's guaranteed a podium, but he's going to have to. I mean, he hits it. So Marco Bruno has hit the 12. So after this shot,
he's going for it.
11.
Okay, these guys, Bodie didn't miss a ring. He hit everything he aimed at.
This is for the tie. 135 to 135 tie.
Oh my gosh.
12.
Oh, he got it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Dude, what is happening? We're watching a new sport.
And the thing is, I just want to bring this up. In end number 1, Marco Bruno shot a 10. So he shot a 12 in end number 1. Marco Bruno has hit 4 12s in 4 attempts back to back to get a 135.
I told you he could play. This all changed.
What is the probability, the statistical probability of being able to do that?
They got it. They both got it.
And it's confirmed.
Man.
All right, here's the shoot-off microphone. Let's hear what the judge has to say.
We're going into a shoot-off. We will shoot a 1-arrow shoot-off. We will score those arrows. If they're still tied, we will shoot a 2nd arrow for score. If we're still tied, we will shoot a 3rd arrow, which will be measured closest to the center. 12 ring is in play for the first 2 ends. You have the choice, 1st or 2nd. You're shooting 2nd. All right.
12 is called for both archers.
Come on, Bodie, here we go. He's going for it straight away.
Yep. No one's going to leave it to chance.
Mm-mm.
Golly. This is where I want to go 2nd for sure.
Ooh.
They called it in.
They called
it in, but it's just biting
Can
if it's
Bruno
in.
hit 5 12s in a row? Is this possible?
He did it.
He did it.
He didn't even have Leanne Rimes playing in the background this time. Holy smokes, he did it.
5.
Okay, we need an official call now on Bodie's.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh,
It's arrow
yeah.
at rest. It's arrow at rest. It's not the hole.
Yeah.
All right, it's good.
I think it's in. I do.
That is a whisker.
Whiskers count.
Whisker counts. Even the person who finishes last in med school is called doctor.
Oh, dude, thanks Stefan Hansen for changing this up. That kid has huge fortitude to do what he did.
12 called. 2nd scoring arrow. Tie score takes us to a closest to the center. And the 12 is not in play. Got a 12. Quarter shaft 12, easy. Can Bruno hit 6 in a row? You got it. Oh, come
now
on.
they go closest to center.
All right. And they're looking at each other having some big smiles. 6 in a row for Marco Bruno. Now, they're going to just double check it. Now we're going closest to center. It comes down to this. And this isn't even for the championship, ladies and gentlemen. This is just for a chance to go shoot against Mike Schloesser, the number 1 seed.
Right. No,
This is the guaranteed
I hope
2nd.
these guys are ice cold because I would be tired after this match.
If you're Schloesser and you're, I hope you're watching this because he's got to come up with a new strategy.
Golly, I hope. Yeah, that's a tough one to step into. It's tough for these guys to keep this up too.
Yeah. Closest to the center.
11 inside out.
Okay.
There's a little bit of room, but not much.
A little bit.
Yeah, you got to have totally inside out here on this one, basically.
11.
Nope, he didn't. Bodie advances.
Wow. How do you like that match? To advance, to go shoot for this championship. That is the toughest 3rd place finish I think I have ever seen in an archery tournament.
The compound brought it, you know.
Marco
Barbo,
Bruno, 6 12s.
out of 6 12s.
and lost.
And lost.
Took third.
And lost by 2 millimeters, 3 millimeters. But how about Bodie Turner? He brought it. He set the tone. And he was able to get it done as well. 5 12s in a row for Bodie Turner.
Barebow brought some good stuff yesterday.
Yeah.
And Compound one-upped it. I'm going to say it.
I would think so. Wow. Let's get to PJ.
All right, let's bring out our #1 seed from the Netherlands, Mike Schloesser.
There's Mikey, multi-time world champ. Steve Anderson, you called it. He's been on an absolute tear as of late. In the middle.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. I hope he's been practicing that 12 ring a lot.
Because his head has to be spinning coming out here.
Yeah.
And then how many more does Bodie Turner have left in the tank?
If one person gives it up, it's game over. You know, it's if you go for it, you got to have it. So looks like Mike is going to go first. We'll see if he can dictate the pace, or if Bodie's going to force his hand.
See if Bodie goes for it straight away.
Yeah, if I'm Bodie, I might give it an end.
Yeah, give it an end, like he did the last match.
Yeah, let us chill a little bit.
11.
Yeah, there's Mike, right to it.
Mike had a look, just a slight adjustment
11.
on his sight.
12 is called.
Ooh, and Schloesser comes right out of the box on the second arrow going for the 12. So he knows what's going on.
Got to get it. I like that he took it on the second arrow, not the first.
12.
Got it. Smoked it. Oh, it's game on, baby.
All right, Bodie doesn't take the bait.
Not yet. He's going to take it, just not this arrow.
Mm-hmm.
Long hold for Bodie. Really long hold for Bodie. Extra long hold for Bodie.
10 seconds still on the clock.
Still holding.
11.
Got it.
Okay.
So that was a good move because he was already set up, ready to shoot, and he was going to shoot the 11, right?
Yep.
You don't want to then react and shift your foot, call 12, change your flow.
11.
So shoot your 11, then move on.
12
He's got a chance to get after the 12 right here in the third arrow, and he's doing it.
See if that long hold bottom. No, he
God.
sent it.
God.
It was right where he wanted it, and he sent it.
Okay. Opportunity exists for the perfect score.
Yes. Okay.
Mike, welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic final stage. How's it feel?
A little bit nerve-wracking.
A little bit nerve-wracking. Got to go for the 12 from the first end. How's that make you feel going into these next couple ends?
Feeling strong, like I knew I had a game plan coming up, and stick to it and see how it works.
You know that your sight is on there, obviously. Run through your equipment for us.
So I shoot the Hoyt Stratos, the Axel side, the triple abyss release, the new Acclaim stabilizers.
Arrow.
Oh, and the Easton arrows, of course.
Easton, gotcha. All right, Mike, hit that red button there, unless you're calling it already. Feel free to if you want to.
The recap of Mike Schloesser and his first 11, and then going for that 12. And I mean, he looks like Mike Schloesser shooting.
Yeah, Mike's got the strongest shot in all of archery.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a guy who's going to dictate the terms of the bow and what he wants from it,
Yep.
definitely.
And he definitely has a minivan out front in terms of weight.
Yeah, he's packing like 30 ounces of weight on the front stabilizer. I mean, look at the amount of weight on that front stabilizer. It's yeah, he's probably 30, 34 ounce, somewhere in there. He's got a big, heavy bow that he's strong enough to handle. So it's really hard to push it offline once it's there. If you can hold it and you can, what I call park the bus, if you can actually get it to hold still and do so for the duration of your shot process, more is better in terms of physical bow weight.
All right, Schloesser's called the 12 for the second arrow again.
Yep, Mikey's got that strategy in play.
Yeah, he indicated to us that this is his strategy and he's going to hold to it. So he knew it was coming from Hansen.
Got it. Just nicked the
he didn't like
12
the
o'clock
shot.
or 11 o'clock.
That's more in than some of the 12s we've seen today.
Yeah, we've seen a few, just like you said, whiskers in, but
11.
okay. So again, we're going to see Bodie do it on his third arrow. Smoked.
12 is called.
Bodie going for the 12.
Got it.
That one too.
Perfect scores. Perfect scores.
1.5 centimeter dot. That is in a place where you have got to practice that. Plenty of arrow in there for that 12. Wow.
You shot so many 12s, it's just getting old for you, right, Bodie?
I think that's my 9th one.
9th 12. All right, so when you talk to Dad back there, what kind of advice can you get?
I mean, just making sure I'm staying good in my shot. I had one go way too long. My hand was pretty shaky, but I made sure it was still in the middle.
I wish I could shoot like that if my hand was shaky. 9 12s for Bodie Turner. And we are once again perfect. 68-68 after 2 ends.
68-68 after 2 ends.
I can't help but laugh at this. I mean,
it's insane.
4 12s in a match.
We've had 4 12s in a match.
That's in from one each archer.
No, we have not had.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
we had 6 by Bruno.
Oh,
5
yeah,
by
I guess
Bodie
with the
last.
extras. Yeah, with the extras.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're seeing a lot of uncharted territory here in the open compound class.
Yeah.
And I'm here for it. I'm tired, but I'm here for it.
Good thing this is the final match of the weekend. And we expect Schloesser to get on that 12 button.
Yep, he hit it.
Yep. So Turner holding to his strategy.
11.
These guys are so good.
And if you're wondering why we are not astonished by these 11s, it just has to do with the caliber of shooter that we're watching. It's not a foregone conclusion.
Oh, he dropped it. That's a match. That's the match. That's the issue with. I think you want to go second. I think you want to go second and watch the other guys shoot at it first.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
11.
I mean that takes the wind out of the sails for sure. But cheers on Mike for coming out and going for it too.
100%.
He did not take
11.
the easy route.
Nope. But look, your strategy is your strategy, you know, and you got to give him credit for holding firm to it, because Mike knows that Bodie's capable of just shooting 11s all day long.
Yeah. Or, you know, going second, Bodie grabs that 12 and gets a 1-point lead.
Probably had to go for it just a little bit low.
Yeah, the level is so high at the moment, like, you just got to go for it.
Just got to go for it. Well, all right, we certainly appreciate that. Hit that button unless you're going to shoot your first one at that 12.
All right, so 101 to 97. And for Bodie Turner, now it's just kind of business as usual.
Yeah. 101, 97.
4 points the difference.
So what we're not going to see, though, is Bodie shooting at a 12 and getting the perfect.
Well, it wouldn't have been anyway. Yeah, he didn't last
end. He skipped it last end, so. Yeah. Oh, man.
So 135 is going to be the high score that we see at the Lancaster Archery Classic. So at least we have something to look forward to next year.
Bodie has not missed the ring he's shooting at today.
Yep.
He hit every 12 he shot at, and he hit every 11 he shot at.
Incredible.
Yeah, this might be bad for the men's pro class. There might be a lot of guys who are just decide not capable. Not going to boost these guys' incomes by giving them my entry fee.
But there is the possibility that Mike Schloesser misses. There is the possibility that Stefan Hansen misses.
Sure.
Right? So that's the whole thing. And then if you can hang, it comes down to closest to the center. And Marco Bruno lost by just a couple millimeters.
Yep. And they didn't get here by shooting at 12 rings. That wasn't in play until today in the finals. So.
And nobody cleaned it this year.
Yeah, no one did. So it's and you go to Vegas and it's a shoot-off game. It's a different style of contest to determine the winner. So, you know, that's one where I'm always like, you know, I go have a good weekend. I can find some fortune and get a little bit of Vegas luck and still grab a win. But if you ask me to come in and try to roll with this right now,
forget about it.
Yeah, in my best days, maybe, probably not.
11.
Yeah.
Very nicely done by Bodie. And great finish from Mike. Very nicely.
Absolutely. Just 1, 2 or 3 millimeter miscue by Mike Schloesser, and Bodie Turner holds steady, hits every dot he aimed at, and it's going to be Bodie Turner, your 2024 Lancaster Archery Classic Open Pro Champion. Incredible. Everybody threw everything they had at this young man, and he was able to combat it in fine style and leave victorious. Let's go to PJ.
Back-to-back, successfully defending his title. $20,000 first prize, Bodie Turner. Back-to-back. Now you can breathe. You got any more 12s in you?
Probably a couple.
How's that feel to come out here again? You came in as a lower seed, had to work your way up. How's that feel for your confidence?
It feels great. I mean, I've gotten to come in higher seeds the last couple of years, but it was definitely nice to be able to come in a little bit lower. You always know you're both sighted in for the following matches.
All right, well, Bodie, congratulations. Good luck in Vegas next week. Once again, we'll see you on another banner. Bodie Turner, 2024 Classic Champ.
Thank you.
Well, we were treated to some spectacular shooting over the 4 days here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. Steve Anderson, what did you think?
Best Lancaster Archery Classic ever.
Hands down, and you got to enjoy it with us. Thanks so much for checking out the 20th edition of the Lancaster Archery Classic from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex. Our shoot-up finals are done and dusted, and we can't wait to see you again right back here in Pennsylvania next year.